Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は250日目です。It is day 250. 250. Great number. Great number. We did our burnout day yesterday. Good little wraparound. Overall, pretty much everything was worked out pretty well. Today is our second lesson day, right? Our level 24 halfway lesson day. And looks like we have a couple more. Ooh, 7 and 8. What time is it? Might end up doing these too. Kind of a long day. Let's get right into it. Okay. 提案する。Okay. Okay.
次
Sugi. Heck. Oops. Like, how do you write it? Or, how was that? What could it be? Huh. It's kind of like connect. Okay. It's something else too. Oh, it's probably like take along. Carry. Carry is fine. And also connect, but continuous as well. Maybe even successive. Why did I capitalize carry? Okay. Tsujiru. Okay. Okay. What?
Busso.
Uso. Okay. Got a little carried away there. Heisei. What's another way? Okay. Oops. That's not it.
すく
Yeah. What in the world? YOLO. Okay. Oops.
応援する
応援する Same deal. Gut feeling tells no. That's what am I reporting on? Report is all. Oh, it could just be
報じる
oh, gee. Be to report on. Yes.
革命
説明書
説明書 Oh no, wait. This is説明書 Yeah, 説明書すりにやれ大丈夫でしょ Right theory. Fear theory. Like an instruction book or a guide or something? Instructions manual. Yeah, fair enough. Somehow I just want to type 借りる
借りる
Okay. Okay.
価値観 借金
Akin. Whoops. Wait. Uh.
借用
Okay. Not today, not today.
朝寝坊
Unable.
主観
Shikanteki.
的
Wait. Shikanteki. Ne? Oh, wait. No, wait. There. Scan. Oh, I keep doing that. That is not city. This is oops.
長袖
Okay.
非常に
非常に Okay. Okay. Or yeah. Okay. Oh no. Potato. Ooh. Ooh. We're skipping this one. Huh.
胸 大失敗
I see.
誕生日
誕生日 What? What? Oh.
対象
対象 対象 Okay. A tongue? Oh no. Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Stop. Ugh. Okay.
よ
脳
Oh.
脳みそ
脳みそ
置き場
Hmm. Oops. Yeah, that's not
吸収
issue. What's happening?
日焼け
Yake. Uh, knit often. You return with good news, Mika? Yeah? Knit coffin sun. We'll move that. Come back to it. What in the world is that? Oh, it's like someone firing a son. A foreman firing sons. Or not a foreman firing son. It's like winter and then you like fire sons to make winter. Oh, this one's wild. What are you? You're firing black hole? Ah, it's gonna go nowhere. Rare to have good news, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. You found someone you've concluded would be good for potential longer-term friendship? That's nice to hear. Early days. It's hard to explain your reasoning without seeming irrational, but you're glad? Well, most of these things are irrational, so I mean, certainly. I don't think it's rare, nor is it uncommon.
Ototoshi.
Otoshi. It's good to hear. Good to hear. Early days, right? Early days. Finding potential long-term things based on a few days is optimistic. Very optimistic. That optimism can go a long way.
Kasanaru.
Kasanaru. Or this has a lot of other meanings, right? To be piled up, to coincide, to overlap, to accumulate. To accumulate. That's actually kind of nice.
Kyuketsuki.
New kids. So how is your school stuff going? I imagine there are other things going on, right? Oops.
報告
Okoku. You've also been able to connect with this person online, so that's been helpful on your end. That's kind of nice to hear. Different things. You also have most of your interests in common. These are early on topics. I can kind of see that. Although that is something very characteristic of online interaction. Usually that comes first. In terms of the non-social side, the rice is disappointing soggy there. That's interesting. What do you mean by disappointingly soggy? Are you eating like kanji? Or fried rice? I mean, those are the two ends of the spectrum. But either that or maybe you're having sticky rice instead of day old rice. I don't know. I don't know what soggy means, especially in a place where, in a culture where rice is a thing. You probably have the full spectrum of rices. Cafeteria? The food here at the campus prepared by staff boil rice with excessive water. Oh. Interesting. Boiled rice with excessive water. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I have a... That's interesting. Boiled rice, huh? Huh.
Senno.
And excessive water and boiled rice is a problem in the UK and where you've been in West Europe. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I find interesting is I'm not entirely sure if it's... I'm not entirely sure how you know it's boiled rice. Because unlike the UK, if you're... I imagine you're in Hong Kong somewhere. There is intentional soggy rice, and then there's not intentional soggy rice. So I'm not entirely sure if this is a cultural misunderstanding or you're equating what you want to see from your UK culture into the new culture. I'm not saying you're not. Okay. I'm not saying you are in the UK. I'm saying you're seeing British culture as a foreigner. Like most of the comments you make are incredibly projecting, not assimilating. The kitchen is visible in the cafeteria. That's interesting. You just happen to watch them prepare the rice. I see. It's a bunch of confirmation bias, in my opinion, but it would be interesting. What is the rice usually served with? Because boiling rice is... I wonder if it's a Western accommodation or something. Yeah, most of the time, again, you're confirming. You're constantly presuming. Like, I didn't say you were in the UK. I only said you might be in Hong Kong. So that's not the same thing. And also, most of the stuff you state are you confirming things. But I'm kind of curious what it's not, right? So, are they boiling with excess water? That's an interesting thought. Because generally during lunchtime and breakfast, softened rice is a thing. Dinner is often not softened rice. So I'm not entirely sure what the climate is where you are. It still can be disappointing, obviously. If you're expecting something that you're not getting, then obviously it's disappointing. I'm not trying to invalidate your feelings about disappointingly soggy rice. But the last time I checked, at least within the scope of consumption. Softer rice is often served earlier in the day, and then hardened rice is served later in the day for digestion purposes. But it could be entirely just the cafeteria making rice not to your liking, I suppose, or to other people's liking. Have you asked your newly found friend what they thought about the soggy rice? Curious. Fair points though. You think it's easier for the staff due to their typical meal rotation? That's not true. Industrial size rice cookers are far more efficient. Having been in, not even in China or anything like that, but in a restaurant business, using large cauldrons of boiled water and occupying that is incredibly laborious. In terms of rice, it's probably more of a personal preference, but the rice was soggy at lunch. Yeah, I can kind of see that. The question in mind is, you're saying there's excessive boiling of water. I'm not entirely sure if it's excessive or not. Rice porridge and softened rice is, you know, to your disappointment, maybe intentional, as opposed to excessive. Might be intentional. Porridge is prepped with double the water as well. Like for early days, whatever it's paired with, the rice is typically prepared in that way. Yeah. Build. Good.
気づく
I'm not saying this is true or not because I'm not there, so I have no idea. Just something to look out for or something to consider. My parents prep quote unquote soggy rice in the mornings. That's usually what they consume. Early days. It's softer on the digestion. Usually it's complemented with quite a lot of salty things. You've asked your friend about, your friend believes the same. It's true that you're not someone that likes rice like this, that's all. It was paired with katsu and chicken, which I wouldn't. That sounds very appropriate. Fried food. Have even knew was katsu without reading the menu. I mean, that's fine. But katsu and soft rice is probably what I would go with instead of hard rice, because different textures. Your friend believes the same? That's interesting. And your friend believes the same. Kind of sort of know what type of friend you're. Gives a little information about your friend. Personal preference, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was saying it's not your personal preference. Right. Yeah, like there wasn't anything about personal preferences. This is about like different perspectives, right? I'm sure you prefer a lot of things according to the way you express things. But most things are personal preference for you. There's no problems with being disappointed because of personal preferences. Is your friend a campus friend or is it a roommate friend? Or both? Well, I guess you did mention it couldn't possibly be a roommate friend at this point. A campus friend, I imagine. And you can always move in with him, you know? Make plans for the future. The mentioned friend is from mainland China. Campus friend that lives 30 minutes away from where you are. International student? Ah, interesting. "30 minutes away." I wonder if that's considered.
営業中
I wonder if that's considered, is that considered close? 営業中. Dang. Really don't. Oh. You think 30 minutes is about in the middle? I see. So they commute the 30 minutes, or is that what you're saying?
報道
Although. Although. Port Way? Port Way. Oh. I'm gonna have to move this way.
副大統領
副大統領ね。30 minutes via commute. I see. So what are you studying?
比較 悲しみ
Asini. Ugh, that didn't work. Self. Oh. Okay.
寝坊する
Studying is complicated, really complicated. Lots of swapping classes due to various reasons. Yes, but saying it's complicated, I'll leave it to you on that one. My only comment on saying things are complicated, it doesn't tell me anything. But I hope you find some clarity in that complication. We'll call it you're not quite sure yet situation. At least that's what I take it to mean. Oops.
お持ち帰り
So far, the workload has been very manageable. That's good to hear. Swapping has been a little hectic though. You'll probably have more of a set opinion in a few weeks. In a few weeks? Huh. Interesting. Is this like a... You said you're gonna be there for a year. Is that like a year tentatively you can choose to stay? Or is it for a year and then you return to wherever it is your main university is? How did they say? Oh, it's one word. Takeout is one word. Oh yeah, it is. What in the world? Wait. I have no idea. I'll have to come back to that.
洗う
Okay. 2 years total, 1 year per set of roommate. Oh. Can you decide on your future roommates? What? Oh.
達人
達人.達人, what? Obtain. I keep typing. Alright, man, we'll come back to it. Okay.
釈迦
Not to distract you or play. Have you ever looked into Kanji Quizzer? No. That sounds like some .io stuff. What is it? You highly suggest to anyone for quick kanji learning, but that may not be your style or aim. Quick kanji learning. I don't think we need to learn more quick kanji stuff, but that sounds like redundancy. That sounds fine. I mean, what is it? What does it do? Roommates, you're not too sure what the second year system is. Oh. Yeah, no, that sounds like a redundant thing. Yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with my style or aim. It's just stacking on redundancy rapidly is not necessary for redundant tasks. It still comes with the whole hustle thing. I think a lot of times hustle, too much hustle. Things require time, and you can refine your routine over time. So you do things sufficiently long enough in order to know what it is that you may want to add or complementary. But Kanji Quizzer, quick learning, WaniKani is quick learning. Most SRS things deal with quick learning, so probably a little redundant. My style and aim really, it's irrelevant to that. How do I do that? Answer, personally, you find use from it when initially learning kanji? WaniKani is space rep, right? If so, it's quite different to that? Sure. Describe how it's different. You've tried space rep, but it hasn't really worked out very well when you did it? That's fine. Describe what you mean by how it's different. I don't know if you're talking about initially learning kanji, but I'm not initially learning kanji anymore. If you're talking about kanji discovery, that's I can agree with that if you're talking about initially learning kanji, but I'm no longer initially learning kanji anymore. We're doing kanji discovery. So this isn't like going into expanding like the uniqueness of kanji. Kanji is now like, this is vocabulary discovery. So you're not using SRS, but SRS is, you're gonna have to describe what's another method that isn't SRS, and you're probably gonna have to be a lot more specific, because I don't think learning is separate from space rep unless you have a very specific idea of what space rep is. I don't have a specific idea what space rep is, so you're gonna have to describe it. So you're still working on learning some new ones, but it makes sense you're past that point. It mainly covers based on JLPT. That okay. But by SRS not working in my experience, I meant specifically Anki, etc. Okay, fair enough. Not so much the concept of space rep. Okay. If Anki didn't work, then WaniKani certainly wouldn't work. Most of these, but when you say it's based on JLPT, that doesn't differentiate between WaniKani, Anki, and whatever you're using. So, is there anything else that makes the kanji quizzer different? Like you said, it's different. I'm not sure. That's not what separates the two. JLPT is not what separates the two. They're weighted and prioritized on that too. And Anki is a platform. Most of the recommended stuff that the platforms have are JLPT bound. In fact, that's the most classical way most people weight their curriculum. Something like Duolingo would be not JLPT bound, so you could probably argue that Duolingo is a good example that the difference would be mainly covering JLPT stuff. I don't think either Anki or WaniKani promotes ignoring JLPT. To summarize, you provided a kanji and given 9 options to pick from, one being the correct meaning or pronunciation. By which you mean that the decks of kanji are in groups of 50 based on JLPT? Yeah, that does not differentiate between WaniKani and Anki, but with whatever you're using. But I can see that they keep JLPT in mind. That's fair enough. That's something similar between all of them. You're provided, that's interesting though, provided 9 options to pick from, one being their correct meaning or pronunciation. What about the other 8? What are the characteristics of the other 8? So far, I still don't see a differentiation. If there's only one correct meaning, then it is still the same concept. Depending on how you describe the other 8 options and how they use the other 8 options, I think it's a great place to pique my curiosity on how they're different. The other 8 options are other kanji from the same group of 50. Oh, I see. So it uses a matching system as opposed to an input system. I see. I kind of have a feel of what suits you. Interesting. So a lot more passive. Workbank, a bank format. I can kind of see that. That's definitely different. A bank format is very, very different. Yeah, it changes the input style. Or it changes the output style for the recognition. Do you like multiple choice questions? Oops. Uncle Yaku.
観光客
Uncle Kyak. I'm trying to think if there are any others that people mention that uses a bank system. For output. I mean, you struggle when you use flashcards with yes, no, half systems. Okay. The meanings and production didn't stick as much and you didn't have the correct answer there early on to trigger memory of it early. I see. Yes, no, half systems. That's interesting. Yeah, this is you are the bank system is a yes or no system. So it's a binary system. You can increase the number of choices, but it's still a binary choice. You either have a right or a wrong answer. But increasing the word bank can tailor and like quantize the level of difficulty, I suppose. But there's still only one right answer. I'm looking for to see if some other systems, right? Some other, like a system that would pique my interest. Obviously, continue using the way you're going about it. But if that's how Kanji Quizzer use it, it's redundant with WaniKani, in my opinion. But if there was a system that they use like graded answering, that would be interesting. So basically, you take your system of 9 options, and the 9 options would be proliferated with synonyms. And those synonyms would be graded on its closeness to the answer, to their desired answer. That's a graded system. The system that you're currently using is still a yes or no system. That's just yes or no. There's one answer and all the other ones are not. The pool, the thing that differentiates, in my opinion, between WaniKani Anki and the current thing that you're describing is that one uses a pool and you are not constructively creating it. A synonym and grading system would be interesting. You might try to code something like that in your free time. I think that works really well, in my opinion. Or that's something that is it has a scaling problem that I think an excellent coder will be able to do. Basically, it's difficult when you're trying to like a human being, right? Like if you're manually writing these things, like, oh, okay, well, this term has, a lot of standardized testing. The level of difficulty of the standardized testing when it's multiple choice, when you have a bank system, basically like 5 or 6 choices, is that it can be all of the above, none of the above, both A, B, both A, B, C, or like A, D, or any combination. So a system that I would love to see that in the future that people apply to like intermediate and advanced. Not, of course, this might not still be friendly, casual for like beginner forward, but when it gets to intermediate and advanced, it would be cool to see a acceptable synonym graded system plus antonym associations as a form of word banks. So like when you're doing word bank, Now, what I mean by antonym association is that they're synonyms, but they're negated of the antonym. So, for example, this is high price, right? One of the options would be not cheap. So you would have multiple right answers, but then they will be able to tell you or explain to you how all of these are okay, and then there will be an ideal choice, but then there will be tier 2 choices. And then tier 2 choices would have tier 3 choices, and then there's blatantly wrong answers, right? Like things like, oh, it's a dog, but one of the answer is a cat, right? However, you could say canine. Canine is one of the answers, or so and so forth. So it'd be really interesting to see if someone can scale this stuff. I think early on in formal education, my acquisition of English in the formal education system was predicated on a system of relations. So you don't create the word bank yourself. You're not the person who's restricted to a word bank like a JLPT curriculum or something, but it's based on creating neural networks, right? Like your quote unquote your biological neural network. So what happens is then you have a flashcard, but the flashcard gives you a lot of options, and those options make you slowly careen towards an ideal, more nebulous web of possible meanings, as opposed to using passive, which is what kanji quizzer, quick kanji apps are typically explicit. They vary in explicitness, but it's generally they provide you the right answer without any active participation in discovering what the answer is. It's very quick, it's great, but it's also incredibly passive. And the most passive form is a pool system where the answers are visible prior to you outputting it. So that's why Anki systems like this prefer not to use a bank system with the answer displayed, but they still use lesson-based things where it tells you what the answer is before taking it away. Alternatively, if you can use a graded system will try to imitate a little bit of what it's like to read graded readers, where you read a sentence and you're gathering all the things that are associated with the thing that you're trying to learn what it is. And through repetition, when you make one choice, it's like, oh, that's like you get 3 points instead of 5 points. Then the next time you come around, it's like, wait, this was 3 points. There's a better answer here. So you get the 4 points, and then you get the 5 points. And eventually you can learn how the 3-point answers connect to the ideal answer. So then you'll learn that, well, there's a relationship between polling, taking something out, right, and carrying something. All three of them are related to each other, but you can't intuit that if you only think that there's only one right answer as opposed to a related answer. So that's kind of my thought behind like what type of app I would like to see or try out in the future. I'm not a coder, so I can't design these things. Well, I don't design these things, period. I don't do any app design or anything like that. So that would be a very interesting system. I had thought about like maybe hitting up one of my acquaintances or something and seeing if they would, how feasible these things are. Maybe really interesting. Anyways, in order to do that right now, I do that manually. So like for example, like each item here, right? Like Takane, right? And then you go down here and then there's a place to add notes. So the way I do it is I create the networks myself. So if there's a particular weak character, I use a network to create it. So it's like a mind palace thing. inherently take all the information, I sort them out in a web, but only for the ones that I'm having trouble remembering. The rest could be used the bottom line stuff. So it's, the goal is to remember the correct answer, but there are many ways to do it. If the current default way works, then I stick with it. But if it doesn't, I start using other techniques, right? Like a network technique or like a flowchart technique. Maybe even impart some order, right? Order. And then you can do like imagery, etc. So you start building up in case. But I haven't seen a system where they decide to default to that. Default to doing a network approach to learning. Okay. A synonym and graded system would be interesting. You might try to code. It would be hard to implement a synonym system without manual sorting or MR. Yes, that's the problem, right? You're no grade coder. You think a categorizing system where a few categories are assigned to each word may work though? Yeah, so there are some examples of that. And JLPT has category is a form of categorization, but it's a very loose categorization. And then Duolingo even tried this. Duolingo used thematic categorization. So underneath the hood, when people say like, "Oh, I can't remember this," but most of Duolingo's approaches deal with synonym, antonym, and thematic meaning, and then visual similarities. That's the whole basis of Duolingo's implicit learning. However, it is not guided in a way that would cause the user to notice that, right? Like Takai and Yasui are in the same unit with price and shopping. So, and then whenever Takai shows up, the other Takai shows up as well. And then when you have Atsui describing weather, you're also talking about food, because Atsui and Atsui are temperature and touch. And then, Tsumetai and Samui, right? So things like that does happen in like a categorization system, but it has mixed results based on how Duolingo has it going. But melding the two together would be an interesting idea, like trying to take somewhat of a like reimagining it in some way. I don't actually have my thoughts completely mapped out, but I'm not in like the interest of making something for language learning. I think most of these things, like your kanji quizzer, WaniKani and Anki, I think they're sufficient. Most of the time, the products that we're talking about are for individuals to develop a sense of intuition or intuitive foundation in order to bridge themselves to their application, right? So I think whatever is available now is perfectly sufficient. If you're in the market of improving that stuff, I think there's definitely room for improvement, obviously. Like, what I mean by that is I'm not talking about small improvements. There's certainly a big gap between what they're trying to mirror, or what in alternative ways that they're trying to mirror that childhood, growing up, first language acquisition dealy. It's interesting. I think the market's rapidly changing because of technology, so it'll be interesting to see future products. The next product that I have lined up, these are 1 year long projects, so it's not the end of 2025 yet. All these projects are 1 year long, so I don't usually continue to hustle my way into new products. I stick to understanding what the current product is. And the next project for Japanese is grammar. I'm looking at grammar sources, so we're gonna hit up Boonpro for that, and how they would go about it. You mentioned initial learning, since you think after a point it's easy to recall the kanji info directly, but maybe a secondary app method after the initial learning would be helpful. It's both. You're on a turntable. So, when it comes to memory and recall, it's typically on a staggered state. So it would be very presumptuous to say that you're always exclusively in one state. You're usually, for someone who is learning, holistically, you can stagger all three levels. So this is the initial where, like, you might use a bridge system, like mnemonics, right? A bridge system. And then this one could be like a shortcutted system. So this is where the abbreviation happens. And then this would be direct access, right? Direct access. The idea is when you're using one method, you don't confine yourself to that one method, right? You do short-term, mid, and then long-term extraction, all within one method. So when you say initial learning, you can initial learn with any system. Your memory and the way you access your memory is exclusive to yourself, not necessarily. How quickly this happens is a question of contention, right? Or does it ever happen is another one. And that's really, in my opinion, at the moment, up to the user, because most of these apps do not promote how learning works. They produce end results. So whenever someone says initial learning, in my opinion, I might be a little presumptuous here. They're talking about the end result. You're focusing on the end result, where these things are compartmentalized. Like there's an app for initial learning, there's an app for intermediate learning, and then there's application, right? This would be something like podcasts and native content. Intermediate would be something like graded readers, and then initial learning would be like flashcards or word bank. When, in my opinion, when you use a product, you're engaging in all three of these, or you're able to engage in all three of these. So words that I do know really well, I access directly. And then I pause, and if it's not accessible directly, then I would use the mnemonics, right? But mnemonics, even my mnemonics are tiered. It's tiered into like T1, T2, and T3. So which methods do I approach on the mnemonics? A T1 would be your default, and the default would be the one that the system is using. Tier 2 would be your outside investment, which for me is Hanzi Hero because it's Chinese. Chinese has Hanzi. And then tier 3 would be a Mind Palace approach, which is where I negotiate like imagery, my bank of imagery and context, right? And this tier 3 is usually the last ones because this takes the longest time, and then it goes up, right? And then directly would be the fastest. The thing is, where you start, you probably start at default, but that doesn't stop you from trying to recall it directly. Like you can lift yourself from it. And this happens when you self-improve over time using the same method. So if someone doesn't use the method long enough to either feel bored, that's a really terrible way, but in my opinion, if you get bored, eventually you start developing optimizations. Alternatively, in the online world, they would simply move to a new system. That's one way to view it. Alternatively, you can improve and self-improve and optimize by integrating your other methods into the same method. That's what spawns like new tech, right? If you use, I don't know, your iPhone long enough, you realize that there are 2 or 3 idiosyncrasies that was emergent from your use of iPhones. So you want to invent a new product in which it addresses those 3 idiosyncrasies. You're constantly open-minded in order to see opportunities to refine and optimize. But in the meantime, you can use the device or the system in a manner that you can compensate for it or jerry-rig it, and then that would create inspiration for a new iteration. So my comment about graded systems and graded answer systems using a binning process, probably because binning process, which is categorization, a binning process would get you closer. And then maybe like factor in a whole server of, I don't know, compute power for an AI, like a machine learning, like an LLM model in the background, and you might be able to create like a pseudo bridge between like your categorization system and something more of a contextual neural network related output answer style, right? Your biggest issue with KQ kanji quiz would be the lack of customization. No notes or flag star system exists, and they support kanji kana only, not words, sadly. Oh, okay. It was probably a while ago, but you're curious. How do you make individual kana kanji, for example, memorable? Did you think of the letters as images? Did you try to form letters out of the shape, etc.? So I have a 200-day review. Like I have every 100 days, I have a review on how my routine works, and the routine gets larger every 100 days, even back from the Duolingo days. So the short answer for that is all of the above. The order of how they're done can change over time. So right now, this one is intuition. Intuition is at the highest level, or what it means by the highest level is like it is the highest of complexity, as in it's a nuance that you feel alone, right? Takane is takane, right? But at the lower level, so when you're getting lower, like coding lower, right, you start going from top down, right? This is the top down approach, right? So when I'm outputting, I'm focused on top down approach. When I'm learning from WaniKani, they do a bottom up approach. Bottom up. So what is the bottom up? You take the shapes, you take the components, and then you build up to that, right? So in order to complement this, I answer top down. So what you can say is whatever highest level is, let's see, do you think of a letter as images? Images would be a very high level, right? But it would probably be somewhere here, like below intuition. So this image is just someone very tall, right? You're imagining a tall person that has so it could be this image right here. That's the image I would get from Akane. And if you're wondering, there's other things. This guy's name is Taka, and this is Okane. Writing with mouse is kind of difficult. So then you take the Taka and you take the Ne, and you got Takane. And why did I use Okane? Because Okane is money in Japanese. So you can combine all of these things. You can combine the letters. This is contextual. This is what I mean by graded systems will help you with this. Graded systems can help you intuit relationships between words and objects. So, right, and then you can do other things. You can even imagine it this way if you want. This is Taka, by the way. This is taka. Okay? But if you know this is hito. And hito has ude. This is ude. And ude has their hands on some kaban of no okane. Alright? So how does this work? This is a person named Taka, and they're very tall, or you can make the person very big. So this is all for tie or dai, right? Typically you can wear a tie, put a tie on the guy, and then you'll have tie. So you can draw in big person who is tall, that's hito, with ude on his arm, in his de, which is hand, full of bag, kaban no okane. And then even still in this huge elaborate thing, you can still create takane, which is high price. Yeah. So that's kind of the idea. Now, do you need all of this stuff? You don't. You don't need all of this stuff. The idea is you can draw from any of these points. So, one thing I do find quite lacking, but it's not because it's bad. It's because it's not part of the system. Like, I don't think all of that stuff is fast. So it's not fast. And the level of entry is very important, right? Your entry level is how accessible it is. Now, the thing I'm addressing is these things like SRS, you know, the SRS, I'll put it in quotes, you know, Anki, WaniKani, Kanji Quizzer, their entry is excellent. Their entry level is excellent. And what I mean by that is they make it accessible enough that the vast majority of people will adopt it. But the problem is it doesn't maturate, in my opinion. So these are meant to be designed this way. They're intentionally designed this way. They are for initial kanji learning, and that's it. And what I'm talking about is I'm looking for the next thing, right? The maturation process. So what is a bridge that doesn't go straight into graded reading or something else? Or how do you bridge like reading paragraphs and whatnot? There's a little bit of room. There's still a bit of gap there. And that's the maturation of how to create networks of thought, which is an intuit thing for those who are very excellent at intuiting. But not everyone has to do those things. Like, people are in jobs that don't require this type of network study. Language learning, in my opinion, it can be very useful. It can help bridge the gap into making connections with, like, if you have a paragraph, right? And someone's like, okay, oh, this is a paragraph. It's like, okay, well, that can be anything in the world. But the moment someone tells you this is a paragraph on food, what type of network are you bringing up? Because if you have a network in place, that paragraph becomes very noticeably, quote unquote, easier to understand. But in my opinion, when it comes to learning something, especially skills, a lot of times they are compartmentalized in this day and age. Because the reason why they're compartmentalized is for speed and focus, and often relying on things that are very reliable, right? They are very reliable. Using a network thing is unreliable. It can create various wild variations. So designing an app that works on a larger network can create mixed results. And ultimately they become less popular and less used. And we still have to remember that when people design tools, they're also selling. And that's why this stuff, you don't make products on doing like this networking thing. It's like a practice in diminished return, unless you have some sort of really crafty person who can make it easy to do. And I don't know how easy it is. Since I lack coding experience, like marketing strategies and whatnot, it's very difficult to ascertain how feasible that is. It would be really cool, maybe like 5 years down the line, I can collaborate with someone to see if that's a thing, or someone else has. But that's how I remember characters now. It used to be exactly what you say, which is you see the word, they give you the name, right, or the definition, and that's all I know. That's the first place. It's not quite true, not for me, but it's close enough. Like, if you're thinking most people, this is how you're connecting, right? This is how you're connecting. But it takes less, I would say it takes me less than a month before I start weaving in network learning. And the reason why network learning, in my opinion, this is not the official term. I call it network learning because it's a little bit easier to visualize what a network is. Like, you know, you're doing this type of thing, right? What you're creating is you're creating a way to go from any point, so that when you start somewhere, you'll eventually get the right answer, regardless of where it is. The difference is how quickly you get to it. And over time, this stuff, even long steps and processes, can end up being short enough for conversation and getting answers. The farther it is away, the more I say to myself, like, okay, well, this is a little bit crappy here. I need to like refine this process, this area. And it only happens a lot of times, what I call it, like a double step. Maybe like a double step. If the double step is too long, like maybe it takes me 10 seconds. This is all trial and error, right? Based on experience. If I want to get it down to 5 seconds, I need to reinforce so that it becomes a single step. Or I need to like chunk or add any form of methods where it would reduce the amount of time. But for the most part, these things happen like 0.1, you know, like 0.5% of the time, right? Most of the time, whatever is done in my current routine takes care of the 99.5%. That's usually how I go. So instead of looking at it as a routine of very specific things, it's how elaborate is your routine over time that can accommodate for all the shortcomings or all the different situations, the exceptions of the situations. But over 90% of the time, the routine that I have covered in my 200-day review of WaniKani, or like a progress report, that routine is largely unchanged. It's the building block of it, and it took me like 6 or 7 hours to explain. So most of the time is you take a top-down approach. If something is going bottom up, right? If something is going bottom up, then I would do it in the opposite direction. Because then I would be able to do it both ways, and then challenge myself to do this. So that to me takes a lot of time, but it makes the same thing that you're using dynamic, and you're focused on learning. You're improving your encoding skills and your recall skills. You're challenging yourself to not do the same thing. As opposed to You feel like if you ever did something experimental with a word bank system, it would just be a passion project. It's probably not marketable. It's not. Word banking is not very marketable, I would say. Like, but you can make a product with a word bank system, but focus on other things that are marketable. So Duolingo uses a word bank system, but Duolingo uses most of their innovations elsewhere outside the word bank system. They do not improve the word bank system. They tackle it by throwing word bank the things that work, like word bank, or like what I mean is the things that are engaging. So you take word bank, you take like matching, you take writing the same thing over and over again. So they just toss the kitchen sink at it. And then the rest of the marketable stuff is through engagement things. You really dislike Duel's word bank, but Duolingo doesn't only have word bank. So you probably dislike it because you understand the nuances of word bank, but that's not where they invest most of their resources into. They invest their resources into the most marketable things. Word bank is not marketable, so it's a low ball to hang. So you proliferate it with a bunch of standardizations of inputs. So you don't develop a singular thing, you enter the bare bones of multiple things. So it's kind of like a mini game collection. It's about the big picture, not the nuances of any selected thing. You want to see the word bank thing because we're talking about word bank, but that's not one. That's only one. That's a little small piece of the Duolingo success story. Like a mini game collection, for example, I like this game called Dave the Diver. And someone can say, "Oh, I dislike the sushi shop section." Sushi, like you dislike this part, right? But Dave the Diver is composed of 15 subsystems, at least 15 subsystems. So when you're saying you dislike one of the subsystems, it's like a hyper-focused person who wants to make a specialized product that's unmarketable. When you make a specialized product, there's a glass ceiling, but it's a passion project. That's what makes them passion projects. The people love and have passion for very specific things. They're not marketable, but they can raise customer loyalty. It can specialize in something. So it's incredibly marketable to a niche audience. Duolingo does not do that. Duolingo uses subsystems, throws subsystems. Even their languages is considered a subsystem. And why is their language considered, which is the most contentious point? It's the thing that language learners dislike most about Duolingo, which is treating language as a subsystem. So they take an overall design and make language the subsystem. Which language are you going to try to dabble in using the same system? So all the learning stuff is subsystems of subsystems that are just lifted to different languages. And then what do they do next? Well, they're introducing they did music, math. They're doing something else soon. Physics? They're doing another topic, and it's another subsystem. So they're introducing mini game collections, basically. It's to initially learn about many things. It's a brilliant.com. It's a Squarespace. It's that's what Squarespace is. It's the foundation, and then the user is responsible for how they use the foundation. So a lot of the most marketable app designs is based on creating subsystems to get people started. And then the onerous or the responsibility is on the user to maturate, as in like to mature beyond that. But unfortunately, this is where, in my opinion, Duolingo and like Squarespace and other things have a limitation to. They are not designed for you to matriculate out of the product. They create a codependency. So like when someone says, oh, would you want to design a website by learning how to code? It's like, no, I'll use Squarespace. Like, do you want to design an iPhone OS, like a mobile OS for your phone? If you're curious, since you use your OS, mobile OS so much, no, it's the ecosystem. So that is where app design is currently. It's the interface of promoting an ecosystem, but very seldomly supporting matriculation outside. And to me, that's what I don't do. When I'm learning something, I expect to matriculate out of the tool. So most of the time when someone says, oh, like, have you considered doing this or doing that? It's like, yes, I have. It's like, but you're not using the product that helps you do that. It's like, well, you don't have to. You have an acquisition of many experiences. You don't have to be bound by the system you're using. It's part of the process, right? It's not an end goal. Like, how does a indie developer end up thinking, oh yeah, you know what would be a great idea? I take the Souls-like mechanic from FromSoft and I'm gonna integrate it with the Slay the Spire utility system through deck building, and then we're gonna add some positional turn-based strategy from XCOM. That's what happens when innovation happens. You have a person who's thinking outside of the system. They combine and integrate the things. So when you're learning kanji, that's what I do. Most of the time, I'm not only doing the WaniKani method. I'm farming for other methods. And I'm playing a mini game collection in my head while I'm doing this. Most of my experiences are leveraged. So whenever I'm using Hanza Hero, I'm technically practicing all my kanji as well. And it doesn't have to be one-to-one. Like, oh, now you have to rigorously say, oh, if I think this, I'm going to have to use the Japanese. No, you maintain it. You trigger it every once in a while. And sometimes it can be useful. So if I don't know this, nowadays, I can know the meaning of this without knowing the read of the Japanese. I can know the read of the Chinese, but only read it out in Japanese. The idea is there's information. There is more information for every single character now. It's not compartmentalizing. So when you start to compartmentalize, you can only do one thing very, very well, or a few things very, very well. And when it comes to initial learning, in my opinion, the phase of initial learning, it's characterized by two criteria that are very good, that are, like, I would say almost universal for things. Accessibility, which is often in this may change because of social dogma, right? Societal change. But currently, in my opinion, in the societal norms of the internet, accessibility equates to explicit learning. Explicit and comprehensive learning. In terms of my interest in teaching and pedagogy and stuff. I'm not a trained teacher, by the way. I taught science in some capacity, but in varying capacities, but not in terms of like I have a degree in pedagogics or something like that. So take this for a grain of salt. But generally, right now, the universal things that characterize initial learning is accessibility, which is explicit, and comprehensiveness. It's not nuance, right? So we're not talking about nuances. So if you have reservations about the nuance of input and output, there are specific interference that you're having with your intermediate or experienced expert knowledge. So if you're criticizing things like the method of input, like word banks, or like output in the sense of like speech and stuff, and then you're criticizing like the tactics, like the very nuanced aspects of it, that's your experience with something else, the learning process. versus the design for initial learning, right? So it can create a conflict of interest. This is a conflict of interest generally. For initial learning, accessibility is high, explicitness is incredibly high, and that explicit explanation has to be comprehensive. So when you mention Kanji Quizzer being more in uptake than this design, is because it's even more explicit and it's even more comprehensive. You have to see the answer to reproduce it. If you say you have to or need to, then this is what I mean by initial learning, accessibility and explicit learning. I would say most of the time, 90% of my learning is implicit learning. But I'm using WaniKani and Hanzuhiro because it's been a really long time since I've learned something based on explicit learning. And I started with Duolingo because it was interesting. I haven't learned explicitly in a very long time. And sure enough, I found it useful in the sense that it's unfamiliar to me now. I haven't explicitly learned most things in a very long time, especially a language. So what I do then is I take whatever implicit learning strategies I have and implement them manually myself, user input, how to learn implicitly. So the idea now is there's my heckin' Google Assistant triggers whenever I say explicit and implicit. Weird. Okay, let's see. So here, one of the downsides is there's no context. That's what someone would say, that they're compartmentalized. This is one of the biggest, kanji Hanzi problems with people when they're talking about how to make these memorable. When you look at this character, there's not much there at first. And then you can make it, maybe you can learn some radicals, right? Sure, that's what WaniKani does anyways. You can learn some radicals. Now there's a little bit more context. We're not saying a lot of context. You like start with no context. And you're building up a volume of a threshold. So you're trying to cross the threshold, which is where the correct answer is, or a sufficient answer. I'm going to call it the sufficient answer, right? There's a complete answer up here, right? Which is in the form of intuition as well, right? So you're trying to create enough context to create a sufficient correction. At least in my mind, that's what it's like. You're trying to create sufficient context. And what is that sufficient context? In my opinion, it's a reinforced network that gets you to the sufficient answer. So if you have a wrong answer, or if you keep getting something wrong, for example, if you keep getting something wrong, how do you increase context in your head? Like, how do you do that in a routine, in a workflow? And how is that related to how you get the right answer, right? Which is your default for the time being, right? Unless you're getting most things wrong, I imagine most things are right, right? Say like 90% of the time, you're right. So that's your default routine. Now, every time you're wrong is an opportunity to increase your context. How do you do that? And that's where you build. That's how you build top down. Or, sorry, that's how you build bottom up. And that's how WaniKani does it. The only problem is the top has a ceiling. For WaniKani, you can see the ceiling. It's for initial kanji learning, so it only goes up so high, but it's sufficient. It goes up to a ceiling that is sufficient. for most kanji. So then most people will say, if I use WaniKani long enough, I will be sufficiently good enough to go on to the next step. So that's like encouraging someone to read a book, watch native content. That ends up, then you increase your journey past the glass ceiling. And that's most apps. Most apps with thriving communities will say, hey, this is for the initial step. Now you have to go on to the new one. And yes, you can do that. You can still do it here. When you go and do other things, you can bring it back into WaniKani if you want. So like, I no longer think of this like, oh, I should only think whatever WaniKani teaches me or explains to me. I should encourage myself to bring all the things that I do from podcasts and vlogs and streaming into my use for WaniKani and reverse in the other direction. That's the way to integrate and look at everything as a subsystem of language learning. So now language learning is the global system, right? And then your subsystems are WaniKani, Kanji Quizzer, Anki, your Satori Reader, right? And what happens is why is this important? It's because that's how I also visualize learning anything else. The thing that I was describing with like taka, okane, and then getting takane, that's networking. It's creating a network of subsystems that will, like, each of the things, you can start with one thing, and then when you add another thing, this whole thing can become a new thing. So that's a subsystem, right? At first, they're individual parts. These are the foundations, right? You have foundations. But then the system can become routines. And these systems become routines based on their frequency of use. And that's kind of like how I imagine coding works. Like, you have your single line of codes, and if those single lines of codes interact with each other so frequently and with high frequency, you create a class. Heck, you might even go higher and create a package, because it's so useful. So for me, since WaniKani does bottom-up approach, right? Since WaniKani does bottom to top, in that direction, I create several levels along the way. And then I start to create more levels beyond what WaniKani does. And that's the idea. So not any one system. I'm looking for new systems, basically. I like to tackle new things. And it has to meet an arbitrary requirement of sufficiency. It'd be different. Also, it has to fulfill like obligations, like copyright. Copyright is a thing. So if someone doesn't have a disclosure that I can't use their product on for public monetized purposes, like potential monetized purposes, then I'm not using them. That's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't consider, because a bunch of people have approached me with things like Satori Reader, right? But I'm not quite clear if you can actually use it to stream in a monetized way. There are extenuating circumstances, but personally, since I'm on Twitch and on YouTube, potential monetization is arguable for any use that's posted. So things can get a little hairy when it comes to using apps. WaniKani has a disclosure, as far as I know, and so does Hansahiro. So that's a little background for the whole, like, to weave into the business model of stuff. So yeah, Duolingo, absolutely. And the sufficiency and accessibility, the high accessibility of Duolingo makes it less and less attractive for those who have already maturated or like matriculated out of their design. The faster you matriculate out of a product tends to correlate with how accessible it is. So there will be more people using it in the beginning stages, and there will be less people who are satisfied with it in the later stages. And the quicker it is, the wider its breadth is. Oftentimes, not all the time, but usually this is the case. So when you have a product that is very difficult to access, like become like WaniKani and Anki, is because you're probably still thinking of it as the initial learning phase. When you're like Anki is a platform for often experienced learners. So in the future, when you when you matriculate outside of your initial kanji learning mindset, then there may be an opportunity to apply whatever Anki's platform in their community, which is largely proliferated by intermediate learners, to see an appreciation for their use. WaniKani, I would say, is past the it's somewhat slightly past the initial kanji phase, but not much more past that. I think when it comes to context, imagery, learning how to write things, I think WaniKani, in my opinion, gets like a passing grade. I would say 6 out of 10. And over the times when I'm using WaniKani, it's become pretty apparent. Like the stuff that don't work is not sufficient. So what I do is then I write my own content. That's how I do it, right? You pick up this note, you start writing and creating a new subsystem. And it's a system beyond WaniKani. And what I do is I take whatever they have, because I invested time in how they create keywords, like these type of keywords, tall, value, high, prints, but I want to create a subsystem above that in case for the lower, smaller cases. Yeah. So for example, I think WaniKani is fantastic. The way that I've written it, I think 80% is great. So they reach 80 percentile in my opinion. That's why I would that's why I may recommend it. Their mnemonic system would probably be 80 percentile. So like if you get 10 people uninitiated, 8 of them may start to adapt their system of how they're going to do it. But that other 20% is loud, because they're the ones that are going to end up matriculating. So then you have like, well, okay, later down the road, I just ignore most of the mnemonics. I've formed the foundation. Now they're automated. Now I rely on my own mnemonics. So when you matriculate, you create a subsystem of the WaniKani stuff, and then you add a layer on top of for yourself. So in the future, they rewrite their own mnemonics. Most people past a specific point will start creating their own layer. And that layer is what is not encouraged. I'm not saying they're telling you don't do this. It's not discouraged. It's not encouraged. So my specific type of criticism for these products is the what next question. In the design of the product itself, it does not create self-assessment, self-improvement beyond their own product, because it's not their concern. It's not their intent, and it's not part of their business model to encourage them to like do other things. The community though does. Eventually the community will say, hey, you got to level 30. I think that's where most WaniKani people would say, you got to level 30. Now go and read, go and pick up graded readers, integrate, create a network of subsystems for your language learning. And that's not what people say, by the way, in my opinion. They would say something else. It would be a lot more grounded. I'm being a little bit more technical because I like talking a little bit more technical. This way they would say, oh, now you just need to do other things. When you do other things, you'll get excited. You'll find different ways to use your Japanese. Application, right? And I'm not talking about like apps, but literal, the figurative nature of applying what you've learned. When you apply what you learn, you create a network, and that network gets reinforced by the use case. And that's kind of where my 99% retention comes from. Not, I think WaniKani can make up 80% of its retention. Sort of. I think 80% is quite generous. The other parts are what feels really bad over time if you're starting to specialize in something, and that's on you, unfortunately, or fortunately. You could see it as a personal challenge. I see it as a personal challenge. Most people, if you're already here for being complacent and compartmentalizing, this is what you're gonna leave feeling. And this is what app designers fear. The ones that stick around the longest, what is their final impression? Right? Like, what's their lingering impression? This number is often addressed to keep down. So I would say if you get to 80-20, that's pretty good. That's good for business. Any lower than this is sufficiency. So you want to reduce the amount of long-term users quitting on a very bad note. So the idea is you could make a concession as a development. It's like, oh, hey, our product is for initial language learning, right? Initial kanji learning. And you like emphasize that. And then you encourage other resources, maybe even collaborate with other resources that focus on advanced learning. And that's a way to like alleviate app design. Curate the optics for business. But WaniKani didn't strike me as, it's 11 years old and maybe they picked up some business people and management systems and like experts. It doesn't strike me as that they did. I think WaniKani is still a very homebrewed, internally kept thing, not like a corporate, very corporate things. But corporate can be very cold, right? It can be less impressionable. It's kind of like comparing a family restaurant to a fast food chain or something. So it is kind of the feeling that I get from WaniKani. So you get all the nuances of you can leave it, you can, but it's not corporate in the sense that they're hyper focused on catering to the masses. This WaniKani is still, all intents and purposes, a passion project by a group of people. So when their response is, if it doesn't work for you, try something else, because this is probably not for you. And that's the having the cake and eat it situation, solving the cake and eat it situation. If you're someone who constantly think of specialized desires and things meeting your expectations, then this is the product that you would get most of the time. It's a passion project. You take it or leave it. You stick to your guns, and it only caters to the people that work, and the things that don't work, there are plenty of products out there that will address your preferences. For myself, I'm like 80% the opposite direction. You give me something, I make it work. That's what I do. The act of making it work is what I learn most. So if you give me a shoddy product, but you incentivize me anyways to do so, I will find how to make it work better. But whatever is available will still work for a learning experience. It's not giving me if you give me a perfect product, I will be bored and I would learn less because there's nothing to learn. It's a perfect product. So that, in this context, the learning is what's interesting to me, not the Japanese, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is Japanese is still interesting, but it's born out of my interest in learning. I absolutely love learning. So would I play a game again if it means there's an opportunity to learn something from the way the game presents itself? Yes, most definitely. So I would like revisit things when I'm more knowledgeable. So like WaniKani helps me revisit Duolingo in a different light. Now I can see that, oh, you know what? You could take a little bit from column B and add to column A, or you could do it yourself because that product doesn't exist yet. And for the record, the whole antonym thing, antonym, synonym, graded response, that's taking Duolingo's aspect and integrating it with how WaniKani is supporting it. So it's a combination of what Duolingo does and a combination of what WaniKani does. So that aspect that I'm thinking of is trying to increase WaniKani's accessibility by taking a chapter from Duolingo, not all of Duolingo, just some parts of Duolingo, and then adding them to WaniKani, which then might be what it could be what is working for you as kanji quizzing. That might be why that is working. So these products may or may not exist already. The idea is I'm not concerned about what is there, what best stuff or worst stuff there is. I start somewhere that is sufficient, right? Duolingo was sufficient. If I wasn't interested in language learning, then Duolingo failed. These products are designed to initially interest you and then be interesting enough so that you can say, oh yeah, I've grown out of this product. It's time to go to another product. It succeeded. Most initial products, initial learning products, are supposed to get you interested enough, and in a worst case scenario, hate your product by the time they're done so that they would be motivated to go to a higher product. Obviously, that's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario would be they tell you, oh, use this for like 6 months, and then hey, move on to our collaborators product, because their focus is on intermediate learning, and then they collaborate together so that it benefits both of them. So oftentimes when someone this is where like me and Duolingo have a love-hate relationship, not because of Duolingo itself, because of the people who are language learning. Individuals who are language learning, the first comment I often get is that I don't understand how to learn a language. Because the community that isn't using Duolingo anymore is left with a sour note. And they often leave Duolingo, matriculating, hating it. What does that sound like? Elementary school, middle school, high school, even college. It's very seldomly graduate school. So it gets less and less because it starts specializing in the things. So you've already self-selected yourself into it. Elementary school, you don't self-select yourself. It's sort of. Your parents do most of the projecting of your emotions. Then middle school, you're self-selecting a little bit more. High school, then college, even where you live for university life, and then graduate school. So it goes down as it specializes, because now you're becoming an adult, so you self-select based on your expectations. And apps are designed so that that self-selection plays the least amount of role in it. What does Duolingo do? Duolingo is trying to, when you start the app, there is something initially to like about it. It gets you to show up. Not much more past that. Maybe a month or two, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go and now do the thing. But when you start another language, you might actually come back to Duolingo and dabble in another language, and then go on and do another thing. So Duolingo is now, unceremoniously the gateway. And it's a negative gateway because the internet has a form of normalized behavioral snobbery. People don't focus on the journey anymore or the process, they focus on the goal. So if Duolingo is really far from the goal, it is an inherently inferior product. It is not seen as a path to the product, right? When your initial learning, the farther it is from the goal is what the internet focuses on. That is looking at a small picture. And to me, a small picture like this, they're not learners, in my opinion. or they're less focused on learning. They're looking for results. Learners are interested in the learning process, in my opinion, not the results. These are like, it's something else. Because if Duolingo is always your first step, which is what Duolingo is designed for, then it will always, when you go down towards your goal, it will always look the worst. Because you're really experienced now. When you think of life, right? If this is a life chart, what does the internet sell best? All the things you regret. Because those people who think of goals only, in my opinion, this is my like take on internet behaviorism. If you are a goal-oriented person, everything you've previously done is regretful. Most of the things are regretful because you wish you already knew this stuff before you even started. So their goal when they sell things is to tell you all the things that they would have done if they have to do it all over again. But the thing is, you wouldn't have done it in the first place if you've never done the things that you're talking about you've never done. So there is value. In my opinion, this is a logical fallacy from my perspective, from a learning process perspective, right? There is value in the things you start doing that you can't possibly comprehend when you no longer care about the process. You no longer care about, so when someone says, oh, this is, what would I do differently if I had to do it over again? I watch those videos, by the way. Those videos are very important because it helps me understand who I'm watching. When they say they will never do something and only point out the cons in order to promote the pros of their experienced position, they're selling you a product. They're not teaching, in my opinion, they're not focused on teaching your well-being. The alternative is there are individuals who do sell products, but they talk about the pros and cons of what they did. So they don't tell you it's only bad what they did. They tell you what did they learn from it? What did they do? Right? That's the point. Like, what can you learn from it? What can't you learn from it? And this is why you would do it differently. Not because it's only bad because you're inexperienced. That's like saying you're never a child. You were never a child. You were never inexperienced. You were never in the process of learning something. You were always a genius. That's terrifying. In my opinion, trusting someone like that is like meeting a friend and thinking that you should know everything about your friend the first time you meet. That's internet hustle culture. This design here that I'm talking about is the internet hustle culture. And it's not everyone. I'm not saying it's everyone or it's all the time. This is a trend. You hustle your way to the end goal. You think that experiences can be summarized by a goal, when in fact it requires awareness of the pros and cons of the entire process. Otherwise, you're hustling along. And by no means am I saying you can't make this work. This can work. This works for a lot of people. Like, go buy the best product. I mean, if you think that AI vibe coding, if you can make AI vibe coding work for your purposes, go for it. It's not my prerogative to tell you that it's good or bad or how it makes you feel. In the end of the day, I'm more focused on the process. And this is a interesting concept. I might dabble in it. Who knows? Like, that it's another subsystem of learning that can be compared to, I don't know, some traditional ways, whatever that means. I do have examples of what people would consider as traditional or dogmatic approaches to learning how to code, but hey, that's a different digression for another thing. You think you quit Duo after 3 or 4 month streak? That sounds about reasonable. That's about that around that time. It was at the point where you log in only to not lose the streak, but you didn't even learn anything or want to do, only delete it, so you just stopped? Yep. That's very self-aware. I still practice on Duolingo. So I practice all the things that I'm up to. I completed the Chinese course on Duolingo, and we're like section 4 or 5 in Japanese. I haven't continued that, found time to integrate that stuff. My routine is, for lack of a better term, if it took me 8 hours to explain the WaniKani routine at the end of 300, like 300 days in Duolingo for Japanese, it took me about 8 hours as well to explain the routine for that. It's a different routine because Duolingo does different things, so that the routine is complemented by a different thing. You don't regret it though. You did learn from it regardless of how you feel at the end of your time using it. That's fair. Sometimes I feel like when people say they don't regret it, I'm not suggesting that you are, but sometimes when people say they don't regret it, they behave as though they do. Like, what I mean by that is, you know how occasionally some people would say something like, oh yeah, you know, man, I really wish that X had this, but that's okay. Now I do have this. I'm like, okay, are you sure you don't regret it? Like, no, yeah, I definitely don't regret it. But if only it had this. And I'm like, that sounds like regret. Because you're fixated on what it must have, or what it could have, or should have had. That's like saying, when you lose, man, if only I did this, then I would have won. Right? And it's a good place when you have no idea what to do and what to test the waters. I think that's what Duolingo markets itself as, Mika. And Seth is using the okay thing, so you can ignore that if you want. It's one of the new Gen Z. It's one of the new internet hustle comments. Anyways, are you only using Kanji Quizzer right now, Mika? Or do you have other things? Have you dabbled in like graded readers or anything like that? I don't actually know where you are in Japanese. Mika, what is your current exploration, like area of exploration for it? You don't have to be literally Gen Z to be Gen Z, Seth. If you want to if you're talking about age, I don't know what your age is. But okay. Bro. Okay, bro. Tell me you're not Gen Z without telling me you're not Gen Z. Bro. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm curious, where are you in your whole thing? You're currently use a mix. You're a beginner, medium-ish per week? Yeah. What is your routine like, Mika? I'm curious. Mine's very in the evening is very inconsistent. It's my leisure time, but generally I go on, you know, I stream Wikipedia. I stream WaniKani and Hanzi Hero at the baseline. It's the default. It has to occur each day, unless I'm out of town. These are the stuff, and then in the evening, it can range. A lot of times it's video games that are in Japanese, and then I I like vlogs. Vlogs can come and go because it's dependent on the content creator. Vlogs, typically they're multicultural vlogs. So it's people who speak in English and Japanese. For Japanese. And then for Chinese, it's Chinese is a little different. I watch like dramas because my background, my family is Chinese. So most of the time I'm used to listening to it. 2 hours in a class. Oh, you have a class for the target language. Few hours of kanji, kanji quizzing to learn less new content between those classes. Okay, occasionally dip in and out of trying SRS cards via. Oh, okay. Yep, you mentioned Shirabe Jisho, and you heavily use games for voice immersion though. Nice. That sounds like pretty much all your free time. I mean, what I mean is, it takes up a lot of your free time, right? So, sounds good. My juggling deals with I still use English most of the time because I have to write things for or background stuff. But I can't like listen to things. I don't know. I can't listen to things like science and whatnot yet in Japanese or Chinese, so I can't overlap those uses. So with that, occasionally I would say 2 or hours in the evening deals with multicultural content. You have a disorganized group of things you're trying to learn over time. I see. Do you have any particular application groups that you would like to learn out of sync? Like for myself, streamer dialogue is something that I'm prepping for in 2026. I have like a whole workbook of ideas that I will use for my specific use case, and it's bilingual and multilingual stream dialogue. So things that I can weave in and out of in 2 or 3 languages at once for 2026. So instead of like looking at JLPT, right? JLPT or casual talking or something focused on like visiting the country or tourism, mostly it's dealing with evaluating all the English that I use now and developing a application group for it. Yeah. So do you have any like of your own created application group? Like maybe your specific situation would be how to use your target language in the aspect of interacting with Hong Kong people or something. I'm using an example that you shared with me because I don't have like, I don't know you that well, but like your specific use case. Because I think much like coding, one of the dogmatic ways of learning how to code is to have an application group. Like you have multiple projects, right? 2 or 3 projects that you feel along the way, you're like, oh, I really want to do this. So because of that use case, you're learning the language for that use case. And that creates a application group beyond your foundational learning and your curriculum-based learning, which is experiences you may or may not have in the future, but they are likely to happen, versus this is going to happen because you're interested in this. Like, for example, learning how to read specialized vocabulary for dark fantasy novels because you just happen to absolutely love dark fantasy. So it would be like way outside of your standard frequency curriculum, but more of your passion. I guess you could call them passion groups, but application groups is a little bit more unadulterated. Your focus is split 50-50 between standardized testing and understanding games, videos, VCs, and participating in those. Okay. May I ask what kind of games? Or like if you have any examples of games or videos? I'm kind of curious what your interests are. maybe I haven't really focused too much right now for video games. Things like hit points, like things like hit points, game lingo, right? Hit points, mana, energy, like what terms that they use for like weapons, right? Crafting, that type of thing. These are the things that I have application groups for like Japanese and Chinese. How are these expressed in these languages, for example? Videos, you have over 10k YouTube videos in the last 5 hours. That seems reasonable. 10k YouTube hours. I'm a 1.5% speed YouTube person. So I tend to watch like documentaries or web docus, I suppose. They're technically not documentaries, but like things like this. But that doesn't give me an example. So like there's got to be are you telling me it's just disorganized so you can't describe the 10k YouTube hours? You just vibe your way through your videos? You already run out of content as is? I find that very difficult to believe, but maybe run out of content based on your own interest. Games you swap between many, to name a few. One moment, okay. Yeah, I really find that very difficult to believe. Because I don't work, and I don't work, nor do I study anything else, and I would like to venture that 10k YouTube hours doesn't seem, maybe very specific, narrow things, but I'm not entirely convinced. And then you swap between many games. I see. That's kind of, I would expect that, I suppose, at this point. Alright, I'll go along while you round out some names. Curious. Very curious. There is, of course, more content that exists, but you struggle to find new content that interests you. Okay, or is similar to what you enjoy. I see. That's fair enough. I think that's very reasonable. Although, somehow, Mika, I could be really cynical and say, well, AI slop is kind of taking over. Like, I'm kidding, obviously, but it is a growing concern about the iteration on AI things, right? They're not necessarily novel, but just iterating, saturating, and may make it seem like there's less content or less interesting content because the dominance of taking advantage of how the algorithm works is that you can saturate content that's interesting to someone. AI is easy to avoid. I can kind of see that. I'm gonna respectfully disagree, but it really, since I don't know you on your level of like how you identify what AI is or how AI assisted it is. AI is algorithm dependent. So like, for example, how can I tell if you like here's a presumption that I'm making. You said AI is easy to avoid, but the comments you make tend to be a projection of your own preferences. That's what AI preys on. And AI is algorithm dependent. So saturation, what makes someone think that there's a saturation of content or very minimal content they're interested in is coming from something that AI preys on, in my opinion. So like, for example, the moment you mentioned soggy rice, which was the first thing that we talked about that extended this, when I think soggy rice and someone tells me that it's disappointing in soggy rice, I would probably think about like 4 or 5 different ways that soggy rice isn't disappointing, just to see how interesting that is. Like, what are the use cases for soggy rice? But instead, a lot of times your comments deal with selectively confirming the things you want to know. And that is why I'm a little apprehensive of thinking that AI is easy to avoid. Usually it's one of the consequences of the AI slop. It's very efficient for individuals who have very selective interest and selective thinking. You more so meant low effort TTS video. I mean, that's fine if you can identify it. Or something along those lines. You're also not a fan of short form content, though some maybe that make a difference in your recommendation for videos. That's fair. So those are fair points. They're not entirely relevant to what I'm saying, but those are fair points. Right? And though short form content and long form content are algorithm dependent. So I think the other stuff that you stated is very true. Right? It still holds true for those. It doesn't differentiate them from the existing content. Like for instance, this whole thing that I'm doing now, a living example of the whole, like, how to identify if it's AI or not and whatnot. Yes, you can make an argument that long form content tend to be perhaps void of that, or it's easy to avoid short form content that's AI assisted. But my commentary was largely based on how saturated things are. Like, I don't know if you're ever aware of being interested in something by how frequently it shows up, like the mere exposure effect. But oftentimes when someone wants to see what they want to see, then it is fairly easy to confidently say that you run out of content as is, because there are only certain things that interest you or similar to what you enjoy, which is algorithm dependent. Right. Not saying that you're gonna run out of content, or I'm actually trying to say the opposite, but I think you may believe differently than I do. And I think my joke was that AI content makes that even more exaggerated. The idea is that the content that's presented to you can be incredibly affected by the manufacturing of material for that content with AI. Whether you watch low effort TTS videos or not. Popular recommended things have more presence than not. Like, it would be that's why I'm interested in hearing what kind of videos you in your 10k hours plus. It's personally all right if you don't want to share what your personal 10k YouTube hours. You're not really someone that wants to sit in an echo chamber in terms of opinion. You just have a smallish pool of interest, and you're sometimes a bit picky in terms of video editing, voices, etc. All right. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I don't know if you sit in the echo chamber or not. Right. I think, in my opinion, people speak and behave a certain way as a consequence of being in an echo chamber. They don't necessarily have to if they're in an echo chamber. Compiling games right now. I see. Interesting. I have a very controversial topic dealing with video games recently that was interesting to follow, and that was like the fall of a prominent figure. I'll let you brainstorm about what that is, but I thought that essay and point targeted dialogue was really interesting. It was a bit of online online politics involved. Something that I don't usually dabble in, but my interest in video games kind of brought it to light. Perhaps you might know what I'm referring to, but it's kind of a sensitive topic, so I don't bring it up. Actually, there hasn't been anyone who has brought it up yet. I thought the whole like dynamics of this person was really interesting to use as a like a unprecedented case of how social media works. I'm talking around the person. So compiling. How about those shows? What kind of shows or videos or games? I mean, sorry, games. Koibito. Very picky, huh? Video editing. May I ask you what type of video editing that you like? I have a very earlier I had a very picky situation that I used from like 10 years ago. They're still around now, but the jump cutting, oh man. There's like an older video style that happens quite a lot back in the day when people did like news segments or whatnot, and there's a particular person that person's style of editing has become so brand recognizable that that person probably completely embellished it or even selectively used it to be identifiable as them. So their technique in the way they present is so jarringly like 2000s, which now is not the social norm of editing, but now it's brand recognizably them, which presents a really interesting case about the whole algorithm thing. Noting too fast-paced or overly nothing too fast-paced or overly crowded, nothing that drags video out and goes totally off topic. Oh, okay. No long intros or ad reads or outros. Okay. So nothing, and then okay, I'm just getting a lot. Ad reads are fine. Overselling random product isn't your thing though. Okay, I see. Feels like a lot of vibes. I'm not. Yeah, that does feel like a lot of vibing there. Nothing that drags videos out and goes totally off topic. Huh. Interesting. I'm trying to think of an example, if I have an example. Probably not going to suggest some of those things. Digressions are digressions. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by drag videos out and goes totally off topic. Are we talking about something like, since this is like nothing long, too much and stuff, are we talking about like if someone was to talk about video games and they suddenly talk about politics and that is too far off? Or are you talking about like they have to be totally off topic? That's interesting. Like would it's hard to explain? Well, that's kind of the challenge, right? That's kind of the challenge. Or do you say that to most people? It's too hard to explain. I'll leave it be though. Sounds like you have, yeah, it sounds like a picky in terms of video editing and voice. That's fair enough. I was kind of looking for an example, like an actual example, but those are some criteria that would be hard to explain. I agree with you. Nothing too fast-paced or overly crowded is gonna be difficult to explain because it doesn't say very much to me and drags out and off topic and ad reads, no long intros. Yeah, like if they randomly brought up politics and talk about it for 10 minutes in the middle of a completely different reel, that just puts you off. But it has to be unrelated to the topic that they're talking about, right? No Mr. Beast editing? That's fair. That's a pretty specific example. Now I have a really defined idea. That's actually a really big one. Because it's proliferative enough for me to immediately capture what you're talking about. I have seen my fair share of people like linking and looking, so I have a really defined thought on that editing style, actually. Yeah. My specific share is Philip DeFranco is the person that I'm talking about. His brand of editing has become his brand, and I don't think I've seen that brand anywhere else anymore. So it's interesting that the person either owned it deliberately or the community has become so accustomed to it that to me it like is hard to, unless you're into the nostalgia or something, the old school have you ever seen this algorithm way back like 10 years ago where someone developed where they would do jump cuts wherever there's to it auto edits any audio void, so it auto jump cuts all your videos? That's kind of the 2000 aesthetic that I'm talking about, where it was way back, like I would say more than 10 years ago. There was this like paper. There was this paper, and we're talking about a journal article, like a academic journal article, that said the thing about disseminating information, where you can like jump cut and remove all like audio. So like if you're constantly talking, right, but there are audio breakpoints, you can auto cut this because it's very, this was, you know, big deal back then, you know, more than 10 years ago, right? Nowadays it's not the same anymore. But what happens is if you jump cut from here to here, there a young kid did like a coding project, and they removed these things using an automated process. And what happens when they tested these clips, like clips with plus or minus jump cut, at least this is how I was told it has happened. I didn't read the actual primary source itself, so take it with a grain of salt. The engagement was higher with the jump cuts. So we're talking about something like this. I'm going to try to animate it in reality. I have a very interesting thing to tell you today. It is very, very important that you do not mistake my words. Are you ready for it? Versus, it is very interesting, I have something very important to tell you. Are you ready for it? But instead, what happens when someone doesn't speak with enunciation and pausing and stuff is that in the editing process, they would just cut. They would just cut these. So this person, it's his brand. Like, most people do not speak in their editing ways this way anymore. Even teleprompters, like you can buy teleprompters and whatnot now to speak with specific cadence. There's a difference between someone who's reading with single cadence versus someone who's incapable of doing it and then jump cutting all. And then it happens like this. Like, let me tell you today and then it jumps right to, I have a really important thing to tell you. Jump cuts to, for you today, so don't get me wrong. Jump cuts again, it's like, and this is the news. So it keeps going like the da-da-da-da, 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 and it cuts every time. You can tell when the person is breathing or slowing down or going to do something. And it became this person's brand. And that was 10 years ago. So recently on YouTube, I saw another video, like another video showed up. Another video showed up by this person. And that hasn't changed at all. It did not change at all. So my first thought was, wow. Because then we can contrast it with someone else, like MKBHD. And then you can hear, even when the camera goes off, you know how like tech shows insert the product, you can't hear the cut in his voice. He would continue to talk as though he was in front of the camera. What they did was they inserted like pictures of the product or the news title or something, but that person continued to talk in their cadence and like slowing down and speeding up. There are still specific people who uses this technique, and I think it was popularized probably around 10 years ago now, where the whole idea was you cut out all thinking process. So like because back in the day it was all about squeezing in the short formats, right? And nowadays it's kind of nice when someone takes a breather or they do something in between that deals with like utilizing the camera. So vloggers still kind of do this, but they don't do this aggressively. When they complete an idea, there might be a jump cut. So like if that would bother you, there are vloggers, like the thing is, the harshness is if they talk with their hands a lot, it would be like you do this and then the hand would like cut off and then cut back on and cut off. So the hand itself, with all the movement in their body, would cut. It's less disturbing when it's someone who like sits here and don't move very minimally. But this person's brand, they also use hand gestures. So then you can tell immediately when it cuts. And it always cuts on uptone for this person. So like jump cut, jump cut, jump cut. It's not like jump cut, jump cut, jump cut. It's always jump cut, jump cut. And you know what's funny about that though? I think some people actually, like for me, I think a good number of people like that because it sounds like a song. Like what I mean is, this guy's talking pattern because of the jump cutting is like this. Like it's always this. It's a sudden blah 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 blah. But this area is tightened, so then it becomes like this. Oh, I could give you any one of his videos. Give you this example. It's really interesting. It kind of makes, like, this is only a personal preference. It makes me anxious. Like I'm very anxious when this happens. Also, you do believe frequent cuts can be done well in a non... I believe so too. Yes. In fact, inserts and stuff. The idea, my focus was on the person's speech patterns. Like the speech patterns. They could get rid of the entire camera thing, but it was the speech patterns. So I'm trying to describe something that specifically I'm a little picky about too. Give me the name and I'll come back in a minute with feedback. By the way, kudos to that person. Like it's just not my cup of tea. So this is what I mean, Mika. Like if you have specific examples, I would love to hear what the specific examples are, because in my opinion, things are really hard to explain. I totally understand. People like it's very difficult to explain. a lot of times. But when you have a lot of friends, you know, I'm not saying you don't have a lot of friends. I have very few friends, right? For example, um, when you go back and forth and you get other people's opinions and their perspective on the things that you watch and whatnot, you get like a bigger collage, like a better, a more useful way of explaining things. And this one, me and a close friend, we talked about like, why does this feel so off? And it was because we, at the time, like, obviously they're both very successful people, and the people that like them, the people that don't watch them, right? And it was because we were contrasting the rise of MKBHD and a person who is established before MKBHD. So this was before. Like the person that I typed came before it, but before the rise of like the MKBHD little tech edit things. Personally, I always give a shout out to a person that people that I like to watch regularly, and that's Hank Green. And yeah, up and then down, and it cuts. Focus on whenever the camera's on him long enough, when he doesn't have an insert, look at his hands and his head motion. If he moves his hand, and it always goes la da da la da da la da da over and over again. And then when there's an insert, it still continues to do that. Like for me, there are jump cuts. Hank, like I watch the Green Brothers all the time. Yeah, the motions are, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's motion snare. Yep, exactly. Right. What you call it? What you call it? I watch John Green and Hank Green a lot. Their channel is called Vlog Brothers. And they vlog, so they cut a lot. They are cutting because they have a lot of thoughts. But what happens is they typically complete the thought. They complete the thought before they jump cut. And that means that they're breathing, and they're like, the way it's not broken in mid-sentence. Like if they add a like, or they pause a little to think, or like something's not coming to them right away, it includes that. It doesn't make it sound like they always operating at like 100% or 120%, where they never have like a time to breathe. Sometimes they would pause, they would speed up, they would sound a little bit louder and a little bit manic, and just speed up a little bit, and then, you know, kind of slow it down when it matters. Like, oh man, this is so exciting. Like, all this stuff is happening. A is happening, B is happening, X is happening. And then I just told myself, I just have to breathe. You know, we just have to breathe. Sometimes life can slow down, and you can sit around, take in the air, breathe. Right? But if you end up jump cutting those things, all the impact and the dissonance will occur. Like, wait, what happened there? So you can automate it though. If someone is really excellent at speaking at a very consistent thing, it can be cathartic to people. In fact, I actually think there's a market for that, where an individual will speak at a very consistent. It can be chaotic, but if it's repetitious enough, it can create background noise. So I have heard this many times from other people. It's like, oh, okay, it's just nice having, you know, background noise while I'm doing things, right? Actually, I think Mika, you've already mentioned that about drawing. I think that might have been you, where when you have background noise, having something that's consistent might be the way to go. So I have a feeling the person's method and stuff, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it is very recognizable. So whenever, and hear me out, this person didn't invent this. This person didn't invent this technique. It just happens that they're my example of this technique. So whenever I think about it, when I encounter another person in the wild, like say someone less influential, but not like lesser in value, but less influential at the time because they started recently. I'm like, oh, you know what? That is that guy's technique. It's like, wow, this guy really reminds me of that, because in my personal experience, this is the guy that started the thing. So whenever I hear someone who like has a perfectly like almost methodic and melodic consistency in their jump cut, I'm like, oh, I think this is intentional. I think they know what they're doing, and I think it's working. So not for me, but definitely for other people. Like if I had to do something that I enjoy quite a lot, that's what makes TechLink different, in my opinion. So TechLink now is my like quote unquote one of my common references. If I had to do like, oh, it's too hard to explain, but go watch some TechLink, like the tech news section of TechLink. It has that it has a funny intro, you know, like it's a relevant intro, but it's for humor, and then they go into your longer segments and then the quick bits, and that's kind of an interesting dynamic. So they have regularness, but their segment is dynamic. So you have regular patterns, but there are multiple segments to the thing, as opposed to having it the same thing up and down constantly, which then constitutes as background noise. It's the one where people can watch passively. And there's a difference between those two. Some games you've played recently, regardless of the voice acting situation. Oh, Rain World? Ooh, Rain World. That is a hardcore. I have not touched Rain World, but I have seen so much Rain World niche, like hardcore Rain World augmented reality bits on that game. Genshin. Okay, Genshin. I'm not familiar with the third one. Archaea. Archaea? Sky Coddle. Is that like axolotl with sky? Sky Coddle. Interesting. Warframe. Whoa, that's a long one. Celeste. Brutal platform punishment, huh? Where's that Silk Song at, Mika? What are you doing? Where's that Silk Song life? I'm kidding. But when I see Celeste, I'm like, come on. You gotta get smooth like the silk. You often play a game for up to a few months, drop it, then return up to 3 to 18 months later. I see. Yeah, I've watched Silk Song content recently a bit. I have too. I have some personal online friends that back in the day I was playing Hollow Knight, right? Back in the day. And then they are fully embracing the hype that is then. So it's fun watching them enjoy the content. This year for me is the year of Clear Obscure. Clear Obscure is something that panders to me just by coincidence. Obviously, those games don't come by because they're not trendy yet. It's kind of like saying the game of 2 years ago is for you is like Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm like, well, yes, but those are like non-continuous, one-off, oftentimes things. They're not necessarily trendsetters, right? And Silk Song is probably gonna file under that as well. A channel called Bog makes interesting and engaging videos about trying the editing software and random hobbies. Intriguing. I'll have to take a look at that. Now we're getting to the good bit. I'm gonna look at this stuff. Bog, you say? Are we talking about? Is it Bog? Is the like the avatar just Bog with like a purple background? And then one. Okay. I'll keep a tab open to that. Is that the correct one? See, this is where it gets interesting. In my opinion, Mika, I think sometimes you don't really have to explain. You can show, and I think I get a lot of information from participating in people's things. I am not familiar with Bog, by the way, so call me cultured, because that's a really big... It's kind of funny that this Bog channel doesn't have a description. Interesting. Huh. I'll take a look at it in the evening. Thanks for sharing. For Rainwell content, if that interests you, you find Scurry's playthrough of the official campaign enjoyable? I'll have to take a look. Okay. So Scurry... Oh, wow, that's a top search result. Oh, okay. Scurry tells me quite a bit too. All right, I got you. Did you see anything on his or or her or Scurry's playthrough on Silksong? I imagine that's something too. I can kind of get the vibe of this person already from seeing their catalog of stuff. They played Ori. Did randomizers, of course, from Soft Games are on that. Interesting. Ooh, there's some ones that they played Yo-Yo Bat. Intriguing. Scary is they them. Okay, sure. Yes. Yeah, I've been keeping up with it a little bit. I see. They them, huh? It checks out with that avatar and their brand. Fair enough. All right. I got some stuff to catch up on, but thanks for sharing. I can probably gather some ideas and then be able to like share if I've come across anything remotely like that. I have one related question to how we met and how we started talking. Is this how you introduce your stuff when you talk to other people? Or do other people, when you're saying, like, yesterday you said everyone's so introverted, do they never ask you, like, what you're interested in? Does it ever get to that point? Where, like, it doesn't seem to me like you volunteer too much. You often say it's too complicated. Or it's too hard to explain. But I earnestly feel like that produces a barrier for anyone to be familiar with you in general. Like if someone, you know, if Procall comes on, which he sometimes does on when I'm streaming, he would ask me like, "Oh, did anything interesting happen your day?" And your first comment would be, "Oh, it's just kind of difficult to explain." That would be, in my opinion, likely spent most of the time, 80% of the time, they would withdraw. Usually, it really depends. IRL friends doesn't ever get to that point where they ask anything beyond, "How are you? What are you studying?" Interesting. Do you ever ask them back, regardless of what they say? I think nowadays, I think that's very expected. However, the question is, do you guys wait to see who initiates or just let it go by? Let the moment go by? I think I feel like there's a particular edge if you're the one to be able to initiate. At least in this day and age. If it is to be held true that most people are introverted these days or self-proclaimed introverted, being able to initiate allows you to control and lead the conversation. You do ask about interests sometimes, often ends up resulting in nothing though. That's how you separate the introverted from the extroverted, I suppose. You're bad at initiating conversation IRL and you usually avoid it too. Yeah, which makes sense, right? That's the social norm. And then also wherever you live, if you're in like a face culture, that's usually the social norm. So instead of being like a bad thing, like it's more like a normal thing, right? Like and if it's normal, to me, that's a silver lining. What I mean by that is, so that means that if you are able to get a routine to initiate conversation, right? You can determine who is more likely to be interested in you immediately, or who has a specific personality. Like that to me is interesting to test, or it would be a motivation for me to test my conversational skills out, right? If you know that if you feel like everyone, including yourself, do a specific thing, how can you encourage yourself to take advantage of the situation? I always wondered that. Obviously, I don't live in a situation that allows me to do that, but I find that if I'm in a different environment, there's so much exciting things you can try out. You can usually determine who will work as a friend within a few interactions. Intriguing. You often don't continue intentionally extending conversation once you know it won't work. I don't want to be too direct with you, but if you think that, then you can't possibly know. So you can't possibly know how to determine things will work out if you don't do that. Yeah, I think that's a logical fallacy. It only works out because you only choose what can work out. Or if you're only choosing prematurely, in my opinion, that it'll work out, then you can't possibly know what can work out. So you're not intentionally extending conversation in order to see if it will work out, then you only know the scope of how many things you participate in. You haven't tested the limit of what can work out. I'm not saying you can't be happy about it. You can't know, you can't be completely accurate, but you can, to an extent, understand when people will absolutely not work as a friend. I disagree. You can know what may not work out as a friend, but without extending and pushing things to the limit, you absolutely do not know if it will not work out. That is like basing your stuff on no evidence. That's like something that doesn't exist, in my opinion. So therefore, it could not exist. By the way, this, in my opinion, it saves time. So, for someone who doesn't like to talk very much, right? Doesn't like to, if they're avoiding talking and stuff, this is really good. This, in my opinion, this is concordant. So you're saving time if you don't want to, grasp, you're not grasping at straws, basically. And I understand that. I totally understand that it's not, you're not determined to make things work. It's not your prerogative. It's your prerogative. You're not interested in that. So, I'm getting a better sense of how you go about your conversation with people. Like for me, like the longer you stay here, right? The longer we talk, the more I'm gonna press and extend the conversation. in fact, hear me out. Hear me out. There's pros and cons to this. Pros and cons. And the cons is exactly what you probably expect. I usually extend the conversation to the point to know that it could not exist. So oftentimes, if you're wondering why you're like the only person, or like I'm not talking to other people or 100 people, generally speaking, I talk to that person, we get to know each other really, really well, very quickly, extended amount of times, and it's not sustainable. And eventually they leave. And we grow disinterested in each other. So when you say doesn't work out a long-term friends, generally speaking, either or, I know this is going to provide you with an excuse if you want. Either or, when you extend conversation, you can look at it as a way to determine how strong long-term is. If they leave after extending the conversation, they are even less likely to be friends. So you can make a counter argument. If you only determine things based on the first couple interactions, then those ones who would have extended conversations do not exist in your pool. And then you're banking on the happenstance, the low percentage chance, which still can happen, right? The low percentage chance by weaving based on the few interactions, which will still be able to result in the having long-term friends, right? Because ultimately, either or, I'm telling you in my opinion from experience, when you constantly extend conversations, it still leads to a low number of long-term friends. Because long-term conversation is a heavy selection factor. It's a heavy selection. And then it's a fewer friends and low percentage based on few interactions, because this is a low sufficiency selection factor. So we're kind of like at the opposite ends here. Somewhere in the middle is, you know, where it goes. But I think you're closer to the middle than I am. Yeah, when you're always extending conversations, at some point there will be a disagreement or like a conflict of interest, and I test those conflict of interest. So that's kind of why I extend. So it's funny because here a contrast between you and me is you use few interactions, right, to save time and avoid potential conflicts. And I use extended, like plus interactions and insistent, in order to find conflicts. And if I can resolve those conflicts, that is the example of how I can be a long-term friend with someone. Yeah. You prefer to avoid the excessive conversation where you doubt it will work well long-term or not. You also get socially drained, especially around new people though. Hear me out. I do too. Like a lot of people talk about introversion. Introverted people don't have to resemble behavior that resolves the draining, right? I do too, but you don't practice either. That's, in my opinion, that is the nuanced difference between you and me. Not because we both don't get drained around new people. It's kind of like learning a language, right? It's draining at first. And you hope that with practice and understanding, it's less draining. This is me spending maybe most of I'm gonna say after my teenage years, after I left the nest and went off to college. That's when I started my journey on working on practicing conversation while managing the draining aspect. Like, I'm only having a conversation with you today. It's not like 100 other people or 150 other people or thousands of people. It's only scalable to 1 or 2 interactions a day. The idea is that the humor here is and it's up to other people to interpret, but from my perspective, a few interaction can't determine long-term relationships from my perspective. You have to challenge the conflict of interest in order to know if it's long-term. So, like, you can try this perspective, you can try to make it very efficient by saying, okay, well, let's tackle interest. And then use that interest to hopefully save for long term. Right? And then you would argue then when you become housemates. Right? When you become housemates, a conflict of interest can arise. Right? But since you only have few interactions, you haven't resolved the conflict of interest yet. Personal wise, you spent 4 years talking to thousands of people on your DC server. Each year you get more drained from interaction with people there. Today you're no longer friend searching on DC. That's fine, but you've already told me that you've done few interactions. And then now you're telling me you interact with 1,000 people. But this is quantity in a different way. I'm talking about the quality of the interaction. So if you had long interactions with 1,000 people, that's really impressive. And that would mean that any one person is less stressful by the nature of what I'm talking about. So you're saying interacting with new people is stressful, right? New people in IRL. But IRL is not about the quantity of few interactions, but the quality of it. Probably along with 200 or so. It's hard for me to believe that now, because you've already made assertions that you use few interactions and you do pre-selection based on few interactions, and you've already shared with me that you say you avoid initiating. So that's, to me, and this is online, right? Because it's Discord. The other time you made a distinction between IRL and online. IRL interactions, the interaction we have right now is my IRL interaction. This is the requirement and the labor intense, and I expect it to keep going until we reach a conflict of interest. Then when we have a point of disagreement, in my opinion, is how we resolve those disagreements. That tells me you move from longer interactions and initiate a few interactions and significantly less initiating over the 4 years, if that makes sense. That's fair. If you lessened over the like 4 years, right? I don't know how old you are. I'm gonna guess you're probably like 21. Maybe 1 or 21. If you lessen over the 4 years, right? If you lessen the 4 years and you're saying you interacted with 200 people, the amount of time that takes tells me a lot about what you consider as long or short-term interaction. But the idea is, if the quality of the interaction doesn't engage in conflict of interest, you're not resolving anything. You're not practicing in resolving anything. or expressing anything. Like, for example, in a Discord, you could be in like a game Discord. But how often do you talk about something else that you might disagree? How come you seek conflict and resolution to it? Because connecting with people requires problem solving and critical thinking. Unless you're the person who believes that there's a perfect someone for everyone, right? Perfect someone for everyone. And I agree that that can be true, but this is low percentage. And to me, someone who believes this is someone who relies on few interactions and make decisions based on pre-selection. And I totally agree with you. That's very appropriate. It's not what I'm talking about, though. What I'm talking about is making connections through the resolution of sharing interactions, right? Without being able to understand if you can resolve differences because you are different people. No human is one-to-one unless you met your soulmate, sure, right? If you met your soulmate and they're perfect in every form, then that'll be it. I bring this up because how we met and how we talk, right, is about making new friends. Or getting along with like new roommates for a year. Well, that's initially, it starts with conflict of interest. I'm not seeking conflict. I'm determining if there is conflict. And then being able to resolve it. Because being able to resolve conflicts and resolutions make connecting with friends unconditional. Like, my friends and I disagree all the time. And yet, we're the best of friends. Because we've already tested all these things. We know for sure, even if we lived in a house together, I don't know, shared responsibilities, we can't inconvenience each other. Or we can inconvenience each other, but we wouldn't feel guilty about inconveniencing each other. However, hear me out. The order can be different, right? Like you can still test the waters, and this is what I mean by thousands of people. You can test 1,000 people, and you can select them down to 10 very quickly. And eventually, these people get tested for conflict of interest. Which is the direction I feel, if I were to empathize with you, this is the direction that you head. I actually do them case by case. So I actually interact with tens of people. And then test if they work out. Usually, most of them, they don't work out. And then I continue to test 10, 0, 10, 0. And occasionally there's this one, right? And to me, then I know for sure. I know for sure this person is the one. Or the one of, 10 long term. So both of these lead to long-term friends, by the way. So I'm not saying that you can't, they both work. Both these methods work. I'm comparing and contrasting our feel. Yeah, both of these work. They totally work. You use a mix? That's interesting. For myself, since I typically use this is not available to me anymore, right? The closest thing I've ever had to this is when I was teaching. When I was teaching, you might encounter like 300 students, but they're students. They're not allowed to be friends, obviously. Once you're outside the class, maybe. Like once the student is no longer in your class and whatnot. The closest relationship I've ever had was in an academic environment. In an academic environment, it's not professional, right? So it conflicts with professionalism. So that's the closest I've ever had with exposing myself to that. Or like coworkers. Coworkers is the highest volume, but highest volume is like to the tens. You don't have thousands of PhD candidates in one place all the time. And they have very strong selection factors. So almost all of them later in adulthood, right? Later in adulthood, the mix comes from pinning where your maturation is in your behavior. The reason why I'm saying you're probably in your 20s is because there's a transition period between adulthood and adolescence on how they select for quality over quantity selection for friends. However, that's not entirely universal. There are plenty of people, there are enough significant people, but they're not majority that would still place on quantity because they're still looking for their first couple friends. Additional context, you used to be really alone, so you made DC servers to find people to be with. Yeah, over the 4 years you've done that. You've met over 1,000 people, but not all at once. That's fair. And that's where you first start, right? And many you've already met in chats a few times. Not all went far or anything. Yeah, but it's the culmination of doing something. So I've talked. That's fair. And then I want to add something. Without practice, this is my ad. Without practice, you can't intuit. If you're an intuition, and without practice, you have no evidence. Intuition can lead to improvement in things if you're not analytical. With practice, you can gain evidence to improve your conversation style, right? Your conversation proficiency. But without this, it always gets harder. Right? It always gets harder. Over time. And I spent the opposite. I'm basically the opposite at the moment. You often think it's ironic in a way that now prefer to only have a few friends and don't seek new friendships there, but so many members of their community are just like I was years ago. That's very important to observe, because in my opinion, on the internet, I have this working theory that am working on writing about. But during this particular period of the internet renaissance, right? During the internet renaissance, the delay, and it's not a good or a bad thing, it's just there's a shift. The delay in adulthood communication styles, or like relation style, like relation adaptation, is delayed. It's being shifted later and later. I think it's right around here now, because largely the first time you leave the nest, right, that's where the explosion of contact with other people. Yes, in the beginning you have like high school, like you have school, right? That's your initial ground of human interaction. But then when you leave the nest, there is a diversity explosion, usually, right? And this leads to that whole sampling size of like hundreds. At some point, it narrows because you have more experience. Experience leads to self-selection, strong self-selection. So then you would naturally go into quality over quantity. This is part of like adult aging. This used to be dogmatic back in the day. Like we're talking about like the 1900s dogmatic, which is like psychology 101 stuff. In adult aging, this stuff is no longer true much. It still holds to some extent, but the way internet has changed societal interactions, this has shifted. So now the first exposure is when you have the accessibility of being connected like via Discord or social media, that's your first feedback on being exposed to a large diversity. And it's on an even larger scale, like thousands of people. I was born before the internet, so and before social media, so that's kind of, or the specific social media we're talking about. There was social media before the internet. I know that sounds crazy, but bars and stuff. And nowadays, I think you're between the ages of 20 and 25, which is where you get to decide now. Like, you're slowly favoring, you desire, in my opinion, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not a trained professional. I'm not a trained professional or anything. This is just submission. You desire quality, but the delay by internet standards and like people who are the people that you select for, you know, online presence and online interest, right? Because that's your comfort zone. Your comfort zone is online interest. The delay is that most of these people are still in their quantity phase. Which, when you talked about your Discord thing, that confirms my suspicion from 2 or 3 days ago. The last 2 or 3 interactions. These aren't, these are a corollary, of course. We're talking about correlational behavior. So they're not causal relationships. But this is a very common one that I talk to other people about. So far, I know maybe 8 or so people who pass my selection process. As in, like, I don't have like a actual selection process, but people who stuck around for more than 5 years with me. I'm not in this phase, but these individuals who are of this age range are saying their peers are like not like the desire that they have for the quality of the relations. So there are individuals who are less common, who, because of their circumstances and environment, they find themselves difficult to negotiate what they desire versus what they have. And the way to circumvent desire for quality is that you try a lot. Because quality is lots of attempts, few successes, right? And then quantity, depending on like where your, you know, relational mindset is, quantity is lots of success, the expectation of lots of success, or sufficiency is what I would say. Lots of sufficient attempts versus low number of failures. What does that look like? I have 10,000 subscribers versus 10 subscribers. I value 10 subscribers over 10,000 subscribers. That's fair. That's fair. I know that you can't be older than 25. I was gonna say 20. But because you're at uni, you have to be between 18 to 20 on your first year if you're moving to a foreign thing. Sometimes you could be accelerated and be 17 to 20. There's plenty of other information too. You asked me where you think you are in the timeline. I'm saying you're at the 20 to 25 phase. I'm not saying you're literally 20 or literally 20 age. I'm talking about this classical range where you're entering a transition phase. This is what I would call the modern adulthood transitional phase. It's kind of like when Seth came by and said, okay, well, I'm not Gen Z. And I'm like, I'm not talking about your biological age. I'm talking about how you interact with people. You did intentionally ask about timeline and not age. Yeah, I know. You said timeline. So when you said, by the way, you say that you're under 20, that makes sense. That's fine. Like, I wasn't gonna guess if you were your exact age, but my original thought was if I had to guess an age, it would be 20. So, however, if I integrate your university life, 17 would be very early for someone to be outside of the country, so it'd be 18. Right? So it'd be between 18 and 20. And the reason why I say it's 20 is because you're at the transition age. This is all, by the way, don't try to be, I want to be very clear, a disclaimer. This is all like conjecture, right? These are corollary things. The thing about how research works, in my opinion, that I want to make clear is that it has to happen first before you can make a, you can make a you can make a conclusion or stuff. So all this stuff is me applying what I know about psychology when I was in school, which was a long time ago, by the way. So it was a long time ago. So I'm applying things I know from sociology, a little bit of population statistics, and then like my experiences from on the internet, like looking at behavior and stuff, right? So all this stuff is conjecture. It has to happen before you can make clear, concise observations. So right now, what's happening in Gen Z is this. This is the Gen Z thing that I feel I'm very comfortable in talking about. Largely because I think I spend most of my time talking about this stuff. I'm almost 40, by the way. I'm currently 38 years old. And so I predate I predate the internet. And that creates a dissonance. It creates a lack of empathy. So you have to understand that some parts of me I cannot empathize because I didn't quite grow up in the same environment. There is one funny thing though. I'm also not traditional. And what's interesting about not traditional, being not traditional, is I have a coincidence that happens a lot with other people. So while you felt, when you're going into your 20s, you'll often feel alone in the sense of not alone as in loneliness, but you'll feel alone as in trying to form expressions and conversations. It's by coincidence, and I use this a lot because when you're born multicultural, this is a coincidence. The similar feelings and like things you desire and want versus what you have come up. And I have been using that as a way to try to empathize with younger people, usually around their 20s. Because I want to help them. I always imagined myself being a professor, but that didn't happen. And most of the time, a professor at a university, my ideal place was first years, like the 4 years. And in the United States is through the ages of 20 to 19 to 23 roughly. Right, that's the age, and I spent most of my life in my professional time interacting with people around this age. But this interest has changed because now I'm not interacting with college students only. I'm also interacting with people who didn't go to college, which that's kind of the social norm in the United States now. It's the trending norm. They didn't go to college, so they didn't have to meet the thing that you're experiencing now, which is the thing that I experience. So that's the coincidence. When I went to college, this is what I had to circumnavigate. In high school, middle school, and elementary school, I was a multicultural person. So no one liked me. Like I was the one, racism, discrimination, all that happened during that. When you go to college, I was trying to redefine myself or understand how to do something different. So I tried to be optimistic and try to socialize and work on my introvertedness to be extroverted, at least sufficiently communicative. So the person I am now is not what I was before. If most people nowadays between the ages of 19 to 23 describe the problems and the things that they struggle with while finally trying to break out of their shell and like engage in their first IRL experience, which is college a lot of times, but it's no longer the case as a trend because not everyone goes to college anymore. These coincidences, the stuff that I talk about happens to be very relevant, but it's purely coincidental. The things you describe about the problems, the anxiety, the issues, the roommate stuff, all of that happened when I was in my 20s. Like when I was 19, all of that happened. So all those stuff on the surface, they have similar consequences. And then fast forward another 20 years, they're no longer a thing, right? Or I use them because I keep them close to heart. So that's a personal share of mine. So the stuff that you're talking about, the closest way I can empathize is trying to remember what it was like. Sometimes you wonder what no internet would be like. It's not as good as addressing an addiction to the internet, I would say. So like here's the funny thought, right? If I grew up with no internet, when the internet came, right? When the internet came, the modern internet, the modern day internet, with like social media integrated it. That's like the connection part, the part where human integrated it. When internet started, there was like 5 or 10 years where there wasn't like human connection. There wasn't a human component to it. You weren't like catching up on the internet. You were using the internet as a testing ground for business or like something, but there's no connection. There's no human element to it. That is the primary reason why people go on the internet. Nowadays it is. So since then, you can see that if you didn't have internet before, this is a plus, as in it's a bonus. But you can be without the internet. Now imagine growing up with the internet. So whenever there's no internet, it's notoriously a minus because you're losing something. What does this look like when you have to talk to someone IRL? And then for a person who has no internet, now this is not everyone, obviously, but most, the large majority, people who are pre-internet, when they leave their internet, it's IRL, which is the same thing they've been doing for quite some time. They may be lack of practice though. There might be a lack of practice. So, every once in a while I go to an anime convention, Otakan, and I see how well my IRL skills are, right? And hear me out. There's also one other thing you can do. You can bring your internet stuff to your IRL. Much like my IRL stuff, I bring to the internet. So the stuff that I talk about now, it doesn't have to be different from IRL. Because we have to remember that the people you are interacting with also use the internet. So nowadays, instead of encouraging people to see two different populations, I encourage them to take it as the same, because all of you are having the same problems. If you think they're problems, they're the same problem. When you said that you're introverted and then you laughed and said everyone around you is introverted, it's like, yes, that is the case. You guys are all very similar. So what you want and what you think you have are not different, but also different. How does that work? A lot of times younger people think that IRL is different from online. However, every time they're in IRL, they state how everything's the same. And therefore, IRL is different. Online, most people are introverted. Online makes it more comfortable to converse because of their introversion. You go out to IRL and you say, well, everyone's introverted. Like, well, then connect based on the introversion. But it doesn't happen because they treat it differently. It's different. You don't bring your online activities and stuff and express them in the same way IRL because you want it to believe that it is different. So my encouragement a lot of times is like for some people who like hit it up really well now are they talked about Fortnite and Minecraft and the cringe stuff that they think is only cringe in IRL, but it's not cringe when they're online. And turns out the other people that they were talking to, they thought the same exact way. It's like, oh yeah, I know it's cringy. Like, oh, you do too? You think it's the same? It's like, we're the same. So like, that's cool. Like, that's because you guys are the same. I think a lot of times when people think about IRL, they're talking about people before the internet. Like, they have a mental image of people before the internet. And then when they think about online people, they think about online people, they think of online people. So whenever you think that other person is an online person, it's easy to talk to them because they behave in a way that you expect. And when it's in IRL, you're expecting them to behave a different way, right? Like these are different people. They behave differently. They're going to behave differently. For me, I'm on the outside of this, right? If I'm looking in, so I'm like looking in, right? I see two people behaving the same way. Like they're behaving the same way. And that's the irony here. Like I see online people behaving offline and constantly pointing at each other saying it's different, but they're behaving the same way because they both think it's different. So you can connect with that. If you talk about social anxiety, like as a topic, not as a like a share, it's a topic of interest. If you talk about how you avoid and worried about avoiding short-term interactions, or you don't like pleasantries, they probably don't either. That's why they don't talk to you. The best they can do is how are you, which is like it's lower than pleasantries at this point. It's a formality. So they would avoid the same way you, like most others would avoid. You would avoid because you're afraid it's not going to be long term. So you can use that to your advantage. You can talk about it. It's like, oh hey, are you looking for a long term or short term? You might bump into the rare person who like, oh, I only like short term right now because all I care about is like Minecraft and how good my Minecraft server is gonna go. Like that's fair. right? That's one of the things that are part of your age group, or part of specific age groups. And the funny thing is that's how I see two people who could be very good friends, but they choose to think that they're different from each other. They, instead of focusing on what is the same or balancing it with seeing what could be the same, usually they enter the contract knowing that it's going to be difficult and different. So this is not a recipe to make everything work magically. It takes time and whatnot. One of the things about conversation, a lot of times I have between like the 20s, right? In the 20s, is how do you appear confident without sounding arrogant and self-centered, but also compassionate and empathetic. And oftentimes you can achieve both of these. You can tell yourself that instead of saying they're different than me, you might be seeing, oh, here are all the similarities. And because there are similarities, there's compassion and empathy. Because you're looking for similarities. And then this similarity and empathy tends to lead to extended conversations. And here's the, I don't want to dampen the thing. It's not a pure foolproof recipe because, again, extended conversations will reveal the differences. If you're looking for similarities. And the opposite is true. When you're looking for differences, then you're looking for similarities later down the road. So if you think that IRL people are different, because humans are balanced, right? When you believe that IRL are different people, you start with the differences. And then you hope to find similarities. So the idea is then you want to minimize differences at the start and then maximize similarities later. So in a way, you could kind of see that in this way, the reason why it works is because in both cases, you're still focusing and seeking places where there's a conflict of interest. Along with looking for the similarities. But hear me out. The reason why few interactions work really well to know that there's no chance is predicated on deal breakers. You're looking for deal breakers, and that's almost predominantly differences. So one of the bigger inherent differences between an adult conversation and a transitioning adult, like a young adult, adults tend to try to find similarities and overcome differences. Young adults look for differences in order to avoid conflict of interest in hopes of fostering enough similarities to combat the differences. And that's one of the things that tell me personally, that what age group, quote unquote, on the timeline that is different. Not bad or good, it's part of the journey, right? I was once a young adult who did all these things. because of my circumstances. I meet a lot of people. I always meet a lot of people. I'm in school, I'm at the university, I meet hundreds of people all the time. I have to network and behave in a way that is useful and time efficient, right? And this method is good for my environment. Now, the online environment has changed a lot of this stuff. The online environment is kind of different now. It's no longer the same environment, but there are some coincidences, and this is what I share most of the time. So later on down the line, adults, you know how when people say like, how does an immature, like for example, you know that saying, how does an immature person resolve conflict? Right? And how does a mature person resolve conflict? It used to be this way. Again, it used to be this way. I'm not sure if this is changing. Well, an immature person would avoid or just estrange themselves and not address it at all. And there are many ways you can do that. You can get angry about it and then walk off. Right? And this is very useful because there's a lack of experience. Like if you don't think it's possible, which it might not be, by the way, it can be impossible. That is a matter of the fact. It can be impossible, but it's also due to a lack of experience. So you might not know what you don't know. So anger, sadness, anxiety, those are useful telltale signs of not getting involved. As an adult, it's endurance. Endurance because you have XP. XP leads to working things out. So you always look for what you can work on. Or you tend to, because you have a lot of XP to figure out, yeah, it can work out. Like, I don't really like them, but man, do we hit it off when we're at a bar. So let's just go in an environment that we hang out, and then we don't have to be friends that close when we're outside the bar, right? So a lot of the distinguishing, like in like movies, TV shows, cross culture, the difference between maturity and immaturity are the appropriateness for their environment. So I often use the internet as the environment for people growing up now, because that is the thing that is very different. When you're growing up with the internet, it's very different now. This is the norm, and everything is going to be replaced by this norm. My norm is the IRL, but now in my life, I spend like 80% of my time online and talking to online people, and they are not of my age group. Most of them are less than 25 years old. Kind of like when I mean by less than 25 years old, I mean someone who is very accustomed to interacting online. So when someone comes up to me and I'm talking like something very important to me, and they just text, right? They just text, okay. And then I make a comment about that. It's like, yeah, you say okay all the time, but I'm not even sure what you're saying okay to. You just want to type okay. It's like, man, that sounds like Gen Z internet lingo. Even, I don't know if Gen Alpha has adopted this yet, but that's very on brand. And then, you know, that same person says, well, bro, I'm not Gen Z. And I'm like, you don't have to be younger than 25 to sound like a Gen Z lingo. This is the classification of it. When you just type okay, it's not okay. Or like, It doesn't tell me anything. It does tell me, well, it does tell me one thing. Gen Z internet lingo. Right? Fictitious, don't you okay me with Peppy. But that's what I mean. It's not like, I'm not saying it's offensive. But I mean, some people might get offended, so that's not my intent. The idea is, I want you to say more. Because I think you're more interesting than that. At least personally. You're not like someone who do you really want to be summarized by okay? Like, I'm okay with that, I guess. If that's all you want to be known as, then that's fine. I suppose. I'm not here to gaslight you into saying, oh, the world is really shiny and bright when you don't only rely on saying okay to a random stranger who wants to talk. It's kind of ironic because a lot of people would say, well, this is online, so talk is cheap. But then when you go to IRL and you're like, man, I want to talk to people. I want to know how to talk to people. And you're like, well, do you do it online? The answer is probably going to be no. But they're not going to say no. They're going to say, well, I do. I talk to people, thousands of people online, right, Mika? But then you're treating the online thing different from the IRL thing. All this experience could be used for IRL. Possibly. If you can think about it that way. But if you don't want to think about it that way, then that experience is irrelevant to IRL talk. Right? If you want to make them different, then they no longer apply. Most of these experiences are not relevant to your IRL skills because you want to believe, and I think it's true a lot of times, right? A lot of times, you're kind of trying to find and confirm when it's not true or when it is true. So those are your friends that you're looking for. You're looking, that few interactions you're doing is your online skills telling you how to select for those people. Yeah, half true. And that's what's neat about human interaction. The neat thing about human interaction is sometimes. One thing you can always say is sometimes. It depends. And that's what you do. That's what you work for. In my opinion, that's what you work with. So when it's sometimes and it depends, stack the deck. Stack the deck. You know? I know you didn't name a deck builder game, but you did mention like Metrovania games. So if you're playing a Metrovania game, a boss can be hard, but you can most definitely stack the deck in your advantage. You know, upgrades, knowing the boss's ticks, right? Studying the boss's patterns. You can stack the deck. So despite it being, it depends, and sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's easy, I think you can, you know, little kiddos can make it work. I don't know what it's like still. It would be cool to go back to a university and see what, like, I always like the idea of being a guidance counselor. It's not called a guidance counselor in, I don't think, it's more like an academic advisor or something. Academic advisor is what I unofficially do most of the time, but I would love to be able to do it in an official capacity in the future. I like to see what it's like, and because there are a lot of problems facing, this is a really big problem that affects performance. It really does affect the livelihood of kids. Like, I call them kids, but you know, some people might get offended, like young adults, people in their 20s get a little offended sometimes when I call them kids. But I say kids because you guys are hope. And people in their 20s is hope. They're the future. That's how I mean, I'm not 40 yet, but I sound like I'm a 60-year-old because I view kids as you guys should get all the things, these things should not be hard for you. Like, what I mean is, I don't want these things to be hard for you. And that's kind of what we're talking about here. Trying to make it not hard, because this is what makes hope for the future. When kids work together, when younger people know how to get along, talk to each other, resolve conflicts, give each other space. If you don't like each other, you can learn how to give each other space. How do you know when someone hates you? How to resolve that type of thing? Without communication, right? Without promoting communication, language learning, cultural exchange, the future is very grim. Right? It leads to, well, I'm just going to avoid everyone who's not in my bubble of comfort. So when you said you're someone who doesn't like echo chambers, that's kind of that desire, right? The desire to not be in an echo chamber. But echo chambers are comfortable places for picky people. So it might not be a visible echo chamber, but picky people thrive in echo chambers. They create their own echo chamber. Like everyone is introverted. This is a product of internet echo chamber. So one can believe certain things, in my opinion, but their behavior can tell a different story. And it's not bad. It's not bad or good. It's like, if you know this, then you can take advantage of it. If everyone's an introvert, then every step you make, any little improvement you can make towards conversation, for example, is an edge you have stacking the deck. So oftentimes the people that I've known for maybe half a decade now, the little edge that you can have, if you can initiate one conversation more than everyone else, which again, I'm telling you, even in echo chambers, it can be true. This is true. Everyone is an introvert because the echo chamber is so strong. Everyone's an introvert. So any edge you practically know the boss's weakness. So if you want to be someone who like is exponentially more in demand, you can do a few things, one or two things, and you become the next trendsetter, right? The next content creator, the next whatever it is. So in this, I'm using this specific case. It can be any case, like science or something. If you ascertain what is actually happening, then it empowers you to do, it gives you the power to do the thing you need, right? Like the difference between knowing a boss's pattern versus a boss with random patterns that you can't possibly ascertain is trying to memorize all the patterns, right? So despite it having random patterns, if you understand the different parts, you still increase your rate of success substantially. And that's kind of like a conversation in a nutshell, in my opinion. You think 3 hours of conversation here has been enough for one sitting, but it's been interesting and I appreciate your time. If you have the chance and want to let me know how it went next stream. Oh yeah, for the bog stuff, yeah, one bog video, yeah, I'll definitely take a look at the bog video and probably see some of the scurry stuff, right? Start with one about his first time experience with building a keyboard. Oh, so he did the transition into the trendy hobby. The one about the. I watched a lot of Hypnotech. Is that his name? Hippiotech. Hippiotech. I used to play OS. I've already probably mentioned that. And part of the OS community is to buy custom keyboards. In fact, if you look really far in the back, there's a little box. And that box is actually the promo Uwu keypad from Wooting after heavy demand and collab with the OS community. So yeah, mechanical keyboards and modifying custom keyboards. I'm a dabbler of that. And it was because I wanted to get closer and understand more about people in the OS community. And the OS community is predominantly around their 20s. And all the stuff that I've talked about before, it was in the context of OS. So instead of talking about like language learning and culture and stuff, which rarely gets mentioned, we talk about like rhythm games, how you train and be like consistent, right? Consistent in skill development, and then dealing with like grind and like complacency. It's the same, like, or it's the same to me, but not the same to the other people. Where how do you get yourself to learn a language? Treat it like OS. It's like, well, they're very different, are they? So it was my task to try to demonstrate I don't treat them differently. Now, it's up to them to decide if it's different or not, right? That's kind of the idea. You stop playing rhythm games due to personal frustration with no progress for years, make it unfun. Yep. I hope that language learning does not end up that way. Because when you hit in skill development, this is what the curve looks like. It could be a rhythm game. It could be language learning. The idea is, can you learn from your learning experience? How do you address these parts and ultimately reach the enlightened? And that's what I talk about every single day. Every day I'm streaming, I have a story ready to talk about this. You also wasn't super committed though. You're not super committed in many things right now. And that's perfectly fine because you're trying to find the thing you want to commit to. That's the part of the maturity part, right? You're looking. You're young. You're ambitious, right? Young, youthful. So it should be normal to do this, and you should feel positive about this. But that's not what the internet does. And I don't, personally, I dislike that. I dislike that part of the internet. I also dislike that how it normalizes that when you're going to college now. The whole idea is you're there to explore your youth. You shouldn't be always super committed. The reason why when people say super committed now is because the internet has this idea planted in youth that you should know everything and everything should be committed. Like, it's not impressive until you're super committed to something and super serious and whatnot. And it is that leads to your first experience with the Valley of Despair. This is the Valley of Despair. When you reached your progress starts dipping, and then your emotions start dipping with it. But progress is not linear. If you focus specifically on expecting that it is constantly exponential, it is multifaceted, and there are many ways to build upon that. So over time, you hope that when you pick up a lot of experiences over and over again, younger people will reach a form of maturity that allows them to navigate past the point of personal frustration. and young people tackling language learning, it runs parallel to OS. I spend most of my time talking about learning, so whatever I do, I make it a point to talk about this stuff, because I think you don't need I don't want young people to be unhappy with the things that are supposed to bring them joy. Like, that is really depressing. And you don't need this, in my opinion. Like, I don't think there's a kid out there that want to say, oh, if I stay on the internet long enough, I'm only going to be reminded of my inadequacies the moment I decide to commit to something half-heartedly. And because you're committed to it half-heartedly, you're never going to be committed to it enough to overcome internet social pressure. Now, I understand you could be that special person where your personal frustrations are only sourced by yourself. But hear me out. Progress is a consequence of the internet. Your frustration is related to the depiction of your progress, and your progress is often relevant to what's depicted on the internet. So, like, if you're constantly seeing a leaderboard, or constantly seeing like this thing and that thing, like, man, I'm never gonna get there. It's like, yeah, I'm not even getting closer to there. And it can be anywhere like one level above you to like the all-time greats. It's constantly your normalized behavior on how you view progress. When you get up every day, when you get up one extra day, that's progress, or an attempt to make progress. So the summation of your day and you as a person can be progressive regardless of one thing in your life. It's not necessarily progressing in the dimension that you think. I played OS for 4+ years, and not once was I upset about my progress, because what's part of the OS progress? I know two like potatoes as a result of my 4-year thing for now close to 10 years. And we don't play OS. Like, I talk about OS all the time to like try to get, trying to relate to them, right? They weren't relating to me, but that's not the point. You think art is really tough sometimes in terms of progress and also the journey? Yes. Art is the other thing I do, by the way. Art, 4 years ago, I think it's been 4 years now, I started with Inktober. Actually, technically is a little over 5 years, because I started by drawing emotes and whatnot, and all the stuff that's in my thing. I only draw once a month. Yeah, I only draw once a month. So 4 years ago, yeah, we draw a bunch of emotes. But now like they're like on Twitch side of things, right? So you draw emotes and whatnot. So we started with like Windows Paint. Like, literally someone said my first emote looks like Windows Paint, and I'm like, nice. At least it looks like something. And nowadays I draw other things. And Inktober is coming up, by the way. So I do 1 month of drawing every Inktober, and guess what type of conversation I have? The occasional stranger. So in the 30 days of Inktober, the daily like prompt stuff, I would meet maybe 10 people of those 30 days, and 9 out of those 10 people would be someone in their 20s talking about the exact same thing that they were talking to me about in language learning and OS. They were up and down, grind, and working with motivation, problems with motivation, and expression of their passion. Never participating in it due to the lack of personal consistency and the topics often not being things you want to draw or usually draw. That's the most common thing. What expectations? and personal interest. You know what's funny about Inktober? The reason why I like Inktober, the whole point to me is to draw something I didn't think about or interested in. At first. Not interested at first. And it's to find interest in it. Challenge myself to be interested in something that I don't want to draw and don't. So that's why I started language learning, by the way. That's also the reason why I started language learning. You learn things not necessarily just out of desire. For myself. I'm speaking for myself and not anyone else. Especially people in their, like, in their adolescent phase. I learn things because it can be interesting. Did you make some of your Twitch emotes? Might pull up a tab if that's the case. I did. I can show you some Twitch emotes. But I thought these are Twitch emotes from how long ago has it been? I think they're 4 years old now. I always told myself that I'd go back and I always told myself I would go back and work on them. Huh. Hold up. Hopefully I still have them on my... Emotes. Hold up. Oh, here they are. Okay. Subs. Alerts. Do I have an example of an emote? Well, let me take one from Google Drive. What kind of art do you do, Mika? What kind of art do you do? While I'm like finding... Wait. I gotta make sure I'm not doxing myself. Okay. Let's see. I wanna like show an early one too. An early one would be funny. I use an early one as an example. Heck. Anime illustrations and occasionally emotes. Somewhat interested in making VTuber models. Oh, and rigging. Have you used Blender at all? Or maybe like your other flavors of Blender? I'm only familiar with Blender. You think I organized this stuff, but I didn't. This stuff's like buried in deep somewhere. Yeah, October, this coming October, I might update them, possibly. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I found it. Maybe I just download this. Alright. Let's see what's in this folder. Okay. Somewhat interested in making. Okay, you have used Blender riggers for V2 being used live 2D. I see. Don't worry though, you haven't doxed yourself yet. All right, cool. Yeah, I always have to make sure I'm not doxing myself because that can happen. Okay. Oh man, these are some old ones. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, this is old. But I'll show you some. I'll show you some funny old ones. Man, these are creepy. What the heck? What's the plan if I do leak information? Panic, and ask people to kindly not dox me. Yeah. I'm trying to find like really old ones. I'm trying to find the MS Paint one. So there was one. This is a wonderful experience. Someone told me that one of my early ones looked like MS Paint, and I was like, nice. At least they know I was using a using an art program, you know, old. I think I might have found the. I might have found the MS Paint one. One thing you're gonna have to very much accept about me is it's all about the progress. Yeah, I think I might have found the MS Paint one. I'm deliberately trying to find something compromising about me. Clip Studio Paint will always be the best. I use Krita. Oh, okay, here we go. So, let me show. Oh no, I don't have something like super old. Okay, that's fine. I think this is good enough. Okay. So, I mean, these aren't bad. They're kind of creepy. Okay, hold up. Gotta open. Alright. I like the process. Process is awesome. Okay, alright. This one's, man, this is hecka creepy. Alright, hold up. I'll show you. Don't worry, most of this stuff is already set up. I used to do this even more often than before. Oh, my bad. Hold up. I need to capture a specific. Hello? Please? Why aren't you registering? Oh, here it is. Look at this guy. I know. But look at this guy. He's kind of creepy. Oh man, the eyes were not in the right place back in the day. This is not the MS Paint thing. I will have to show you an MS Paint thing in the future. Yeah, it's a red panda. It's this guy. Or I have two guys down here. It was I was using my little like personal what do you call these? personal things as a form, but I can show you what a later version, later stuff looks like. I think this was like 4 or 5 years ago, and then we kind of got into like a bit more things. Like then things got kind of evolved from there, right? So now things like look like this. This was like 3 years ago. Then we got like a little bit more elaborate, right? So things, right? Like we started doing like experiments with more elaborate things. I think this one still currently exists, right? Oh, by the way, the Inktober stuff is all the last 2 years were recorded. I pretty much well hear me out. So now we go to Inktober stuff, right? So that's emote. That's the mascot thing. That's what the emote stuff is for. But then we go to Inktober stuff. And when I started Inktober, I started back in 2022. This is going to be the 4th year, right? You start with things like I can we had things like, what is my very first Inktober prompt? 2001. Where'd it go? Did I dox myself yet? No? Okay. What happened? So this is my very first Inktober prompt, right? We're still going off the red panda thing, right? But now we're experimenting, right? This is the experimenting part. I think the prompt was called crystals. Crystals. So the prompt was crystals. It was October 1st, 2021, right? And the day one is crystals, and it took me about 3 hours. I had to do, you have to do a prompt every. So the whole theme was everything needed a red panda in it, in the red panda. So that was the thing, and there were some fun ones in there that you have to start somewhere, right? So there were things like this, where I experimented with different styles. So this is like for example, this is the 11th day one. The 11th day prompt was sour. The prompt was called sour. And to the references, yes. So this is, the okay, daijobu, right? And this is the emote for daijobu. It's fine, right? Daijobu. And then Sour Patch Kids, right? And then one of my friends told me that, oh, is it like this? He's a music person. He's a very music person. So the cover to Sour by a very prominent artist of the time, which I was unaware of. That's what she looks like. It's her face. Not like, obviously it's a red panda, but I used the little stickers and stuff, and I mirrored the stickers, and the album was called Sour. So that's, so you have fun, and you have fun doing things like this. And then someone that I started Inktober for a reason. They don't draw very often anymore, but the thing that they liked the most was this one. Which was the 29th of this same year. I'm going down my hits here. So this is what I did. And the prompt was called patch. It's a patch. So I did a patchwork of a patch. Whatever you're trying to convince me to try and do. Oh, no, I'm not. I like to encourage people to do artwork. So during the Inktober, which is coming up, right? It's only 2 weeks now. All I've been thinking about recently is working up what styles I'm going to do and what the theme is. So the 2021's theme was Red Panda, as in I wanted everything to have my mascot in it, but all the prompts are things I've never drawn before, right? So, and then the theme changed. In 2022, the theme was different styles. So like super different styles. At first I wasn't focusing on different stylings, like different ways to create texture and stuff. Draw more red pandas. So here's a new one. So from in 2022, it was to do different art styles, different art studies. So this one, for example, it's called Bluff. The prompt was Bluff, and I did hatch work, cross hatching. This is my first attempt in cross hatching with digital art, right? So basically, you're bluffing, right? Like a 2-7 is one of the worst hands and a flop of ace 4 and 10. That would be like suicide to try to like you can try to bluff it. So this is 2022 stuff. So I can give you like it can end up being things like this. Not to say I expected you to be bad at drawing, but I'm honestly surprised how much. Okay, well, this is next year. It's yeah. I looked at art for a really long time, so I think there is some truth to always being interested in things, and then understanding the fundamentals, and then executing on the fundamentals for your first time. So like, for example, this is a reference, right? Camping. The theme, the prompt was camping, but it could be anything. Like camping. What kind of camping are we doing? Well, obviously it's camping with Slender Man hanging out. Obviously. This is when I first started with night scenes. I haven't learned how to do night scenes yet. Maybe I'll do a more popular reference. So the next reference is Gears, right? The next day is Gears. Let me see. Wait. What happened here? Oh, no. I opened the same thing. What? What is this saving as? Oh, interesting. It's listed inappropriately. Mode. So this is the next prompt. Gears. Gears is the next prompt the following day of 2022. And I used to play Blitzcrank. I used to be a support jungle flex League of Legends player. So I had to do like a pencil sketch of Blitzcrank, right? This is when I was still doing references. Like I'm still referring to like popular models and like fun little reference allusions here. And I'm still continuously doing that. So then seems this year you were interested in shading in black and white. I picked the new ones, the new stuff that I was doing. There were others, like we were working on night scenes a lot of times. So yeah, there were a lot of black and whites, like really interesting. I think my favorite one was this. It's a little bit morbid. It's about depression. So, or it's about burning out. So hold on. Yeah, lots of black and whites. So this was the prompt was a match. It was a match. And I talked about my inspirations for all of these. This is about burnout. That really reminds me of Omodi. Yeah, Omodi would be a great example. Yeah, the Omodi vibe. Yeah, so it's about depression, and Omodi is about depression too. so, so this is one of my favorites that I did, and this was an original, like it's an original as opposed to right. So then we get to 2023, and 2023 brings back the red panda. So we still do the red panda thing, but now, yeah, I do know about Modi. I might play it in Japanese in the future as our future narrative playthrough in Japanese. So it's one of the, I play a lot of story games. It just so happens, coincidentally. So now we get into the biggest year. I think 2023 was one of the biggest years where I have a routine. I have 4 or 5 workflows for like amateur, 4 or 5 workflows for amateur, how I do it, how I capture the essence of things. So now we do straight up art studies. So for example, this is prompt 15. 2023's October 15th. And this is a reference, is using my panda mascot again, but now we're doing art studies. So we're studying on capturing stylized artwork. And this was Persona 4. This was the Persona 4's palette. So the emergence of like using screen tones and prints and then hard edges and hard shadows, right? And then it was modeled after something, another character in Persona 3. Actually, it was a Persona 3 character that I modeled after, right? We got into like more like situational things, like this, for example, right? Like Street Fighter, like Akuma, right? Akuma, and then I, did it with the red panda. So I still went back to the whole, let's revisit how I used to do things and now apply the different types of stylings that I have. And lots of people liked certain particular things. Like this stuff was what other people said they enjoyed. Like this, where you have like nebulas and spray paint. This was off of a YouTube Shorts guide, but I think they were a TikToker first. The spray cans. I don't know if you saw a bunch of artists who does like spray cans. Like they just use can spray, put like bottles and do celestial things. I tried to imitate that, and the prompt was celestial. So what I did was I took some patterns, used form. So now I'm more into form, highlighting and then creating random patterns in the forms. Yeah, so Neon Panda, so he's a celestial, like this is an MCU reference. A celestial being, right? Who like are larger than the planet. And then we have, and this is where I did lots of lighting. So this is the year where I hammed as hard as possible on neon stuff. Like for example, lots of incredibly pure blacks to whites, and then it's all about highlighting form. So you have a bunch of sharp edge form that makes it look very poppy, but at the same time create centers of light and dark contrast. The prompt was dangerous for this one, right? So we did a lot of lighting things. There are still some fun stuff. I think the one that a lot of people liked was this one. Because there's some humor in it. There's also, I occasionally do humor stuff. So this is my humor one. The prompt was remove. You just remove things, right? So I did this. I shoddily, deliberately sketched something. It was my joke. I had to like deliberately make it look sketchy. Which is funny because in digital artwork sometimes you kind of get used to not being sketchy. we had some good fun, and then we started doing Japanese stuff. So the shadow is great. Yeah, the shadow is what sells it, really. It's one of the things that digital artwork does so well, in my opinion. Here's one. Then we started parading into ink paintings. So we're doing more styles, right? So this was my first one of my first ink painting, where I was trying to do the Japanese ink painting. So obviously I had to make a gigantic Godzilla-sized Japanese red panda. Yes. And if you don't know, Shin Godzilla title is like this. This is the movie poster. So it's like referencing, it's like paying homage to Shin Godzilla. I just converted it into a red panda, so that's the whole point. The gimmick here is we're still doing red panda theme stuff. This one, this one didn't have a panda theme, so not all of them had a panda theme. The next one is pretty wild. I've dabbled so much in this. October, I put everything into October. So this was an anime movie. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the anime movie, but it's based on red line. So I was capturing red lines, like aggressiveness, and then I added like my own flair of how to create like graffiti art and stuff. So I was doing a lot of like highlighting and splash work and like warping lines and lots of like smearing and stuff to create motion. So I worked on motion stuff and then throw in some screen tones and lines. You do have to head off? Yeah, 2024. We didn't get to 2024, but 2024 was about drawing Japanese and Chinese stuff all the time. Draw more red pandas this Inktober? Possibly. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, continue artwork too. Continue artwork, you know? Hopefully you continue to enjoy. If not, I certainly would be open to looking at your artwork, you know? At least someone's interested. Anyways, yeah, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, stay safe, right? Good luck with everything. Know that I feel this is the stuff that you can show other people, you know? If you like to draw, if you like to do things online, I think you can you can convince someone to join you without having to do anything. Your entire recent artwork is just anatomy practice. Describe the anatomy to someone. Like, how does an arm work? I would love for someone to explain how to draw like fingers and hands, you know? Like I obviously avoided drawing fingers and hands, and you know, I mean, you might have friends who need anatomy. There's got to be some science people in there somewhere. Imagine learning about anatomy while practicing and drawing anatomy. Two birds with one stone. Show, right? I think, yes, in online you have text, right? There are lots of texting, but you can show just as much online as you can in IRL. I know it might not be exactly you know, how like your face and whatnot, but there are different adaptations to getting someone excited, but at the same time, you're really just showing what you're expressive about. Sometimes being able to do that makes you feel like the progress or the process, the journey is worth it. at least in my opinion. Getting caught up in your own self. Let's just say artwork, most of the things you create can over time become less and less satisfying. So find a medium that works for you. It could be Discord, it could be whatever, but find the medium that works for you. I think if you have someone who says, hey, you know what, I want to do it with you, then I think that would be a great green flag for demonstrating how expressive you are. You make people care about you, at least in my opinion. It sounds a little arrogant or not, but that can be a win. It could be a W for someone who's seeking connection with someone. Sometimes being passionate about the things you are without having to be aggressively direct with them, that passion can recruit people. So that's kind of why we learn language on stream and the occasional stranger come on by. Anyways, I don't want to hold you up. Good luck with your, I'm not sure what time it is wherever you are, but if you have the day ahead, good luck with your day. We'll talk more in a bit. I hope that at the end of the day I'll have some time to look at Bog and Scurry. I have a long day today, but we'll make it work. Yeah, thanks for hanging out again, and thanks for sharing. You know, now I got a point of reference. I got some stuff that we can talk about now. Bree usually is here every once in a while, like a lot of times, and we talk about other things. We talk about TV shows most of the time. anytime you're always welcome, Mika. All right, let's get back, let's refocus. Okay. All right, let's try to book it. All right, I'm in it. Okay, we're back.
Yakiniku.
Okay, yakiniku.
新幹線
Shinkansen.
焼く
Heck, what is the nucleus thing? Maybe.
原子力
Genshiro. The heck? Why did I think it was Sai? But not material. The heck? Alright, we'll move this to the end for now. Okay. What? Batsu was something else. It's not group. Alright, we're moving to the end. Okay.
Yuyake
Yuyake. Oh wait, no, that's sunset. Machibiku. No? Oh no, Michibiku.
導く
Heck! Run? Okay.
鬼
Oni. Okay. What? Alright, I'll come back.
'領収書
Usual.
予報
Yoho. What? Oh, wait. I did this before. What is the forehand report? It's not a forecast. It's not, oh, it is a forecast. Okay. Faked myself out. Okay. Why do I think it's like... Oh. It's like, kind of like memorize. I thought it was like, no. I thought it was tashiru. No. Okay, let's go. Let's wait.
'許可
Yoka. Okay. What the heck is wa shishima? Oh. Alright.
収入
Junior.
'静止
Seshi. Okay. YOLO. Son of a bee sting. And What's the curly thing on the bottom mean? No. No, it's not that either. Alright, we're gonna push this. Somehow that's there.
情報
Yoho. I think it's just information. Okay. That checks out.
指導
Shido.
幹
Miki. What is that? It's kind of like good. Like good morals, morally good. Okay. Fine. The heck? What? What? Gotta be using the same kunyomi, no? Am I thinking Hosoi? No. Alright, we're moving this for now.
さらに
Sarani.
焼き鳥
What? Wha- Wait. Is that not you? And then... Oh, what? Alright, we're removing this.
皮
Awa. Okay. I'm sensing some really problems. What? Wait. I thought this was easy. Oh. Okay. Brother. Like, wish well, right? Congratulate. Thought it was like... What? What is going on? Don't remember you. Why don't I remember? We're in trouble now. I'm not sure what this is about either. This was Tatsu. So
達
Tatsuru.
する
What is going on here? Huh. That's intact. Okay.
Senren.
And then. Okay. Sure. Oops. What? Oh, wait. Ah. Uh. How does this work? It's like I thought it was continue or go on, continuous. It's something. What? That's not you. Oh. The heck? It's Thai. I mean, yeah? Oh, no, wait. No. Yes, no. What? Alright.
建物、
でもな。Hi from India. Hello there. Hello. We have what do they have for that? They have drunkard, right? Come back to it. We're gonna come back to that too. Okay. Fine. You know Dynasty Wars Online, this game is still running your country? Dynasty Warriors online? I didn't think Dynasty Warriors was online ever. I'm not sure if there's a live service Dynasty Warriors game that's running. The last game was Dynasty Warriors Origins. Stateside. What type of plan are we talking about? Lost it. It's gone to the wind. Come back. Oh. What?
安値
Which city am I from? Somewhere in the northeast of the United States. I'm from New York, though.
太刀
Let's see. What city are you from? Oh no, I'm not from Japan. Yeah, I just happen to be very late person. Are you into Japanese culture? Yeah, I'm from the United States, you know. Ryoshin. 私の両親は中国人です. What is internet speed I have right now? I don't know. Like 1 gigabit? Something like that? It's pretty standard. 1 gigabit. Not 1 gigabit. Yes. Whatever is standard. It's like 500 to 1. 500 to 1,000 megabits. Yeah. I wonder what the US average is. Yeah, 1 gigabit. What is the monthly cost? 40 USDs, something like that. Where I am from, it varies dramatically. But 40 USDs per month.
伝統的
停電
Then. It. What kind of channel am I running this? It's a personal skill building channel. We talk about personal skill building. Okay. Okay. Are you working on any skills recently? Huh. Alright, we're gonna move this.
Zenso.
Zenso. What in the world? あれは前奏です。Increase simplicity. We're gonna move this for now.
悲しい。
伝達
Dentatsu. Oops. Man, I think I've seen. Okay. What in the
求人
using or job posting? Okay. What in the Ume? What the dry? Okay. There's some. We're gonna have a lot to brainstorm over. What time is it? 10:30. Gonna be burning the midnight oil today.
値札。
景観
Econ. No. No. Oh. Disconnect? Maybe? Disconnect it? Be disconnected?
外れる
外れる。
洗車
洗車。
半袖
半袖。
応援団
面談。
営業する
営業する。
一匹
いい。あ、
支援する
支援する。What? Oh.
減少
減少。そう。I spelled it. Yes. Why do I want to type? Okay. Uh,
収まる静か
静か。
各駅停車
各駅停車。
気象
小。
果たして
果たして。The heck is 果たして? Oh, is it something like 果たして? I don't. 果たして. Oh, I feel like, or to like destroy something, or like rip it apart. Worry about it later. What? Or is it no me? No. Oh, or is it?
飲酒
Oh, inchu. I accidentally added u. Inchu. No, it's not inchu. Inchu. Or 9. Hmm. Yeah, that's weird. It's not that. So oh, I think it's like
配達する
Aitatsu. What in the world? I thought it was 2. Maybe. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. It's like acceptable range.
援助する
Angel Suru.
脱ぐ
I think I skipped like 20 of them, so strap in. Strap in on the struggle bus.
脳死
See. Wait. All right. All right, here we go. It's okay. Okay, so we're thinking about rejoicing, right? I don't. Oh man. Okay, no. So what do we have? Drum? Drum. Yorokobu. Yorokobi, right?
喜び
Actually, Yorokobu. And what in the something like it's joy, gleeful, joy. Oops. Delight, rapture, happiness, happiness. It's based on the Yorokobu. But Yorokobu is Yuroku. Yoroku. It's key, right? Yes, key. Okay. The key to joy is to the key to joy is to be Yo and Roku. Boo. Maybe like, yeah, to be Yo and Roku. Yorokobi is fine. I lost the right hand side of this. Is it back? Isatsuki. Isatsuki. Whoops. Dead, coffin, dead, and someone. Dead, coffin, sure.
警察署、
警察署. Okay, hold on. Announce way. Notice. Announcement. Yeah, hold on. I guess way of announcement. Oh no, what time is it? Oh, we have like 90 more lessons. Actually, we have much more review stuff after this too. Yeah, had too much fun discussing things today. Fun losing track of time, talking about people, talking about things. Make you appreciate talking to people. Hold on. Doesn't help. Wait. It may help. It's an exclamation mark, right? O hodo suru na? It's a report, but what? Oh, it's probably like news report. They probably want like news report. It's still a report. Yeah, one's like a report and the other one's like a news report or information. What am I thinking of? Like Hokoku versus Hodo, right? Hello there, Procall. Late day. How are you doing? Are you okay? Did you just come back from the pub? Oh no, wait, that's way too late to come back from the pub. Did you just get up? Or are you having trouble sleeping? had like a super long discussion, so we're like super behind. Like this might be unrecoverable. I might actually not recover from this today. It was fun getting to know someone online, so it's very, very, very late. You're doing well. You just finished a gaming session with Mace drinking together. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we gotta burn. Today is gonna be the true endurance test. The most true endurance chess. So I think this has gotta be Hidoguchi, no? Hidoguchi is emergency exit, right? No, Hijoguchi.
非常口
Yeah. Oops. Emergency exists. Yes, that's exactly what I said. You're fairly sure you've asked you this, but do you get money from the ads that play when people join your stream? Officially? Yes. I think. Oh, do you want to know how much? I think it's something like 1 cent per 1,000 impressions or something. So that equates to like $3 in a year. Something like that. And then you pay taxes on it. So kind of like negative dollars. I don't know if that's what you wanted me to say, but I pay to stream. Is an impression in an instance of viewing an ad? I don't know how they calculate it. They do this like little weird CPM thing, and honestly, I didn't delve too much deep into what the CPM thing is. But generally speaking, ads are not the most. Ads are not sustainable form of. You're talking about like millions to tens of millions of ad impressions to see something comparable to getting a day job. Yeah. Even on the YouTube side of things. Although you can't get monetized on YouTube side of things for many various reasons. So yeah, I might see like $3 in a year's time. And you didn't think you would make a decent amount of ads with no, that's not it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is most people have other business ventures. It's not from the ads. Oftentimes it's de-incentivized to run ads. It's very useful for the corporation, but not necessarily the viewer. Like what I mean is, despite having, if you are someone who has like millions of viewers, it would still not be ads. It would be disproportionately not ads. So even if you were pro-profit, like if you're a pro-profit person, you would have to aggressively do it, and still it would be incomparable to having business ventures. What if you were a pro-call person? So here's a disproportionate merchandising. Merchandising is what you do. I think when you leap from I'm doing this because I have to, it's the growing pains. Growing pains is settling for ad revenue. If I had to be like really reductive, if I have to be incredibly reductive about it, the moment you publish something, which is like this includes producing something, then you become a professional, and that professional is to leap past the growing pains of ad revenue, and that would be the moment that I would say I have converted into a professional. So you actually could have 0 viewers and like 10 viewers even, but if you have a market for your publication, that is disproportionately something that is irreplaceable. Be it a book, a combination. It's funny because the videos, right, or the content that ultimately creates a disproportionate amount of ad revenue is also your magnum opus stuff. So like, it could happen. I don't have plans for this, but like 3.5 years with WaniKani, here's what I learned. That could generate more than anything else that I've ever produced. But that is publishing your findings. It's a publication in a video form. Alternatively, you publish a book source or something that you produced. So that's when you ultimately hit the this is my life's career and whatnot. Would you consider yourself to have any profession given the main amount of money comes from my path? Would I consider yourself to have any profession? I have no profession. Yeah, I've often said this and disclaimed this every time. I actually did that today when I was disentangling the communication styles for Mika. Mika is a very younger person who actually pulled the big trigger and live in a different country for their first experience at university. So it's an incredibly brave move, and I was talking about most of the stuff, and during the time I usually disclose that I am not a professional working. I do not sell things, I do not advocate for things. Most of the encouragements and stuff, or maybe superficial enrichment, is a product of passion. Until I publish something, I'm not risking any of my professional integrity for anything that would try to gaslight or influence people. Yeah, I sell wisdom, or it's more like I give wisdom. Pretty much everything up to becoming a professional is an act of generosity, an open generosity. Whether you take it or not is up to you. That's what in my opinion, differs from selling something versus open generosity. When you're selling something, you are incentivized. Non-profit wisdom company, yeah. You are when you sell something, it's not bad or good. It's that we have to understand the behaviors are different, right? Like, I don't have anything published, so there's nothing to sell. And when it comes to selling, I think it's important to know that someone who works really, really hard will likely want to defer and refer to their product that they've spent their life's work on. So a place of passion can turn into a profession off that passion, and those things are very beautiful. Like, I bought John Green's books. Like, I bought copies of John Green's book and audiobooks because it's a place of passion that he ends up publishing. So he eventually published those things, and that's ultimately when you become a professional, in my opinion. Not like, I'm not saying other people have this. For myself, when you build and write something, you are officially, and then you sell it, you are officially responsible, and you placed your integrity, your professional integrity, on the line to owe satisfaction for a product that people buy. So no one is being forced to buy into whatever I'm offering now. There's no offering here. You take it or leave it. You can even criticize it all you want. It's free use. Like, honestly, I understand that some people are like, well, no one can just use your content. You would copyright strike them. It's like, I don't publish any of these things yet. So like, I'm not actually making money off of these. There's no case for me to pursue someone until it is published. Now, the difference here is, if I end up publishing on the things that I openly give out, then those things become copywritten. As in, like, even me, who may own the rights. If I publish something and gave those rights to another company to publish, and people are building stuff off of the content that I've given freely beforehand, they can still be copyright struck by the owners of that. Because like if I sell myself, right, if I sold my intellectual property to someone else, they can still create retroactive arguments in court, like for the United States perspective. So that's the stuff that I don't want to get involved in. Like sometimes you can, like, creators who don't understand this early on, they can be sued for copying themselves because they don't own the intellectual property after signing the rights to it. So oftentimes I thought about this. So that's why I don't know if I'll ever publish a book to sell, because the selling requires licensing. And then that licensing would suggest it would void a lot of things. The silver lining here is no one's going to make, at least I don't think people are going to take this and run with it. There's nothing that's advertisable or marketable that I do now. So when I publish something and that becomes marketable, then I have to retroactively go back and make sure that all the stuff that was involved in that marketing, that product, is also taken into account, because that's how, at least that's how I'm raised to know my due diligence about professional stuff. Professional stuff have legalities. This does not. So the stakes are very low. It's, in my opinion, my word of wisdom when it comes to profit making is when the stakes are low is when you are challenged to be your most passionate. If you cannot be challenged to be passionate when the stakes are low, how can you hang with the big boys when the stakes are high? At least in my opinion. Like, it's a safe space. But that's why hobbies are wonderful. You can challenge yourself to be as passionate and high stake as possible with the lowest amount of risks. When you become a professional, you no longer have that luxury, in my opinion. You have you can still have some degree of it, but you have to be like a baller. You have to be like someone who is so extraordinary to not be bound by professional courtesy. So the moment I've ever decided to publish any of the things that I have is the moment that I'm willing to say, I've done the best I can for now, and I'm willing to bet that people are satisfied by buying the product on faith alone. A lot of people release products when they know that they already have loyalty and faith. So that is a really great way to get into publishing your first product. And I think the people that I admire a lot online, they do that first. They actually invest in the people first and know that whatever they put out is going to have the resounding support of the people even before they release it. So you're gonna hear, like, if you hear a post by John Green, right? John Green will say something like, well, you have to remember that the book was already great before it was released, because it's forward investment in people. So maybe like someone deciding to give you a homeless person some money with no camera filming it, versus someone like Mr. Beast making a video of helping unfortunate people. Yes, I would say that's a very touchy subject. Caleb had to answer those questions too. I watched a lot of his content, you know, the audit guy, the financial audit guy, and he answered it pretty well. He's like, yeah, Caleb Hammer, he had to answer like, so what is it like to profiteer off of poor people? And he talked about his onboarding, the way he can professionally mitigate these insinuations, right? Opportunistic, right? Opportunism. Do you remember which video this was in? I don't remember. It's one of the podcast ones. Whenever he hangs out in his podcast ones, because all the content creators now have a podcast section, which is like the backseat FAQ thing with his own crew members, and then it's not on his like his actual audit thing. It's the podcast one. Not that won't limit it. It was on a YouTube reel. I didn't watch the whole video, but I have anticipated that Caleb would have to answer that question, maybe multiple times. Like, it has to be one of the top opportunistic financial agreements. And it was a very cogent response, even in that YouTube short, because they have onboarding. People are aware of this. And then he talks about his success rate, right? The people, and then he also mentioned that those individuals are audience members. They become audience members. Oh, nearly all of them, if not all of them, are audience members. So it's to show that there is trust. There's mutual trust when it comes to that, and that is very important. Like, for example, if I publish something, my mutual trust is that if someone doesn't like the book, they can have it for free. Because if I ever decide to publish a book, the people who buy it already likes the book before it comes out. It's buying a piece of me. That's where I am professionally. Like, if it makes you angry at me, it's like, then you hate me. That's the circumstance. I don't want to put out a product that doesn't represent me, right? That's more of a business approach. I'm not a businessman. I know quite a lot about business and finances, but I'm not a businessman. So if you legitimately hate the book, then you shouldn't have, like, I hope I did you a disservice. You bought a book that I didn't want you to buy. Like, you shouldn't have to decide whether you like the book or not. If you're buying the book already, you should already know what it's about. Like, in this day and age, like, understanding how the internet culture works, I would not publish a book in which it is already not set for success. That's kind of like a Silk Song release. Silk Song was successful before it was released. The idea is they garnered so much loyalty and trust. And even for CDPR, like, I bought Cyberpunk 2077 and there was no string in my mind when I played. I played on launch day and I had technical issues. My computer like dropped frames and stuff. All of that. I played Cyberpunk 2077 on launch day and I had no questions that to this day, there was a new Cyberpunk 2077 patch. To this day, I know that CDPR will own up to their thing. So I buy launch games based on that reputation, right? I still believe in that type of professionalism. And yes, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. So I do lose on things, on projects. There's cost risk benefits on investment, right? So I invest in the things I believe in. I still think there is room for that type of business, not data-driven madness. Like, right now, data-driven madness is all the rage. You data drive every one of your business moves. That, to me, is why currently there's a celebration and a championing of non-data driven projects. Claire Obscure, Silk Song, right? Even GTA 6 is bucking at data-driven marketing, right? Data-driven marketing is fantastic to capitalize on the foundations of human behavioral patterns. It is, in my opinion, not a substitute for developing unconditional loyalty. It's diluting, it's actually removing that aspect from the creator's perspective, in my opinion. Those who are involved no longer have passion for testing and treating the limits of their human connection. It removes that, which makes it good for an objective business approach, right? You remove the spuriousness of human fickleness, human emotions, but that's exactly what it does. It makes it inhuman. It makes it feel colder. So do I want to write a piece of book that will pander to everyone based on data-driven analyses? No, I wouldn't. I would write a book that I know if the person hates the book, then I hope that we don't cross paths, because I will unintentionally make them hate me, right? Because they already don't like a big part of my life. So whenever someone comes on here, the reason why I didn't ever do like viewer reach out and subathons and hype trains and whatnot is because if I were to do this professionally, I wouldn't do any of those things in the first place. It's a very tough situation if you're not aware that it's not popular. For me, it's not. I know that my passive income will allow me to do most things. So I'm not pressured to do those things. Other people may need to do those things, so they need to find a balance. They're like, hey guys, I have a side passion project, but I'm releasing this because it's the most useful thing, that it's the people that this is the most marketable thing I can use. If you want more of me in a non-marketable way, please share and subscribe to a higher tier in which these non-marketable things can be yours to have, right? So that's how the tier system works now for like Patreons and funding and stuff. Those who are invested loyally, right, with their money, right, financially on a higher tier, those people know the stuff that aren't marketable because they are willing to invest. They already show in some way, shape, or form that they're invested in that. Now, the greatest trial, in my opinion, of dedication is when there are no stakes involved and yet the people are still there, or the streamer is still there. The streamer continues to do things despite no one caring. Those are the highest and lowest returns. You have the highest requirement to become consistent with absolutely zero returns. But not everyone has the privilege of doing that. So for me, I count every day as a blessing, right? It's a privilege. It's wonderful to talk about ads and AdSense and publications and stuff without the desperation and the professional courtesy that I need to make about, oh well, yeah, money is tight, but I don't want to burden you with it. My conservative thing is, if I have to make money, it's not going to be with streaming, so you don't have to worry about it. That's kind of usually my take on it. It's like the nice thing about this is if you want to spend time, I could stop streaming and we'll just spend time chilling or something. There's no obligation. I have no moral obligations or ethical or professional obligations to keep on doing this. I do this because maybe one or two people might find it interesting. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Today I spent like 3 or 4 hours talking to Mika, and it has very tangentially related to language learning, but it was related to learning. And it was trying to explain what all of this is connected. I'm trying to understand that professionally, if I had a profession, it would be to help our future generation be equipped to acquire the maturity, like maturate to a ability in which they can self-assess themselves and communicate with others. Because I think right now younger people dislike interacting with younger people. Like, they make excuses, in my opinion, that aren't their fault. They exclude themselves from wanting to interact with each other, and it's ironic because that's what everyone else thinks. So it's people playing chicken, but unintentionally. They're one and the same, but it's hard to find an initiator. And I don't like the idea that even, say if I grow up, say if I decide to raise a child, I wouldn't want that to be the social norm. Like, I don't want to be the social norm for any child that's growing up in the future, where when they step into an IRL classroom or something, they just assume everyone else don't want to talk, so they just don't talk. And then everyone else just assumes the same thing, and then that'll be the way of it. That's the way of life for them. A whole generation or several generations built on not talking to each other. And then technology keeps on enhancing that excuse, deteriorate and completely trivialize the need for communication over and over again. I think that, in my opinion, is probably why I do this, out of like self motivation, I suppose. Do you remember which does the fact people enjoy your content add any obligations to? Absolutely. When there's a person there, it takes any person. I absolutely love it. So it's like a drug, right? It's like a drug. But hear me out. Much like every other influencer out there, it's a heck of a drug to have someone obligate you to do something and try to meet up to it. But here, the thing that's different from me and the other person is I can disappoint you. I can tell you that I will probably disappoint you at some point, because there's no way a single human can fulfill the obligations of anyone who gives you the time of day. So the nice thing is with that perspective in mind, we can see each other as human beings, not a product to be offered. So because I'm not obligated to do that despite the moral obligations, right? So I try to be as agreeable as possible. I mean, some people accuse me of always being agreeable because I'm like some politically correct robot or something, but I actually am doing far less being agreeable than I would typically do in a professional setting. It's my normal, like it's normalized to something else. It's something that's absent online. I think public decorum and correctness is giving way to the normalized behavior, even in Japan's youth, like even in other youth that are connected to the internet. Moral obligations is masked very efficiently or overwritten very efficiently by data-driven like optics. Data-driven optics. I don't usually want to interact with nearly anyone most of the time. That's similar for you, that you don't talk because you think it won't be viewed positively if you do talk. Yeah, I understand. That's it. I don't like that aspect of the generation that people have to live in right now. Like, hear me out. There was a time when the internet was on, right? When the internet started, it's like, be careful. People are cautiously optimistic, right? It's the be careful period. And then it's like, scammers are all around the corner and stuff. But now, because of that, it's such a hyper compensation. Now people just don't talk to each other. How do you avoid being careful and scammers and betrayals and stuff? Go the complete 180 and just don't talk to each other. Just like don't talk at all. Find every possible way to never interact with humans. And it's still going in that direction. There's some resistance now. There's definitely some resistance, and the human condition would dictate when there's too much of something, you can kind of reel it back a little. But for now, this Wild Wild West thing that was from 15 to 20 years ago, right? It's getting rechanneled and even elevated to a moment where now people just assume everything. They say they are good-willed and they know they're social but their behavior does not dictate that. Even when I ask them to explain the stuff, it comes off as a contradiction. And I'm not saying it's bad or good in the sense of I know what the outcome's going to be. I don't. The idea is when I'm speaking to someone, it's interesting to see how consistently someone says they want or desire something, but they behave and speak to me and indicate to me a behavior that doesn't believe those things. That's something that I'm missing. The human part. The human part is gone. Like I don't. It's hard. Like this is probably something that's very hard to describe yet. I'm trying to work on it. Whenever I talk to someone, how is it a excellent way, or what's a tactful way to approach where trying to point out in many ways you can be more human than that. The way people are going about it when they say they like something or they want something, it sounds like it's coming from somewhere else. Whenever they say what they do for the day, what they did like and dislike, that sounds very human. It's very human part. But then when they go and explain what they want, desire, and expect, it's incongruous with what they described. Like, for example, Mika was really wonderful. They said like everyone's an introvert in their environment, and then what they desire is a connection with someone. I'm like, I don't understand. If you think everyone's an introvert and you're expecting them to be introvert, then how are your desires, the way you're treating your desires, going to line up with a connection with a whole room of introverts? So that's the observation here. So you're saying it's impossible. Like, well, no, you're not saying it's impossible. It's like, but you're behaving like it's impossible, because you're stating what you think you see, but you're operating towards something that doesn't apply to the situation, right? If you're saying you're an introvert as long as everyone else, then are you going to work on the skill to initiate conversation with introverts? Their solution is to be more extroverted. I don't see how that is relevant. Like, what I mean is, I don't see how you're going to get there. You're trying to initiate conversation with other introverted people. That would be more contextually germane. That's assuming that they can see extroversion or what that looks like. Because I can tell you now, it's constantly inferred that when they talk, they're like, I'm introverted, you wouldn't understand. And I'm like, are you assuming that I don't understand what it's like to be an introvert? And then, I would spend 2 or 3 hours describing with the utmost detail I can possibly do with what it was like when I was younger. And I told them there's a coincidence. There's a lot of environmental social behaviors that kind of coincidentally correlated with being on the internet when I was younger. It's not everyone else. Just one of the examples is being different, being born different. That creates an environment that's very similar. So when I describe all those feelings, it creates a point of empathy, right? But it's an entirely different context. Still, the human aspect exists. And that's one thing that you can bond on. And it's gone. That, in my opinion, like 90% of the time, it's no longer there in conversations online. When I get in a voice chat, when I call my friends, that's like 90% of the conversation. It's about the human aspect. Like, you could say, oh, I watched this movie. And I'm like, okay, so did I. Where's the human part? Like, what did you think about the movie? It's like, well, I think it was all right. What happened? Like, where did this go? Where did the typical conversation about the human side of things? Like, it's very difficult, and I know this is going to sound ironic and a very dark truth. There's not a big difference between AI passing off as human if the normalized human behavior is to reflect what AI sounds like. You can no longer discern that. Like, Mika said that it's very easy to avoid AI stuff. And I'm like, some of this, I wanted to say in an indirect way, some of the stuff that you say, like everyone's an introvert and whatnot, that is AI slop. That is an echo chamber. They mentioned that they avoid echo chambers and they're not a fan of it. It's like, you can create your own echo chamber and it is fueled by algorithm and AI propensities. Everyone is not an introvert, but they can believe that they're all introverts. That's fine. But that doesn't mean everyone lack social skills and don't desire social connections. And using introversion as an excuse for that, well, you're an introvert who wants to categorically connect with someone. So you yourself are your own counterexample. It's an interesting topic that comes up all the time. When I'm speaking, I don't talk about this stuff. Like, I think it's too, it takes a while. I have to get to know the person to see how off base I am, because I don't want to end up being presumptuous in this nature. It's a very delicate thing. I think it's very important to make people realize that socializing, despite all the pains and trust problems and fickleness, the echo chamber has over exaggerated the consequences of making attempts to socialize with other humans. Like, to the point where one of my friends, when they called customer service and realized that they got it done in like 5 minutes, as opposed to trugging through menus and menus of automated response, they were surprised how how not terrible it was. That is shocking, in my opinion. That is very shocking. I'm like, yeah, I guess on the one hand, I'm not surprised, but on another hand, like, just the way he talked about it was very shocking. What kind of obligations would you say that as? Would you consider it a moral obligation? It's absolutely a moral obligation. I talked about this in the Asian sense, the face culture, the context of the obligation. Failing people. When you have played yourself and you fail someone, it's the biggest shame you can bring upon yourself, in my opinion. Like, you can spend most of your life concerning yourself with yourself, just concerning going to your private matters, right? You can spend all day talking about what's best for you, what's best for your family. That is the social norm. However, in a face culture, when you have to do it publicly, right? As in, you sell something, that is public, right? Once you start making something and you sell something, or when you publish something, it's a moral obligation. And for me, I still have this moral obligation. So when I say the stakes are low, I still actually very contradictorily think that I hold myself to a obligation that I don't think resonates very well with Gen Z and younger. I don't think the moral obligation is the same, because I grew up in a time when before the internet. So anything that's an extension of myself on the internet, I have a moral obligation to defend it. To, right? Like, what does that sound like? It's like, why are you getting so personal? It's like you have thin skin or something. It's like, no, there's a difference between someone who overreacts and become defensive on some tenuous thing because they don't believe they have a moral obligation, versus someone who spends most of their life defending their work because they have a moral obligation to do their best, right? So I do defend my words, for sure. I put a lot of time into curating what I say over time. Practice, if there's anything that practice makes perfect, is I 100% was nowhere near the ability that I have today without speaking. Like, you can keep telling yourself somehow you're gonna magically be able to socialize and communicate and empathize on, improvise. When you're out of words, you pause, give it a little thought, play it off, right? Hey, right now, I have a loss for words, or am I? Or if I'm planning to. So, lots of this stuff may be equivocated by emulation. You can emulate this to some extent. it doesn't substitute for morally obligated integrity. I think passion, to me, hear me out, like if you're wondering how much of a moral obligation, passion is second to my moral obligation. Like, passion doesn't hold a candle to moral obligation. That might be like a cultural thing that I inherited from my parents, but my moral obligation to helping someone circumvents my hatred or my dislike or disinterest or whatever disagreements I have. Moral obligation to someone's humanity and well-being supersedes all of that. It's like no competition. So like dropping whatever I'm doing now for the sake of being morally obligated to someone's trust, to reciprocate someone's trust, hands down, no contest. It would be that person. It has nothing, like, whatever this is building, it can wait, it can stay, it can pause wherever it wants. This stuff is so superficial, in my opinion, right? To other people, this might be way more important than their moral obligations for, like, the people that they don't care about or things they don't care about, right? And that's very reasonable when you take into consideration their life situation and their environments and whatnot. To be fair, you're exaggerating a bit as you put in a lot of work into socializing and have improved a lot. I think it's the... I said this to Mika Procall. I think in an echo chamber, lots of people in the current generation, like the current target generation, so the young adults of today, the future of today, like, you know, millennials are on their way out, right? 30s and 40s, they're kind of like, oh, we're cruising now. So the refining period, that generation, I actually do believe that most people believe they are lacking certain skills and have certain skills. And I told Mika, like, if you truly believe, which I actually think has quite a lot of truth, that everyone's an introvert, what can you do with that information? Because if everyone is so extreme to one end, only a slight edge will make you more in demand than anyone else. So if there's any time to invest in the ability to socialize a little bit, you will become far more irreplaceable than someone who can be replaced by an AI. And I'm not saying, I'm saying that jokingly for fun because I brought up AI, but there's a lot to be said when an interview from like a content creator, right? Most of the content creators got asked this question when I was watching the interview about AI. They're like, so are you worried? You know, are you worried that you're going to get replaced by AI? So are you worried? So all of the content creators, like the art people that I like, the music producers that I like, the people who direct music and stuff, they all talked in a way that's like, yes, we are concerned with it, but we're more concerned on how we can use it to make us elevate our human creativity, because they're not concerned with being indistinguishable from data, because ultimately those who innovate and stay on the edge use the tools to inform themselves of what they can do more than what it is. Some people may argue, well, what if AI can do everything a human can? It's like, well, then we'll cease to be human or AI. We would begin to be one thing. So if that occurs, then there wouldn't be a defining line to be concerned about, in my opinion. It's kind of like a cyclic argument, right? If AI can replace humans, then AI and humans will no longer be AI and humans. They are one in the same. They would be a singularity. So you wouldn't ask that question or posit that question anymore. The thing is, even despite AI maybe like being as creative as a human artist or something like that, what else is human? It's not anything else that's human. Some people like to generalize that the only aspect of humanity is the ability to create trendy, popular artwork based on data science. Well, you know what? Humans can create bad art too. Whatever that means. They can create controversial art. They can create illogical art. They can conceive things that other people don't like. You can have an entire industry subsection of passion projects that no one asked for. Data won't give you that. Data will not select for those things. So yes, I would take as a moral obligation that if no one is here to listen to this, I am the antithesis of AI. Like, if you run an AI model, this would be not the type of content that an AI would make. And why is that, in my opinion? Is because I like what makes humans human. Data-driven things are great for businesses and professionals and whatnot, but they certainly they're not adulterated by the human experience. So, and you can't achieve that either. It's not scalable. Although some people may argue they're trying to make AI scalable to that nature, but having an intimate connection or like an even more leveled connection online requires something that would be not scalable to thousands of people. So we were like talking about how often, how much people talk and progress. Mika made a case where they decide whether someone is going to be friend material with a few interactions initially. So I was trying to differentiate between the two mindsets. They both can succeed in making long-term friends. However, the mindset is nearly polar opposite. I do strong selection to test how resilient the connection is in order to be sure that this friendship will go long term. Mika believes that they have the shortcut so that they don't use the time to seek those. Instead, it's to avoid those. So they use data, basically their ability from their past experience, to quickly circumnavigate that. And to me, the difference here is one offers learning opportunities, the other one does not. And yet, both cases, they will make friends for a lifetime. They will likely make friends with, because they're still doing the activity of trying to make a friend, right? However, the difference is the way this person talks versus the way I talk is because we have a substantial different pool of experiences. I work through conflicts and problem-solving management. And I shared this analogy about what's the difference between someone who's classically mature, right, in a human sense, like the age-old dogma. What is the difference between how an adult resolves a problem versus a child resolving a problem? Not that one is better or the other. It's more like the same person. When I was younger, you can avoid or trivialize or shortcut things. You don't work through things because you don't have time for that. You might not even have the experience to see how it can work out, right? Or you might not even be interested in the learning experience because you don't have to learn things that are useless that you can avoid. In an adult world, there are things that are going to be thrown in at you and you have to compromise through them. It doesn't matter if you get to choose or not. Sometimes you go to a workplace and you don't get to choose your coworkers. So are you going to choose to avoid them? I mean, in a school setting, that's fine, I guess. There's enough fish in the sea. The sample size is high enough. But then you start thinking, what happens later down the road when they're married to someone? Well, I said this. It's possible that you can meet your soulmate. There's a perfect permutation of your one-to-one complementary pair, or however you want to see it. Personally, it might not sound ideal, but I work with what I have. and that creates a different subset of rules. Is it really successful for someone to be able to make the perfect partner, like become the perfect partner, or someone who seeks the perfect partner? And I think that's one of the things that the internet has made data into. You make data into the best of everything. So no, if I published a book, I wouldn't say it's the best book ever. I would say it's the most suitable book for the people who know me. And for anyone who's interested, you have every right to be dissatisfied or not satisfied. If you're dissatisfied, I'm more than happy to thank you by refunding your purchase because you gave me a chance and it just wasn't for you, right? So, because when I publish something, it's got to be me, not data. You can use data to fuel what's you, but losing yourself in the data is like buying a lifeless piece of work. It's kind of like someone who comes to me and say they don't like IRL because there's so many blemishes in IRL. Like, I don't like I don't like the way humans look because when you're watching anime, these are real discussions, by the way. I don't like the way real life looks because there are so many blemishes and imperfections. It's really noisy in real life. So I'm more keen to watching people behind an avatar that doesn't have those imperfections. That's a... I want to say I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. This is a discussion that it doesn't even have to deal with other people. It can deal with how people experience things. Like, oh, I don't want... is this worth starting? Because if there's any ounce of missing my expectation, I will regret starting this in the first place. So can you like stake your professional integrity and guarantee that when I start this, I will find it 100% rewarding without any without any reservations whatsoever? Because if I did have reservations, I'm gonna give you a thumbs down, a 0 out of 10, and make sure that everyone else hates you. I honestly, genuinely think, like, I'm not joking here. This is the social norm. I think this is so socially normalized now. It is your right, your privilege, your liberty to take a dump on someone else's rights and liberties, right? So whoever gets the moral high ground wins that argument. It's not whether it is principally or standardized moral obligation. There's no like moral code. It's whoever is painted with the higher moral ground. And well, despite not talking to most people, like not doing anything, not having obligations to something, I obligate myself to be morally like holding integrity in what I say. Someone else thought that I would be recipient of the Gen Z okay today, and they did it over and over again, and I can't I don't cater to that anymore. If you like to type okay, like just straight up okay as a greeting, and say nothing else, find someone else. I think find someone else. There's plenty of people out there. I think there are more people out there than me. I already have limited interactions per day. With all due respect, I will still continue to try. However, I'm morally obligated to understand that this is not a scalable endeavor. So if there's another person who wants to talk, who wants to share things, they get priority. That's and understanding that limitation is something that I have to concede to. Like, what if I had thousands of viewers? Then that would be 1,000 of different moral obligation problems to talk about in the future. It's not going to necessarily happen because these are self-contradictory things. It's not what if I had 10,000 viewers. Is if it's possible with my line of thinking. And I think they're not mutually, they're exclusive of each other. You can't promote and do what I think I'm doing at that scale. So I either change the nature of myself right now, which would probably happen. If, like, say I publish a book, I would behave very differently. There would be different things change a person, right? I wouldn't behave the way I'm doing now. Like, it would be irresponsible for me to say, oh, hey guys, I don't sell anything. Oh wait, by the way, this book, it's not considered selling. You know, I'm somehow spin it in a way that it's not selling anything. Like, that's not true. That is misleading. It's misrepresentation. It's gaslighting. In some very specific context, it's grooming. And it's grooming in an echo chamber. So, to me, yeah. Oh there, Sing Sing. Hello, hello. How are we doing? We're doing pretty alright. I'm way behind in my study today, but I'm just ranting from Procall's comments. How are you doing? Oh, how have you been since we left? Also, there's quite a lot of time where I just don't enjoy socializing, not because of anxiety or anything, but just because you don't enjoy doing it. So that's fair enough, Procall. Busy? Oh yeah? Hit me up with a detail. What do you got? What do you got that's busy? I'll continue to try to truck along. I think I'm not gonna finish until like 6 a.m. I think it's looking like 6 a.m. Okay, let's try to truck along here. I'm looking for scratching my head through Tatsu. You know what I can do? Since I've skipped 21 elements, I think I'm gonna go back here. We're gonna stack these because I have more stack from earlier today. And then I'm gonna do these first. And then see if I get more inspiration. You love alone time. You should consider whether it comes from selfishness of not wanting to put in the effort into socializing. That's a fair point. The alone time can be a really wonderful time to think about what is it that makes it so nice, or what is it that you're avoiding, right? That's a different way. You can make your alone time be a time in which you can reflect on why alone time is really awesome, or you can do the opposite, or you can do other things, but oftentimes I reflect on how I can make the socializing part not as taxing. Right? You're listening to all you said, but because you mentioned how far behind you are on your schedule, you didn't chat. That's fair enough. That's fair. No worries. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna get it done. I know I'm gonna get it done. At least I'm pretty confident. I'm telling myself audibly so I can keep myself on track, right? This is Greece. How do I know this is Gen and decrease? Drunkard. I don't remember. You slide a drunkard and a creeper. Oh, yeah. You just escape. Chance of escape. I'm not sure how well that's going to hold up in the future. Your working holiday visa ends this month. Intriguing. So you're praying that your partner visa gets finalized soon so you can visit your home country again? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Currently not allowed to leave Australia because of the bridging visa. Oh, okay. Besides that, a lot of financial things to do since all of your insurance ends this month, since it's been a year in Australia, so you need to renew everything. Oh my goodness. That sounds like a perfect storm of life bureaucracy there. Best of luck. I hope everything works out well. A holiday visa. Life hitting you real bad. Yo, I hope everything, positive thoughts. Everything will work out. My mother has something like kind of like that where she has to go back to renew her dual citizenship, and it's often like, oh, she has to line up this with this, and then if you go back you have to start the process right away. Then there's like a 1.5 week period, but she has to that has to fall through, like it has to finish before she leaves so she can take the documentation with her back, right? Otherwise it would be very difficult once again to like go back and stay there for a prolonged time. Like, man, I feel you. I feel you. Like in a vicarious way, because I have to negotiate all her travels and stuff. I don't have to experience it firsthand, obviously. I don't live somewhere I'm not born in. You have to be here in Australia when it's getting finalized, so that's why you're stuck now. Ah, yep. That sounds about right. Yeah. I got you. And this is region.
No.
No. So what else is interesting, Xing Xing? Are you, so while you have to chill, is there any submitted in June can take up to 1.5 years? Wow, that's a long turnover time. Oh no, it's not Shoto. So you got any pleasure stuff? What do you got anything else? Maybe of a different flavor? Did you eat something very interesting lately? Try to like expand our horizons here. I feel like the left is Ford. What is that? Trash, river, and tsunami. Oh, no, wait. No, I thought I had it for a moment. Do you know Parma? We have a burger here now with Parma on it. Oh, interesting. Are we talking about like Parma as in like Parmesan? Like a cheese? Like a Parma burger? Where you have like, it's like a take on like chicken parm but with a burger? Or is it something else? Am I way off base? The closest thing I can think of is Parma as in like the cheese. It's a chicken schnitzel topped with tomato sauce, ham. Okay, yes. Ooh, even more. Oh, yeah. That sounds delicious, by the way. Yeah, so it's even a more souped up, and that on a burger. Yeah, it's even more souped up Parma. Yeah. You get two things at once. I know, right? That's a combination of a lot of things there. The balance seems great. I'm gonna be a weirdo. I probably put sauerkraut on that. Your favorite food currently for sure? Oh, I see. Like it's I feel like I want to add another like another sour acid component outside of the tomato sauce to cut through the like the protein cheese. I know there's the tomato sauce on it, but man. What do you have with it? What is your beverage of choice, Xingting? What do you have to drink with your parma? That sounds delightful. I feel like that resonates really well with Americana food. And schnitzel, I live in an area where schnitzel, like a Americanized fusion that uses schnitzel, is a thing here. Very high concentration of German heritage, but obviously like multi-generational. So it's like on with the like. I wouldn't be surprised if you would have a chicken schnitzel with mac and cheese in between two buns. Maybe even put French fries on it. So like hash, maybe like a hash, like a smash hash on top of, like, you would have the mac and cheese in the middle. So the schnitzel and the smash hash would create the wet barrier between the buns. Slam it together and go to town. And the mac and cheese would be a bake. A mac and cheese bake. So then it would come off as like a sheet as opposed to like a sloppy joe situation. That would create the cheese, right? The cheese, the texture, right? Cheese texture. And then the hash creates the additional layer of like crunch, like the texture, and then schnitzel will be on the bottom. And then you probably need an acid quality. So in acid, you can just probably place like a side dish with an acidic quality to it. Something acidic. Maybe French fries with malt vinegar and ketchup. Ketchup, malt vinegar, French fries. And it would be like the sour note. It would be like the vinegar sour note. So whenever you take a bite of the burger, you have your three textures, your creaminess, your fattiness. Then you cut it with an acidic sauce for your fries. And then you probably want to wash it down with some muted drink. Most parms here are served with chips and salad. Sounds about right. Excellent. Yeah, that sounds like a really wonderful balance. Good quality Sprite. Yeah. Maca Sprite is very watery here. Don't like it at all. Oh, interesting. I'm not familiar with that. Am I able to get that stuff stateside? Maca Sprite. Oh, intriguing. Actually, the answer is probably no. You can taste the difference, right? Each place you go to. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I had New Zealand Sprite. I mean lemonade. Sorry, I had lemonade. That's the first thing when you go, like, that's one of the earliest like drink related things that happened when I was when I was studying abroad in New Zealand. Lemonade. Lemonade is the, yeah. You to get a cup of to get some Sprite, like at one point we ordered lemonade. Lemonade and Sprite is almost the same in there, like over there, like in Australia and New Zealand. That's what I have come to learn. A lemonade and Sprite here is like, do you want sugar water with carbonation, or do you want to replace all the carbonation with more sugar? I'm being I'm joking around, obviously, but lemonade doesn't have carbonation. But you could replace it with more sugar. Lemonade is like incredibly tart and sour, and typically it's not carbonated. A cordial is that here? Oh, I see. Interesting. Hungry Jacks is the best. MAKU's, you would say they're you have different Sprite competitors. Interesting. And then KFC solid second, huh? It's normalized here for like, especially the Sprite thing is normalized here because of like, PepsiCo. I mean, not PepsiCo, Coke. You know, like the Coke company and whatnot. It's Coke, right? Yeah, it's Coca-Cola company. Yeah, very standardized. Sprite is pretty nice complimentary drink for like your really fatty foods. Great compliment. Glad we could talk about a little bit about food. Burger person, huh? But here is different each. Okay, each of them are different. Yeah. That's kind of neat. That sounds like a great trip. Like when you go eat, it's kind of a surprise every time. Hear me out. I don't think it's very friendly to like how I say the stereotypical introverted internet goer shut in kind of situation, because it's largely about consistency. So when they fall in love with something, they hope that it's consistent. For myself though, that sounds like a blast. I probably just go to places just to try the Sprite. Oh, you send me something? No, well, we can continue to find. Thanks, Procol. That's a very delightful message, and I really hope that it is what it is. You got this, right? Of course, we're all, you know where to find me. We're always here. You can overcome it. Is it cliche right now? You and probably Sing Sing are the future, right? You gotta keep to that dialogue. You are the future. I know, yeah, moral obligations, right? Speaking of moral obligations, that's how I felt when I was growing up. So if you want something that is like channeling Eastern values, hopefully it doesn't create like a vicious cycle of collapse. But I think strong shoulders, consistent support, sources of motivation, it elevates oneself over time. Having that moral obligation, that understand that you guys are the future. Like, I'm less so the future. the chances of me making a dramatic moral contribution or like a legacy contribution, it decreases with every passing year, right? Now it's up to, I mean, it's not a diffusion of responsibility. I will obviously continue to try and do these things, but 20s, if you're in your 20s, it's, to me, anyone who's older, like in their 40s and 50s, it's to personally, of my own value, it's a moral obligation to make sure whoever is younger than you in your 20s and stuff make the future a lot brighter, right? Because it's handing the baton now. I used to feel like, oh yeah, the 40s is a new 20s, or 30s is a new 20s. But honestly, the more comfortable I become, the more likely that it's actually really awesome to see what the future generations have to make of themselves. I actually find it far more entertaining now. Like, I can't tell you how much more time I spend disproportionately with my friends and coworkers and stuff, where we talk about the young ones, not our lives. Like it's kind of like talking about our lives in tangent. Like, and when I talk to someone, it's like, oh, how's your daughter? And then they would talk about what they're doing, and it's all in the context of their daughter or their son. And then I'm like, oh yeah, you know, like kids these days, that's what that's kind of where I am in my headspace. So obviously that is very different than you can't just be anyone's parent, right? Like that's interloping and whatnot. But you can try to make it a little brighter. I think one of the classical moral obligations for an adult, if you consider yourself an adult, say you're 30 years old and you feel like you're 60, or 20 and you feel like you're 60, the often moral obligation that humans have, at least the human condition, is to paint a brighter future for those that come after. Sorry, I had to make a clear obscure reference. I'll definitely play that game, but for those that come after, that's the catch the tagline for clear obscure. It's for those that come after. You get to a point where if you know your imminent I guess demise, or your limited time in this world, so the thing that rings most strongest is to pave a road brightly and auspiciously for those that come after. That is the moral obligation, at least in my opinion. You live near Hungry Jack's, which has always been the top quality serves. Hungry Jack's, I've heard of this, and I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of going to, like, having like a facsimile of Hungry Jack's. Is it anything like Popeyes or Jack in the Box? Sing Sing. I know that might sound, I might have just committed a personal public crime and Australians are gonna get mad at me, but I don't have the privilege to be at a Hungry Jack's, so I need something to, like, kind of, it's the same as Burger King. Okay, it's similar to Burger King. I see. Yeah. And obviously I'm not talking about like the quality and stuff. I'm talking about like the vibe, the intended like business model. Interesting. So we're thinking more like a In-N-Out and a like a In-N-Out, or like a Shake Shack and like Five Guys and stuff like that. It's just the name of Aussie, since the name Hungry Jack was already used, so they couldn't use it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Really hope you do understand how much you helped me. Also, the message wasn't as well written as you wanted to be, which is because of that. Which one of the mega name? No, Procol. You see here, maybe to other people, but the nature of your message is fantastic regardless of it, Procol, right? Let's buck at the idea. Like, let's say an AI can't type that. Procol, you see what I mean? You see how I'm feeling? I don't know if you're feeling me right now. An AI can't write that. That's my like euphemism. I think I'm gonna make a whole, when I'm 50, I'm gonna have a midlife crisis and I'm gonna become a comedian, right? And I swear to you, or maybe not swear, but in another 10 years, there's a high chance my comedy routine is going to be everything that is not AI. Like, hey, so, oh, you're experiencing social anxiety? Well, at least you're not AI. Like, oh, you feel a little embarrassed. Like, tell me about it. I don't get this interaction from my like AI assistant, but tell me about it. Let's be human together, right? Like, hear me out. My friend, one of my closest friends, he listens to like this incredibly intense death metal music, and the first thing that comes out of his mouth is like, yeah, it calms me. And I'm like, I'm glad you're not AI, my friend. That's what I'm gonna be saying. I think that's gonna be my tagline moving forward. Like when someone says like, "Oh yeah, you know, no one has ever drank water before." I'm glad you're not AI, my friend. There's gonna be, I'm calling this in another 10 years. There's gonna people are going to start overcompensating, but they're gonna compensate the other way. They're gonna start celebrating all the things that I already find so wonderful of having friends and having other people, because it's those things that make you less predictable. And like that's what I see as the beauty of humanity. Like if you want a relationship with a friend or a significant other or a child, raising a child, if you can't even celebrate the most human part about being human and expecting them to be robotic, I think a lot of the joy is taken out of being human. And if there's anything that can get people to appreciate that, in my opinion, is having another thinking component, AI, a model that demonstrates the contrast between talking to a human being and talking to AI. Now, there is a bit of a danger. Those who are not experienced in talking to another human being may find that very difficult to compare and contrast. But one day, when AI becomes a standard of a middleman, they can be differentiated from humans. So then it would create a wonderful contrast. So that contrast may be a great way to reinvigorate and celebrate what makes art, what makes music, music. Because right now, it's very hard to believe that AI can't just mass produce anything that a human can make, because the lines are still blurred. It's like not quite sure, because the things we like are very data driven. So of course it would be a little shocking. Of course it'll be a little bit concerning, like, oh man, the music I like, AI generated this? It's like, yeah, for now. At some point it will draw the contrast between, okay, so now humans are going to be focused on what to do to stick out from AI. Well, they're going to do things that AI can't do, right? In reverse. And then in the future it'll be like, oh wait, why does this music sound so great? It's Beethoven. You know? Like, wait, but it's not just recorded Beethoven. It's a live performance of Beethoven's symphony. And the live performance is not immaculately perfect. It has idiosyncrasies of the human spirit. So then there'll be a resurgence, in my opinion, in another 10 years, where is it cool to get your burger made exactly the same way as you always wanted all the time from Hungry Jack's? Or do you want to go to a Hungry Jack's and have someone make it and it's just not quite exactly perfect, but you might end up liking it more, or you might like it less? But the thing is, just that little ounce of unpredictability is what makes human spirit so wonderful. At least for now, I still think that. For me though, it's hard to talk to someone and say like, hey, do you want to go and try out this place? It's like, no, I already know what I like. Let's just go to the same place and get the exact same thing that I like. Sometimes it's not exactly the same because the same person isn't there to make it the same exact way, but I kind of wanted to make it the same exact thing. Right? So I don't want that, in my opinion. I think you live too long, in my opinion. Or not live too long. Life is too short to want to normalize it to one activity and a small list of preferences for the rest of your life. So if something, right, like I know Procon, this is related to what you told me. Life is too short to put yourself on a leash that causes you to drain all your time to that one activity. So if you have like we're gonna say an addiction, right? It can be anything. If you have an addiction and it's like consuming your life, like, but that repetition of that activity is not enriching your life with like variety or changes or thing, that thing doesn't deserve your time. It does not deserve your time to suck up, to be confined to treading the same thing. It's different for passions and hobbies. They move forward, they transform. There are people who treat hobbies not like that. That's coping. Like when you cope with a hobby, that hobby doesn't transform. It doesn't become bigger over time. It's used to compensate. So that's one thing that I want to distinguish between people's interpretation of hobbies and passion. There is coping, which is to maintain the same thing for as long as possible. And then there's self-improvement. You're improving as you're going. There's no coping involved. Like you're doing better than you've done before. And every single day you're going to do more. It can go down, it can go up, but it's not the same entirely. So then your life doesn't feel like you're just drifting along and doing the same thing. Every burger is a new burger is how you think. When I go out to eat, if I'm about to take a goober next year, I've already planned. I'm taking this goober out who's like convinced he can't like so many things because he's a ripe age of like 23, or okay, he's 25 soon. He's like, oh no, he is 25. He's a ripe age of 25, and he's like, I already know all the things I like about eating in my life, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna, if you don't like it, I'm gonna get you to try something, and I'll just eat the rest. But that's kind of my opinion. You're just, I'm 40 and I kind of feel like that already. That's what the internet makes me feel, and I'm 40, right? But save it for when you're like 70 and 80. Save it for when you're like, yeah, no, all right, I've been around the block, we're good to go. If you look up the logo, I'll see that it's basically Burger King. Let's see, Hungry Jack logo. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, that's basically Burger King. Oh, you weren't kidding. Yeah. Also, not that you would ever make use of this, and I think it's somewhat immoral that I factor that in when deciding to watch your stream. Due to your talkative nature and depths of topics you go into, you're the perfect person for someone on Pepsi to talk to. I can see that. I've talked to people. I usually am the person people talk to who are drunk and under the influence as well, Brokaw. Just so you know, like, I talk to people to sleep when they have stomach pains, if they're having a really hard time and they just need someone to make sure to get their water and like go to bed, when they're like they're throwing up their liver because they drank too much. That's usually, I'm used to this. I've been doing this for some time now. So people who are under the influence, sometimes having moral support nearby is like unequivocally, let's just say, it's kind of nice to think that AI can offset some of this, like, maybe having an assistant robot, but having someone else nearby is also like, it's a plus, right? Sometimes you like to think technology can read all of these things, but at the same time, yeah, I've been around the block. Again, I've already shared that in that one time where, of all the people this one person decided to pick, we are only coworkers and Scully, the one person that they call, I never asked them if I was like the second person they called, the third person they called, but I was the one that was called to escort the person because they were having premeditated thoughts. They were, they were already in a really bad place. So what we did, what I often say this, but maybe they would have someone else they could call, but I was perfectly happy to be available to help them when they were having very, very terrible intrusive thoughts. because I couldn't even imagine them trying to make that drive to their parents at like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. We like drove across some state lines to drop her off, right? Happened before, quite a lot. But overall, you do prefer chatting with you sober, as you don't tend to simplify topics. So obviously, being in the best state of mind makes the conversation the most constructive. There are some really funny one-sided comments. I often do this thing where I ask them, "Do you remember what we talked about yesterday?" Because I think sometimes even sober people who fall asleep when I'm talking, like in a car or something, like not like when I'm driving. Or, well, actually, sometimes I am the driver, so I'd be talking and they would like fall asleep. And later down the line, it's like, do you remember anything I was saying? Also, I do want to specify not the right word, that I am not quitting as due to how much you consume there. It's literally has to stop cold turkey. Oh, I see. Okay. That's the word. Okay. I was initially surprised when you said your experience talking to people on Pepsi, but then I remember you grew up in a certain rougher neighborhoods, and also Pepsi is used terrifyingly more common than yes. There's others, right? Like it doesn't have to be that. My parents, my father was a chronic smoker, so imagine what that's like. And it's a very similar situation. He made a deal, or sort of a deal, like said if it has anything to like be critically ill, like it would end his life, he would quit cold turkey. So he did. And that was also the time when I told you he quit smoking after he had a heart attack, and only after he recovered from the heart attack was I told that he left the hospital. So I was only notified that day when he had a heart attack, recovered from it, decided to stop smoking. It was only afterwards that I found out. That's kind of my family values in a nutshell. Like, there are things that people suffer with, but their moral obligations are so powerful that it can overcome many of these things. And well, my father has a moral obligation, all right. And also the idea that the moral obligation of parents are often in a traditional Chinese way, is not to burden the future generation with the problems of the old. They may impart all the values that allow the younger generation to seek success, but not the burdens of their own. So most of the time I don't share these either. And if you know, in the grand scheme of transparency, when people ask me what my vulnerabilities are and things that lapse of judgment, I can offer them, but they will often be portrayed as a overcoming adversity because I overcame them. Those things I can talk about very openly are all the things I'm comfortable in saying because they no longer exist, or they exist as a learning lesson, like social anxiety, poor public speaking, temptation, cheating, temptation to cheat, envy, jealousy, incredibly explosive anger. And it wasn't like external anger, like I wasn't particularly angry at anyone, I was just angry myself. I mean, was constantly angry at not being understood, right? Those things, I can talk about them at any time because they're no longer a facet of weakness, they are my strength. When you spoke to your uncle on your mom's side Irish about smoking, he told me that since he was 9, his mother used to wake him up by putting his cigarette in his mouth. Which is crazy, but due to a lot of family members like him being addicted to nicotine, they have given him a lot of tips. Yeah. My father is a male Asian, right? Male Asian, and in that generation, if they were coming from a specific generation, historically, most of them are smokers. And the United States, even say I was American, I was born American, the United States is very similar. It went through that period where smoking was trendy, and it was specifically males, but females partake in American history as well. In that brief, the brief American history, there was a period where smoking is very, very chronic. Nowadays, it's a different dialogue. Just so you know, the whole smoking situation is still relevant today. E-cigarettes is still a thing, and this isn't a political activism thing that I'm trying to say. I'm saying it's a lesser of two things, but it is still a habit forming consumption thing that legitimately rarely has upside benefits. It is used for coping. So there was already a downside to get the upside. And it's in the guise of something that perpetuated the cigarette craze in the first place in the United States, not in China or anything. China was more dealing with opioids, right? Historically, the whole opioids thing. The stressors of the thing. Now e-cigarettes are trendy, so it's fitting. It's a social belief. Right? It's kind of like drinking. Drinking is a very similar pattern. So the question is, you have to compete with that, and I want to change that, or like at least one person at a time, or I want to join other people to changing that. Make certain things competitively more socially interesting and fun, and then you can outcompete the one thing that gives it its upside, right? Cigarettes used to be trendy. That was the upside. It outpaced and maybe outcost the health, the impact on health, right? E-cigarettes is very similar. It's trendy as well. There are a lot of trendy things. So without demonizing things, like I'm not the biggest fan of like, obviously I don't go out of my way to spend my energy by talking down the competition. You beat the competition by doing it better, right? Now it's not always feasible, but generally speaking, this doesn't make additional enemies. It makes for bettering oneself. So replace the idea of stopping to do something, right? The thing about stopping to do something is that you can replace it with something even better. Because what more than coping with something is to do more than just coping, right? So going around, if you need a ritual, right? Or like a routine saying, I quit. It's been 1 day since I had a cigarette. Do it. That's why outreach groups work, like Alcohol Anonymous, like AA meetings and stuff. If you made 1 day, tell people that you've made it through 1 day. Have someone with you. That's why like you have, what is it called? The buddy system. I forgot what the word is for the person who is paired up with the other person who's trying to recover. What is the word? There's a specific word for it. But the idea is that person is responsible for constantly hearing the accomplishment of the others. If it's 1 day, tell the person you're really proud for that 1 day. 2, 3, if you want to push yourself, wait 10 days and then tell the person you've added 10 days to doing something else. That's kind of why I feel you must compete with the source of the engagement or the happiness. And a person, maybe even an AI, I don't know yet. That's the joke, right? Maybe a person can compete with most of those things and continue to compete with most of those. And that's why, in my opinion, I often ask when someone says they're feeling really bad, they're really busy, they're pressured, they're like having a midlife crisis, do you have someone like that? Do you have a support system around you? Because it is incredibly, I don't want to say go and like exploit your friends or anything, but those people are easily irreplaceable compared to like a source of, I don't know, detached parasocial affirmation somewhere. And despite that, I am a source of parasocial affirmation. At most, if we enter a discussion, it would be a temporary source of affirmation, right? And if I can do that, in my opinion, Prokop, if I can do that, then the people in your life that are around you can do so much more. If you want a competition and want to be greedy, this is a competition that I'm more than happy to concede, because the thing that warms my heart the most is when someone says, "Oh, hey, I just met you online. Oh, by the way, I just want to say hi, but I have my IRL friends hanging out, and we're about to hit the pub, the local pub." And I'm like, exactly. That's exactly what, in my opinion, a healthy young person should be saying to most people online who have like scalar relationships with thousands and tens of thousands of people. When you hear someone say that, if, in my opinion, all due respect to the other people, if someone says, "Oh, hey, but you have to stay with me because I need your attention, I need to make money off of you," then that person is not there to be your friend, right? When you're doing stuff and the one person says like, "Oh yeah, we're online friends, but hey, I'll catch you later. I need to go and chill with my buds," or like I need to. It could be another online friend. Like I need to hang, like play a game session with my really close friends. That to me, I would be far less worried about that person over time, because in my opinion, if my moral obligation is to that person, like if we actually form a relationship through online, my moral obligation is to know that you're going to do okay, right? So if suddenly it's like, "Oh, hey, I saw that you didn't stream for 2 days. Like I didn't know what to do for those 2 days. Like it really upset me that you decided to skip 2 days." That's a problem. That is a really scary codependent problem. And this has already happened. And it's very scary. Just go watch Black Mirror. This has happened in real life to some people, right? Strong codependency, when it doesn't meet, when codependency that is created by the person in power, the person that has influence, that creates an addiction of a different kind. And I don't think that's also appropriate. That's a negligence in the person's influence. Some people might say you reap what you sow, but I think that's looking at it a very different way. That's not understanding that some people could unintentionally do that. So that's what I like, is to ask you about your pub, your pub excursions and stuff, because that's what should be most important. Yeah, gender specific, yeah, cigarette. Okay, yeah, and so glad you've been able to stop using a cigarette. Oh, I see. E-cigarette. Honestly, in terms of intensity of addiction, I think vapes are far worse, at least in your experience. Yeah, because it's unadulterated. It's formulated. It's all very consistently concentrated. The reason why I brought up e-cigarettes is because I've been talking to my one of my close friends. He looks at proposals for like selling e-cigarettes. As in, what I mean is he's part of regulating and understanding the potential harm, and like making sure that companies or people who they have to file for vending these things. But he talks about like the reality of the nature and the bureaucracy, and how it takes a lot of time, but it's deliberately people are deliberately saturating the people who are involved in regulating these things in order to sell. So we have to keep in mind that the world is filled with opportunism. So like, while I'm constantly focused on the nice parts and the potential of human things, we also need to be aware of the human condition. Opportunistic behavior is definitely a human trait. I don't want to be cynical in a time that I want to be positive about the human spirit. So in this case, we'll keep it a little bit more positive. All right. It's spinning a realistic bent on motivations. Yeah, and you know from personal experience, the ritual of you and your mates getting vapes and showing each other our flavors and comparing them add an extra layer of habit. Oh yes. Yes indeed. You know what? I have a personal share. When I was younger, around the table, people kept talking about how they could modify their cars to do things and to participate in, let's just say, young people's crafts on vehicles. And my first thought was when I was younger, and then it's like, oh, I see how that's like, I participated in it. I was an enabler, but my first thought is there's no way I would ever do that to a car. Or like, I don't find in participating in reckless behavior with vehicles something that I would do. But I would still, right, as a kid, to fit in, I get caught up in the culture of reckless behavior. I actually did quite a lot of reckless things in my youth, and you can say that's part of growing pains, right? Or like growing up and learning. But there are some things like speeding on a motorcycle that gets you that rush, but at the same time is not, I'm not entirely sure like my current self would be ever comfortable in that. So now I kind of sound like that old hat guy. But hear me out. Hear me out. My first thought is when someone says like, oh, I want to do this, this gives me this feeling, I would offer them a competitive event that they can do instead of that and see which one they like better. So instead of taking away something, which is often the situation, oftentimes like, no, you can't do this, right? So they lose something, but you didn't replace it. You didn't attempt to be involved, to understand, to know what they're losing. So nowadays, like when someone says, oh man, I hate sitting in traffic doing this stuff, it's like, I heard you really like Harry Potter books. Why not be stuck in traffic listening to a Harry Potter book? So you're competing with the event. You're trying to think about all the things you have to gain and more things you can do, not a loss. You're not focused on the idea that you're losing a good feeling or losing a coping mechanism or losing something that you can gain from a use. You're replacing it with something better and more functional and flexible, and you're going to continue to build on that. Sometimes I kind of joke in a very real way. If you're going to be addicted to something, be addicted to something that's better than the thing that you're currently addicted to. And then when you find something else better to get addicted to that instead. That's self-improving on an addiction line, right? If you have a passion and the passion stops giving, find another passion that's better than the current passion and it does more. It builds on the existing passion that you have. That's an addiction too, right? So settling for less in a limited time window, I would say leave that for the old people. Leave that for 70s and 80s. When you're 20, you gotta be greedy. Settling for something that keeps you locked in to like a non-laddering, you're not climbing anymore, right? When you get addicted to something that locks you in and it prevents you from doing anything else, that is what most people will refer to as addiction. But you can get addicted to self-improvement. That's what you need. Like, that's the thing, right? Be addicted to something better than what you're currently addicted to. Beat out your addiction with something else. If it's admiration from someone, that's great. Like, Hear me out. Why did I get good grades? I'm addicted to the fear of not having my parents' approval. You can phrase these things in any way you want. Like the fear of being disapproved by my parents is the addiction I have that I must cope with in order to get good grades. So there are addictions that you can use as fuel, right? And then there are certain addictions that just don't pay out. They don't pay out, so you gotta replace it with something better. If you can't think of it as, if you're constantly thinking of it as a loss, then think of it at least as a replacement for that loss. Like, oh, to heck with this. If I had $50 if I had $50 extra every month by kicking this habit, what can that $50 buy for me instead? Right? It could buy a online course that will change the rest of your life. It can buy you a new video game every single month, right? You can, well, not 50, I guess $50. Now we're talking more like $80, but you get the point. Inflation and all. But the thing is, sit down, think about it, and see what you can replace. Like, I would even argue, here's some self-sacrificing. If you can get like if talking to me for 3 hours right now, this very moment, listening to me talk can get you something, in the future, look for something better. If I don't improve over time, then that is the same problem, in my opinion. That can lead to the same problem. Like, it can get old. You may not be motivated to listen to me anymore. Like, the silver lining here is humans don't tend to stay static. So that's one of the silver linings, but a substance does stay static. So at least if you invest in a human, there is a chance they will change and grow with you. If they stop growing with you, like myself, if I start doing the same thing if I start doing the same thing for a very long time, I have a problem myself. So that wouldn't be a burden that someone else would be responsible for. At least I wouldn't want them to be. But if I stop producing, right, whatever it is that you look for better things, right? You look for better parasocial relationships. Keep being greedy and keep doing better. It's not being settled and dependent and hoping that nothing changes for the better. I know that change can change for the worse, but sometimes when you're selected and locked into one thing, you have no more options. Like, you put all your eggs in one basket. When that thing stops putting out, the world is going to fall apart. And that's what I mean, in my opinion, that I fear most about younger people in algorithm-based internet. They get locked into one thing and they can't possibly see a better thing ever again. Like, I still have problems telling people, or like being able to get someone to try a different fruit. Like, they're like, oh yeah, they really like grapes. And I'm like, have you tried other grapes? Like, no, this specific grape. I'm like, what happens when that grape is not for sale? Like, well, then I'll just wait until it's available for sale. And I'm like, okay, that's definitely one way. That's avoidant behavior. That's to avoid every possible change and stick to the one thing, right? I think that's the technique that I use most of the time. When someone says Duolingo is sucky, I'll try to demonstrate how it's not sucky, right? But they don't have to be convinced. The idea is, if I try to make something not sucky, it will just suck less, right? It will suck less to someone. And that's what is needed sometimes to hear. If your situation sucks, make it suck less. It will eventually become so less sucky that you might actually see other ways to make it not even be part of your life anymore. I think coping, this is going to be a harsh saying directly, but coping is the bottom line. It is the bottom a human can do. If you're coping, you're trying to maintain the bare minimum, the bare normalization, because every day you can do so much better than just coping. Now, when you're really at the bottom, like your floor fell off, you're no longer coping. You're struggling, right? You're deteriorating. So there's still further bottoms, and I don't want to give too much attention to when the bottom falls out. But overall, coping, if you can cope right now and you can consistently cope, that's great. Now go up, right? Because on a bad day, that bottom can fall out. So one day when something bad happens, you're nowhere near the bottom, right? You keep building yourself up. Yeah, that's probably why it's worth sharing conversation. It can tell you, it can show you something that's good or something useful. And any word you can say to someone, it can spark something that allows them to start that chain of reactions. Have you ever been addicted to anything? But I don't mean something like being addicted to work, like being addicted to an actual thing, if you know what I mean. No, I have not. Not a substance. Like not a substance that is addictive in quality. So I haven't been addicted to. There wasn't much coping. That it wasn't behavioral coping. So like here, my addiction, could be like a decent addiction that I used for coping a long time ago was gaming. I played video games. Like, when someone says to do something, like, you had a bad day, you have to play your video games. It doesn't matter if sleep and stuff. You have to play a video game. That is coping, right? That's the closest thing I have. It's no longer that, obviously, and since it's no longer that, you can kind of see, like, spend most of my time not even playing video games. I talk about video games a lot, but they're no longer a thing, and I think that's a real thing now. Addiction to pleasure, like so what'd you call it, like a dependency on stimulus, behavioral stimulus. I can't say these words, but you can use your imagination, right? Explicit content, explicit content is a form of addiction. Explicit content versus echo chamber of good thought, echo chamber of specific thoughts. Participating in scandalous conversations, that type of thing. Oh, thanks, Procall. Thanks. But you gotta also try to save your money from your hard-earned labor job, of which I haven't done before. I've been addicted to pain before. I'm not sure if you have as a kid. Have you ever like had like a wound or like your teeth and stuff, and you just wanted to create endorphins? That's something that's closest to smoking and stuff. Yeah. Not necessarily self-harm in the same sense, but the first time as a kid, right, lots of kids kind of experience this, at least to my knowledge. The first time you experience pain, you can like really harsh pain that can be triggered, you get a wave of endorphins, and one of the biggest ones is teething, like your teeth. Like when your teeth is loose, you constantly want to cause that pain because it releases endorphins. So like some of my teeth was technically self-harmed because of that nature. Like I pressed and I like prodded against my teeth. Oh yeah, like digging your fingernail into the side of another nail, yes, which hurts, but it feels very satisfying. That is the closest thing I can say to addiction, because it releases a lot of endorphins. Like for example, when I was bowling, I had a blister Like the skin would completely rub off and stuff. But while it's really painful, I kept flexing it and I kept breaking it. Like I kept breaking the skin, and it's preventing the skin from healing, right? But the pain releases endorphins, so it feels really good. It's kind of like sometimes it's not the same as nail biting because there's no nerves in your keratin, but it's the same thing when someone is really stiff, you know, like when they're working out, and then you just want to consistently chase after the stiffness, like the soreness and the DOMS, right? Like the delay onset, and that squeezing and stuff can feel really good. But in this case, it dealt with like an open wound and stuff. I think that's the closest thing, in my opinion, to a natural source of addiction. Like, you know, that's why substance is very close to it. It's like, you know, you're gonna feel horrible later, right? You know you're gonna crash later, but you still seek it. And then like you're doing the pain, it's like, you know, this is not good for you, right? You know it's gonna be that you're getting a pain signal. It's not, you're not supposed to be running towards this pain, but it releases endorphins. And exercising is one of those things. It's a strong competing signal. So hence why when someone needs to like smoke and they're like going through withdrawal and stuff, they could hit the gym. When you have cravings, you hit the gym. when you're stressed, you hit the gym. So oftentimes pain is easily a strong receptor for clouding, you know, like using endorphins to cope with things is often why people say, oh, well, you can exercise and kill 2 or 3 birds with one stone. If you're feeling angry, go and exercise. Hence why like a lot of proponents would say, find ways to integrate and make exercise a normal habit, because it has quite a lot of benefits. Now, you can overtrain, you can be reckless, you can lack discipline and hurt yourself during exercise just as much as other forms of addiction, right? You can overtrain, you can go into, so I know I'm spinning the other wheel, but it can go extreme, so still balance in the long sense, because excessive use of anything will cause a dulling situation. Like working out may not always put out at the end. If you become dependent on the endorphins, that endorphins will dull, so you'll seek more reckless behavior. You might push envelopes, right? So moderation in the long run. But I would say, without a doubt, if the closest thing, since I haven't been addicted to a substance, the closest thing I would say is pain. Pain, I'm very aware of my potential feel good with pain. Like I enjoy pain quite a lot. The fallouts of pain. Like, so if I had to share something like that, I didn't have any experience with addictive substances though. That's what I've been doing with nicotine. You went from smoking to vaping and now to nicotine pouches. Ah, I see. And even better, nicotine pouches are non-carcinogenic. That's really nice to know. I actually don't know how far nicotine, like those nicotine patches and stuff, or other things, are doing. So it's nice to see that they are able to isolate and remove a lot of the other harmful chemicals. Yeah, a few minutes ago you did your final smell and now you wait for the calm down to hit, but even though you've gone that horrible feeling so many times, you still never really considered it when deciding what to do or not. Yeah. I think the most common thing that I've been exposed to in my life are people who are habitual drinkers. And we're not talking about habitual drinkers as in for social reasons, for coping reasons. Coping with a substance is rough. It's really rough. I saw it in many different ways. Not many relationships survive that. Several divorces, several friendships, some lives, a couple lives, and like someone's career, like a couple careers. Some people were young enough to just lose their driving privileges, right? But yeah, use early coping with substance that you can't control is, especially a substance that may incapacitate you, is tough. I don't think pain is one of them. I think pain can sharpen the senses, right? So we will rule out pain in that situation. I haven't been addicted to something or to a substance that will influence my judgment, so to speak, right? I have partaked in those things. So I've drank alcohol before. Even though come down is the name for when the substance is wearing off, by the way. Oh, interesting. When it's wearing off. So that's like the period before withdrawal, right? Or is it a different thing? Like withdrawal is the period when you're needing something, and that's like the big hit. The hit where instead of coming down, you're going down. Like you're going below the baseline. I'm only familiar with like the withdrawal periods, like the reflex periods. Basically how good you feel when you're on the substance. It's the exact opposite feeling when it wears off. I see. But it's not the withdrawal period, right? Like the period where you might have like a reflex to it. Kind of like throwing up, like a hangover situation. Not so much the hangover situation, but more like the buzz is gone. Right? Like drinking alcohol, you get the buzz, and then the buzz starts to fade, but the following day is the hangover, which is below where you started. The hangover is like after not only is the buzz gone, but you're just irritable, crappy feeling, and that type of thing. Separate phase. I've been around people who have a huge hangover. Honestly, I'm still not quite sure what it's like for a hangover. I'm not quite sure. I have been sick before. I did get sick from drinking before, and it was a combination of things. Like it didn't agree with the food I ate in the same day, so I ended up throwing up the food that I ate. So that of course, throw up is just feeling horrible, and throwing up while you're throwing up while you're basically sober feels even worse. It's like, why even do it in the first place? So it wasn't attached to any happy feelings. When you're throwing up like the food you just ate, kind of sucks. Social eating, I'm telling you. All right. No. Okie dokie. This was a fun share. It was a fun share. I lived through all of those things, you know? Well, the thing with the devil drug, Pepsi, is it's different to all the other substances you tried, as when you realize it's all gone and it starts to wear off, you want very close to nothing more than to get more of it, which is, for you, by far the worst part. Yeah. And I think to elevate what the worst part is, I think for most people, you're perfectly conscious about that. You know what I mean, Procol? Like, what I mean is, I think it's far, like, it's even worse. Like the worstness has all of that thing where you also know it is. Like there's ignorance bliss, right? There's ignorance is bliss situation. Like, you may not recognize these things, but man, some things are incredibly even worse when you can see and observe your decline. Like, you know, it's kind of like maybe less so for like other things like smoking and stuff. It's like, hey, I can quit whenever I want to. That says to me that that person knows it's bad, but I don't even think they believe that. That kind of situation. And it honestly, the only thing that usually save you from doing more of it is the shopkeeper not being around to get you more. That's fair. I understand. In a very proactive way, I want to spin this dialogue, but not for the home team. Here's a competing thing. The shopkeeper for your other things should be even more conveniently available, figuratively speaking. So what I mean is, don't stop. Like, I don't think people should stop with cold turkey. They should stop with, hey, okay, well, I just can't do this anymore. Replace it. Competing shopkeeper. What is the competing shopkeeper? It doesn't have to be like literally a shopkeeper. It can be something better, like or something that you're trying to make build up to be better than your existing shopkeeper. And I'm not talking about like going out to get better product. I'm talking about replacing it figuratively with a competing process. So if something makes you feel good, work on something that will make you feel better than the thing that you're relying on, at least in my opinion. If you can, if there's, you know, any form of chance of inspiration, you go chase after it. Chase after the next thing, right? Chase after a competing thing. Who cares if the shopper is there or not? You have a better, you're opening shop at a better place, and that shop could be the gym, right? It could be language learning. I don't know about that. that's a bit of stretch for language learning. It could be another person. It could be another person. You know, that is your plan. You're going to go down to just garden weeds. I'm also going to tell the shopkeeper to ban me from purchasing Pepsi. Fair enough. That's you're doing two things, two tasks at once. Yeah, two tasks at once. Awesome. I really do look forward to hearing your progress. Roll call. All right. Enough making you apologize for delaying me. It's always worth, right? Moral obligations, Prokal. Moral obligations. This is not a session of regrets. It's worth every minute. Although every minute doesn't, I'm still stuck on this, so we're gonna move on. You're not relying on a shopkeeper sticking to that though, as they don't tend to be the most supportive in stopping you from purchases. That's very, very cognizant of you. Yes, probably not. Something about it's business, not personal, makes for an interesting dynamic. The one thing I could use as an antidote is a personal trainer that's trying to sell you a supplement. It's very hard to know. Right? It's very hard to know or trust. Conflict of interest. It was a bit fun coming up with family-friendly words to describe this stuff. Do you think they were subtle enough but not to disconnect from the real meaning? I think it, well, if there's anything about subtlety with language, I think you're talking to a very appropriate person. So, I'm not sure if subtlety has died, like, quote unquote. I'm not sure if subtlety has been lost with the current generation. Right? I don't think so. I don't think it's completely lost. However, I think I really appreciate it. That's very forthcoming. You turned it into a fun thing. You think Pepsi was a good one as it's 2 steps away? Yeah. Indeed. I mean, you're gonna hear me say things like unalive. I say takedown. So every time you hear me like read a sentence on a game, sometimes like, oh, okay, so this person needs to take down and self-defeat themselves. I see. In order to get this proc. Yeah, or unalive. Fictitious is not a fan of unalive. For me, it's fun. It's fun to do it. I mean, obviously, some people will get mad at me and say, "Why don't you just not perpetuate it as fun?" And I'm like, "What do you want it to be perpetuated as? Hate? Disgust? Repulsiveness? Anger?" I mean, as far as I know, I'm on brand. I want people to have fun. Like, if you want something stigmatized, you have an uphill battle against people who smile and participates and make more of it than trying to make it as a catalyst for hate and resentment. I accept avoidant behavior. I'm okay with avoidant behavior. I think it's people's prerogative to avoid something that brings them negative feelings, right? That's fair. You can definitely do that. Know that if you dislike, like me doing it, embrace your avoidant behavior and spare both of us the disgust, the mutual disgust, right? I wouldn't hate you for being angry that I'm enabling word discovery as a euphemism for things. I would concede I'm actually intentionally doing that. I love language. I like people to have fun and continue to think about the way they can be creative about the way they express themselves. Whether that deals with censorship or not, or sensitivity or not, it allows someone to behave in more than one situation, right? In case that opportunity presents itself, you'll be like, well, I am more than well equipped to talk about this thing in this environment, right? And that's perfectly fine with me. You can definitely hate me for making something fun, making something cringy or something disagreeable less disagreeable because it'll reduce people's hate for each other, or know that most of my actions are typically in the idea of moral obligation to make people hate each other less, as opposed to enabling. I prefer to, if I had between those two choices, I prefer to work with gaining and working and building up so that the problem becomes less of a problem affirmatively versus fighting against it. Like when someone says bro, I'm gonna work bro upwards, not downwards. Like, dude, like, I'm not your brother. Like, that would be, it's going against the grain. So instead, I'll just call somebody a potato. I'm kidding. I do call my online friends potatoes though. And it's not the standard potatoes. Like they're like the good potatoes, Like we're talking about like tater tots and the good stuff. But you can't understand it unless you're participating in it. So call it FOMO, but reverse FOMO. If you think I'm missing out on using language that you are uninhibited by, I'll create my own language and we'll compete for your FOMO. So do you want to have fun and say these words, or you can stick to your own words, right? And the idea is there's no loser here. There are only two winners. The question is who's winning out more is the decider, as opposed to who's the loser. The loser is clearly the one that gets stripped of the thing that they can do. There's only a loser there. You can't make, in my opinion, it's very rare to make that situation into a winner unless you do the action. And that's a friction that I like to avoid. So I'm glad that you found it fun coming up with family-friendly words. That's how I feel about that stuff. I don't know if Etitius agrees with me. It's fine. We don't. I at least I don't think we mutually dislike each other for that. But I do enjoy mixing it up. I mix it up a lot. I went from like unalive to takedown to knockout to severely push. Disagree with whatever you just said. Okay. I don't know what you said, but you disagree. Okay. Oh, there you go. Jokes. It's jokes. Alright. I might consider skipping lesson today. We'll see. So task. Okay, how do what is this? Task. Alright. We'll just push things off. Focus on the things I can do right now.
無償
Thanks, Proco. Task plus Musho. Task plus economize in the world? That reminded you to hydrate as well. Yeah, I tend to forget. It's only when my like voice, like my throat starts feeling raw that I remind myself that I need to hydrate. Musho. I don't know what this is. Outside Musho. Guy? Musho. Oh. I'll come back. Did this come back to me? No, it did not come back to me. Oh, no, wait, it did come back to me. No, it didn't come back to me. You mostly am because you've been drinking. Oh, fair enough. Alright, that didn't come back to me. It's past tense. Does that help? Past tense. Feasting. Simultaneous. And
Simu
Simu. This was great. I'm really getting into this. I think I could do this for all intents and purposes. Like, if I had like a platform to do this, I would probably do this most of the time as the main thing, not the secondary thing. However, I you know, I'm taking out two birds with one stone right here. Like, I can learn something, and whenever I keep myself busy, right? I think you weren't here yet. I've been talking to Mika, right? And one of the things that I often say about what's the difference between open generosity and motivated intended generosity, or like a payback, like a friends with benefits situation. I know what friends with benefit is, but let's just say figuratively, you're thinking about that, right? I help you, you help me in a situation, or like I scratch your back, you scratch my back. Open generosity is often like a face culture thing, in my opinion. How do you like make friends when a face culture does not allow pleasantries? You make yourself available. You participate in the thing to make yourself available. So that's what I do. If I have a lot of free time and I'm going to do something anyways, I want to make myself seem available so that it can be transformative for the thing that I want to do, which is to understand why people do certain things. So like for video games, you play video games, but the focus is not that I have to complete video games. It's the focus that this gives me a vehicle to know that someone else know that I'm available. So that's, to me, the truest of friendships. For myself, if I have a best friend who think that they can't call me when they're in trouble, and I would somehow be unavailable in like, not in a average, like on average day, in any given day, then that is not something that I strive for. So it's kind of the moral obligation that I do for streaming. The idea is the lesson, Japanese lessons and Chinese lessons, they can wait. They can break, the cadence can break, whatever. That is not the moral obligation. If that was the moral obligation to myself, I wouldn't be streaming. Like, I'm half considering right now that we kind of like call this a special day. I think this is a really special day. But we'll see how hard I hit the books, right? We can do like a flash lightning thing, but nothing's worth more than someone else's well-being. Nothing. Oh, maybe myself, but let's just, I don't really have a great track record for that. I usually do not have to worry about myself because I can recover from things. That might sound like an arrogant thing, but I think it's fairly safe. For now. I used to be really arrogant and couldn't do that before. Like when I was younger, I thought I could recover from everything. I didn't. I wasn't able to recover from everything. So ultimately it started like eating away. Like I started getting worse and worse over time. Now it's not the same. I don't have like other obligations. So I can rest as long as I want to. So I would never put someone, or I would try to never put someone second. If I put you second, it means I'm in a bad place. So the only time when my friends would say, if I said no to my friends, they would know that I can't handle it. And in fact, they would probably start worrying. We would try to worry about each other because I don't usually say no when it comes to friends. So the two distinct possibilities when my friends say no is they're helping someone else, or they know for sure that they can't handle it. But they know that they would still do it if I press them, right? But that's like the mutual understanding. The mutual understanding of things. If I say no, things are bad. things are very bad. Or again, the more common one is I'm occupied. Someone else is having an even worse day. So I would be occupied with something else. Yeah. And the remedy, the remedy for that is have more than one good friend. 2, 3, have some redundancies, right? That's what being reliable is. Being available. I haven't talked to some people for 2 years. We meet up. What is the indicator that I typically say? Even despite not speaking for 2 years, it feels like no time has passed. That's friendship. That's one of the perks of having internal friendship. You could be like 4 years busy with helping and changing the world, and in the moment you meet up, it takes 5 minutes to be like nothing has changed. It feels like there's no time that has been lost between two people. That, in my opinion, is one of the feelings that I hope people have and continue to have when they have good friends. They don't count the amount of times. They embrace the times they have. They're not keeping score. Everything is always trying to do their best at any given moment. You are there for the people you love, right? Platonically, intimately, etc. But it's unconditional, right? It's the generosity. It's an open generosity. That should be more than, in my opinion, should be more than sufficient to give you the best high ever, so to speak. Like, I genuinely cannot tell you there's very few better feelings in my life. Even our pain discussion and our substance discussion, there are very few things less rewarding than seeing you having a major impact on the well-being of another person. For myself personally, there's not much more rewarding things than that. It's my personal high. And you said that doesn't count, you know, you wanted to look at substance stuff. That's probably the problem I had most of my life. I wanted to be a yes man. I'm a yes person. I'm a person who wants everyone to be happy situation, and that comes at the cost of own personal health. So I indulge in it. Today is an indulgement. You're just gonna have to chalk it up to substance abuse. Sorry, I'm trying to see if there's a joke in there I can make. Okay. This is past, but why can't I figure out what past is? You're very glad it gives you a high. I like it. Like, I'm running on fumes right now, right? Like, here, what is a high? You feel so good, but your body doesn't feel so good. Doesn't that sound very familiar? Like, I always complain about how my voice gives out too soon. Before it was 2 hours. Now it's 4 hours. Or like, but in the middle it was like 4 hours. Now it's like 8 to 10 hours. And I still want more, right? I still want more time. But you can't stay awake forever. And you know you're gonna feel awful tomorrow. But you'll recover, right? You'll recover. I feel like I just described an addiction. No? Like, you know you're not, you know you should be studying. Oh, here's something. I don't want you to think about this, but I guess just to, it can be most things. You know how you don't do anything? You do feel awful now, but you also know you'll recover tomorrow? Exactly. And we'll have a memory to share, right? We'll have a memory to share that we can capitalize on. It's kind of like when you were a kid, when you were younger, Procol, have you ever had a sleepover? Or here, better yet, like a bachelor party. Are you old enough where like a lot of people are getting married, and then you just like, oh yeah, heck, whatever, let's just go in for the bachelor party, and then you like start sobering up the next day and everyone's like, not yet? Okay. Like, you know how the high afterwards, like if you go to a convention is very similar. You spend like 3 days or 4 days, you're hopped on NOS and like caffeine and double, but then on the drive back, if you have like friends on the drive back, you're just like, dude, this sucks. Like, we're gonna go back. NOS? NOS is a drink that some people have a lot. It's like C4. And like NOS used to be like an old thing, and then, you know, maybe Red Bull is a little bit more classier. But and then C4 is like I see a lot of people drink caffeine during the convention, and these things always come up. And I don't drink anything. Oh, you mean like drinking like huffing nitrous oxide? Yeah. That's what it's branded for, Procal. That it is the intent. NOS was named after like the nitrous, the nitrous oxide. It's but for the body situation. Like I can't tell you. I'm like chilling, I'm like sleeping, and I'm like pacing myself and doing lots of activities, but man, my roommates, they're like chugging, they're like throwing back caffeine constantly. I'm like, oh, okay, I wonder what that's like anymore. I actually don't know what it's like to be like dependent on caffeine. I can tell you that there was a couple times that I had caffeine, and boy howdy did my skin burn on fire. Like my skin was on fire. Like my whole body just my hair start like raising. I don't have long hair, but like my whole body's covered in like small hairs that's not visible. Yeah, I don't drink tea or coffee regularly, no. Yeah, neither of them. I used to drink soda, but soda is not like the greatest source of caffeine. Like we're talking about like this tea and coffee is like on a different magnitude. I've had a concentrated shot before of caffeine. They have these 5-hour energies. Do you have 5-hour energies, Roko, in the UK? Sure you do. There was one time where I had to drive home, right? And there's no way I can make the drive. So instead of like risking falling asleep behind the wheel, I made sure that I was alert. So I took one, and yeah, there was no way I was gonna fall asleep. Like, poof. Like I had the AC. I had the AC on while it was like freezing outside. I was very hot. Are they sold in petrol stations? Yes, they are. Yeah, they're in they're in shot bottles. So it's kind of like taking an espresso, but it only has like a slight citrus flavor. The default has like a slight citrus flavor, but it's basically like your sweetened shot espresso. Like it's probably a double espresso in the same volume, and they come in really little tiny bottles, and then you just like swig it, right? And those are the times when I do what I must. So I have to like get to a place at a certain time, and that's why I say I would sacrifice my body for moral obligations. So I had to get to a place, and it's my moral obligation is to not fall asleep behind the wheel, right? Because that would endanger other people. And then I have to get to a place, my obligations. So I'm more than willing to drink caffeine and stuff for those situations. That's my extenuating circumstances. Those are my experiences with caffeine nowadays. It's been like 2 decades probably since I've habitually drank caffeine for the sake of caffeine, for the sake of its function. Most of the time I casually drink. So I do drink sodas when I go out, like partake, and I do drink other things like libations and whatnot for social aspects. That's my moral obligation, right? Or maybe you could call it professional integrity situation. Kind of like the peer pressure stuff, but not really, more like intended social interactions. But I don't use caffeine functionally in any way. Like it's not a supplement. Like caffeine is not a supplement. I drink tea when tea is presented, but I don't drink it as a supplement to wake up or anything like that. You can wake up perfectly fine. Or I think a lot of people don't believe that anymore. My parents most certainly. They by the way, I'm with my parents. They drink coffee every day. And then tea like every midday, and then maybe some more coffee. It's like coffee, tea. It's tea mornings, sometimes coffee in like lunchtime, and then they run through the day. Sometimes my father would be funny. Like I'm still up at like 8 a.m. a lot of times, and I wake up in another 6 hours kind of thing. I would go up and like go to the bathroom, and my father would be preparing coffee or tea for my mother, and he would say like, "Do you want some coffee?" And he would be smiling, and I was like, "No." And then my mother would ask me, because my mother is kind of like, sometimes she's not like very observant. She's like, "Wait, do you even drink coffee or tea?" I'm like, "No." And then my father was just asking to be like, he was just asking out of being funny, because he knows I don't drink tea and coffee. So it was kind of funny. He's like, why today of all days would you ask me this? He did it recently. It was like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I just happened to be up very late, and he's like, "Hey, do you want some coffee?" I'm like, "No, of course not." I believe then later it was like, "Oh, well, everyone else in the family drinks coffee." I think my sister drinks coffee as well. And it's not like terrible in moderation. It's actually quite functional, right? Moderation makes things functional. I just happen to not do that. Yeah. Sometimes I think a protein shake is right down my alley. Hear me out though. That doesn't mean I'm saying I'm like health conscious or like something. Like if you say we're going out for milkshakes, my milkshake will destroy my body, but I would totally be down for an awesome milkshake. Like if you're saying we're going for bubble tea, you bet I will be there before you buying that bubble tea. So I don't want to paint myself as some like analytical like safe, healthy, conscious, non-fun person. But if you say bubble tea, I'm already there. Like don't even mention bubble tea. Like that's so if you want to get a burger, yeah, I want my triple patty, bacon, cheese, monster heart-stopping thing. The reason is I spend most of my time managing my body, so I can do that every once in a while. You'll be there for bubble tea yesterday? Yes, today. Exactly. I will time travel. I will time travel for bubble tea. So I want to keep in mind, the idea is you can enjoy life's pleasures when you spend most of the time being diligent. That's what I like about how the human body is so good. The human body is so awesome that when you are diligent and you hold off and like work and keep yourself healthy, it pays back in dividends. But it also gives you the privilege to get a little scandalous every once in a while. And that stuff is so heightened that, yeah, I can totally understand if you do not have a whole laundry list of diligence and self-control, you could spiral in. It's like very much like a high. Like, oh, I can't tell you when the last time I had a hamburger, right? The last time I had a burger, you know it's long when you have to think about when the last time you had a burger. I think it might be 2 years. 2 years plus. So when someone calls me up and say, "Hey, we're gonna go get some Five Guys," like I'm gonna end up like eating two double patty burgers with like 2 tubs of fries. Like that's me. So it would be like the most glorious days. I haven't had a milkshake in so long. I haven't eaten candy in so long. Like there's so many things. Like a bag of Doritos is like heaven when you stop eating them, right? So occasionally I would be like, when I go out, the one thing some people are like, how can you crave that stuff? It's like you don't understand. They don't. when you go through life, like doing stuff, and then you just stop doing it, yeah, that could be like withdrawal. It's like nostalgia and all that stuff. Like it's pretty. It's a great thing to be able to do that. The last time you had it was when you went to Animaga, because we didn't have time to eat dinner since your fiance had to work till 9. And you had to travel for 2 hours and get up early for the con, which been now 2 months ago. I don't know if anyone has ever said this in a weird way when we're talking about substance. Hangover food is so good. And it doesn't even have to be alcohol. Like, there's something, and then that's where the convention stuff comes in. Like, you know, like a lot of times people say like, oh, if you go to a baseball stadium, for example, you know, and you buy your $13 hot dog, right? 13 USD hot dog, just 13 USD. But if you haven't had a hot dog in so long, and you just buy that $13 hot dog, you're in a baseball game, you're in an environment that you don't participate in. Most of your life is saved up for those moments. Those events, I'm always at like my wired 300% when I go to an anime convention, because I don't get to do it very often. So this, in my opinion, is also the same as moral obligation. If my friend needs help, I've been preparing for this my entire life. Like, if I'm preparing for someone who says, hey, let's go raise a child together. That's what I'm doing. I spend most of my time working for imaginary potential situations. And then no matter how difficult or tough they are, I've been working on it. So it's fine. Like, and it produces the most elated reward despite feeling awful. Let's just say if you go through a whole bag of Doritos, it doesn't feel great later on. But you would still be okay with it. Like you would be able to recover from it because you've taken care of yourself, right? I think that's one thing to highlight that could be a silver lining for things. When you take care of yourself, you're very consistent, you're very due diligence. You can also, it gives a lot of leeway to enjoying those every occasional stuff. I think cake tastes better if you don't eat it every day, right? Moderation, right? Yeah, maybe you can eat it once a month. The last time I had cake was probably my birthday, and they were cupcakes, so not that type of cake, but cupcakes. Oh, the anime, when I was at the anime convention, right? Working at the anime convention, I had a cookie. Whoa. Whoa. Like, they were like locally baked chocolate chip cookies, and like the container that they had, you know, like the paper wrap that they have, there was like oil, like the oil was like coming through the thing. And I was like, when I took a bite of that, my eyes practically went to the back of my head. Like, holy heck, it was decadent. Like, I think my one bite was like 40 grams of sugar or something. I don't know, but it was really good. It was really good. Pretty nice. High in senses. Your diet went from potato, meat, and vegetables to fried rice, pho, and other Vietnamese food, and now I'm like, that's fair. Oh wow, that sounds, yeah, that sounds life. I remember we were sharing about the whole Vietnamese thing. Yeah. A banh mi sandwich. Ooh, I can go for a banh mi sandwich right now. Delicious. Oh, my stomach's grumbling. I was supposed to eat like 2 hours ago. You know that saying where all food is good when you're hungry? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It will only taste better the longer I go. I think my standard fast for a meal is most of the time I eat my usual eating schedule ting ting is when I'm alone, like not with my parents, right? I usually eat like every 13 or 14 hours. So it's still reminds me of those old days. As long as I keep going on a high of talking and stuff. You could never. You got to do what you got to do. You work like 10 to 12 hours a day, and then you ain't got time for that. You come home, bring homework, and then you gotta game some things, and occasionally you might eat. You need food because otherwise you faint. That's fair. And also, be careful of your blood sugars. I used to be very, very terrible with eating. Now I'm not so. And that's not because of something I did. It's because of my parents. Like, I'm not going to beat around the bush. My parents are the ones that eat regularly. So because they eat regularly, I eat regularly. Not... is it sustainable? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't ever been able to convince myself that my old eating habits were sustainable. They were sustainable long enough for me to live alone for 15 years. But I'm not entirely sure if they were sustainable if I get older. As I'm getting older, I'm not sure if that type of lifestyle was decent. But intermittent fasting is what most people call it now. But that was my lifestyle back then. I ate like once a day. And most of the time, I'm usually in a fasted state. I drink water, obviously, time to time. But usually it's in a fasted state. Very, very calorically restricted. I also weighed 30% less than I used to. Almost, yes. I'm 30%, like I'm roughly 30% heavier than I was before. Because I might have had an eating problem. I talk about eating problems before. I think that is a new age thing that's coming in a different form for like younger adults. It's more like too selective eating. So when they have too selective eating, it feels like they don't have food choices. And because of food choices being limited, it's very difficult for a young person to envision having different experiences with food, and then also having different alternatives to achieve their goals, right? So for example, even in fitness and in health or diets, they even ones that want to do athletics and whatnot, their vision, because of the internet, what's the best way, they often get influence to think that it's just rice and chicken breast, rice and grilled cheese chicken breast, and a side of broccoli. So I don't want to also perpetuate that, right? With life, exploring options it makes life a lot colorful. It makes eating an enjoyment activity. It's not laborious or a chore to do so. Heck, even cooking may not become a chore when you also associate it with the joy of eating. So I do enjoy eating. When I was younger, I just happened to have a lot of other professional and moral obligations that kind of made me understand that I have problems. Like, I had compulsory problems that are no longer a problem today. For now. And that's pretty much doing what I'm currently doing. Only now it's the pleasure of doing it, right? I don't do this every day. You have to eat different since you were on the edge of underweight and couldn't have your surgery done if you didn't gain weight. Wow, so you were on that side too. I was incredibly underweight It was to the point where one day I took a look in the mirror and I found out that it's really much linked to my compulsion, right? I just basically didn't eat because there were other things more important than eating. And then when I got more into eating and knowing like, oh, there's a lot of incentives to eat, and I had to understand that I make time to eat. And then now I don't make time to eat, but I look forward to eat. Yeah, there was a and I know that this symptom, this like idea of having to make time to eat because you're too focused on other things, that is, I see that a lot in internet, like the people I meet on internet. Your body didn't gain weight by itself. You could eat whatever and didn't gain weight. Yes. For myself, it was a combination of the two. Like, it's not great for a growing body, but it's also not great that you're also not eating. And then when you eat a high volume, but it doesn't support the consistent weight adaptation. After a while, the reason why I started gaining weight is because I had other obligations now. I needed to run, and I needed to participate in physical events, and I had trouble gaining weight. It was a combination of whatever it is my genetics was, as well as the infrequent eating habits. And then I started learning about things. It didn't all start out to be really great, because like what I did was like I force fed. That's what I did for the early days. I used force feeding. So there was like creams, peanut butter, and like other things, like not to push too hard and cause like a cardiac arrest or something. But I did a lot of timed force feeding too, because you can only eat so much volume at one time. So I needed to find and incentivize myself to eat more than once during the days. Yeah, like if you intermediate fast, you can only consume so much calories in one day. So if you're like burning like 3,200 calories a day, even if you eat very dense stuff or like you try to eat the stuff you want to eat, it's very difficult to eat 3,000 calories when you're not used to eating a lot or frequently, right? So still remember those days. I was what was the realization? One of my friends had this realization too. You look in the mirror one day, and you know you're taking a shower, right? And then you get out, you look in the mirror one day, and all you see is your entire bone, all your bones exposed on your body. Like your skin is basically just wrapped around your bones, and that's when that was a problem. Like, you know, all your rib cages are showing, and like your sternum is showing. Like it's just a skin wrapped around your bones. And that's when, despite, you know, working out and trying to force feed and stuff, it got a little tough after a while. But not so much anymore. Now I'm just like something can bounce off me. Like now when someone throws a ball at me, it can at least bounce off me. Instead of like push me over, you know. I still remember one of those days. This is kind of more of a funny imagery. I remember one of those days when there's a really heavy storm. If the wind picks up high enough, I would be the one moving backwards, and then everyone else would be like just walking fine. It's just where you're walking, and I'm the one that's slightly sliding backwards in the storm. Kind of one of those like comedic things where like if you lean forward, the wind might prevent you from falling over because you're so light. Right? That's one of the times I did try that. I also tried the whole umbrella thing where you like get a really strong umbrella and see if you can get carried by umbrella. I got lifted with an umbrella before by the wind. Before the umbrella like flips inward. Like I had a very strong umbrella, but sometimes it like flips inward. It's really funny, but also kind of scary if I didn't come back down. But you can get a lift. You never tried that? It's it's an interesting experience. Like that momentary floatless, like weightlessness made my stomach feel really weird. Like the slight, like it's kind of like if you jump, but you didn't come back down. Like suddenly you just didn't come back down, and you're like, my stomach kind of like panicked a little. I'm like, what do I do? Like, you know how when you jump, you expect to hit the ground with an impact, and then you like kind of brace yourself with an impact. It's like you jump, and it was delayed, and I'm like, oh, okay, that feels weird. I don't like it, or I didn't like the feeling. It kind of made me panic a little bit, but it was pretty funny. Kind of like a driving in the car, and then when the car has like a slight air time, and then it lands back down. Like, oh, okay. Well, that felt weird. All right. Fun times. Who would have thought the discussions we would have today? To quake. Thing like eating so full. Come back to this. All right, now we're really going to focus. Was I speaking? Yeah, it was nice. Your fiance just got back home. Gonna spend some time with him since he's working a lot. Nice, nice. Go enjoy a great snack. Kick back with some evening entertainment or something. Yeah, thanks for the company. Resources. No. Can't think anything right now. What the heck? Jimusho. Ne? What? Wait, jimusho. Oh. A place of work is the office. Don't even give me that. Oh, that's not right. Tobasu. Heck. Do I remember this? It's we're doing Joe, right? Joe is trying to remember something. What are you trying to remember, Joe? It still hasn't.
Kenwokan.
Enokan. Enokan. Okay. I didn't think that was acceptable. That was surprising. That was actually kind of surprising. Oh no. Everything's gone kaput. No, that doesn't look right. It's gone. Sonzai. Sonzai.
存在する
Still can't quite get resource. Now we have materials. What are we? We're lacking. Oh, wait. Oh, I almost had it. Like you're lacking. Lacking. It's like something about being selfish. Shizai. What? Oh, wait. What? Oh, man. I thought I was good. What? Oh, wait.
資料
Chidio. That's funds. Resources. Wait. What's going on? Oh, materials? Oh, I wrote raw materials, but I guess material. Wait. I don't remember the sheep. I just know it's sheep. Oh, it's the next shellfish. Ah, dang it. Next. This is a next. They want next as the thing. Okay, well that solves a few things.
Handan suru
I'm done. Ah. Dang. Shellfish and a talent. I think. That doesn't help. Okirai? Oh no, Taikirai. What?
大嫌い
Daikirai, I forgot. How do I know it's Daikirai? Maybe I didn't write anything for Daikirai. Oh no, I didn't. You find, or he really hates the Genji and Ken really dislike the Kira and wants them to die. Oh my, that's kind of that's kind of dark, actually. Dang you. I still haven't brainstormed plan. Oh, got it. That solves another problem. So cute. Now
任務
Nimu. Okay. Oh, you heck. We changed this up, right? Like sheep, tsunami, and black. I still don't think that works very well. What is that one? Instead, just use next sheep.
Urayamu
Urayamu. Oh my gosh, I'm so locked into Urayamu. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, I remember how my thing works. Yes. Okay.
戦望
Symbol.
Shihon
Shihon. Or like main funds. Just funds. Okay, that's fine. What in the Oh, Ketsuatsu?
高血圧
Oh, Ketsatsu. Okay. High blood pressure. Ian. Ne?
不機嫌
Ian. Whoops. Ah! Oh, how that's set really well. What the heck? I lost it. Let's try.
被害者
Of course, it's Hingaisha. Alright, sure. Mix? Oh,
混む
almost to be crowded. Or to crowd. Oh, yeah, yeah. Crowded. Whoops. That's what? What? Oh. Just kidding. Put in place. Come on. Heck. To permit. No rules. Oh, I'm permitting you yurusu.
許す
検査する
Census. What? Oh. Ooh.
Yummy.
Yummy. What? Wait. Oh, just kidding. Wait, yummy. Just bad taste. Oh, wait. Wait. Isn't it like hurtful words or something? Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Vulgar words. Vulgar words tend to be hurtful. So I typed batsu for this, right? And it's like group, but it's not group. It's kind of like group. I feel like this is definitely kind of like. Many times do I have to say it's kind of like group to help me remember what this is? Because these are like the drunkards and the leader is kicking. Oh no, maybe not. A clan or a clique, right? I'm just gonna write group. Group is fine. Or a section. Yeah, it's a clique, but I don't use the word clique too much. Heck.
対策
Aisaku. Oh no. This is plan against is dealing or countermeasures. Omiyage.
お土産
Yaku? Yaku. What? What? I thought that was Yaku. No? Wait. What? I don't know. We'll come back to it. What the heck? A fur flag? Pretty sure the left side is shitty. Oh no, wait. Could it be an onyomi? Shiri is kunyomi, right? What the heck is a fur flag? I have no idea what I'm looking. Oh, it's a tail. That's a tail. Son of a. Oh, I remember.
尻尾
Shippo. Dang. I'm not quite I thought it was B, right? Oh, I guess this is just a special read that I remember.
Sasaru.
Asaru. As YOLO. Okay, that didn't work. What the heck? So something to do with cake, right? Oh, that's it.
立つ
Nice. It's like something to do with cake. It's like, ah, yes. No, these are not hot right now. Left side. I can only think of heckin' Hoang. Un is definitely correct. Oh, building. Building, actually. Oh. Oh.
防犯
Hoang. Okay. We're digging deep. And it's gone. It's gone. Is that like the womb, blade, and strength? Something about like the strength. It's a force. And the force is saber. What in the world? This can't. Ari? Ari? Oh, right. Arigato.
ありがと
Oh my gosh. Seeing this just throws me for a loop every time.
避難する
Nansuru. What? Hinansuru. Like, what the Hinansuru? Extremely difficult. What does that even mean? None. Oh, maybe like to criticize. To be extremely difficult. Criticize. What the Q? Still don't know. It still didn't come back to me. On a thin. I keep looking over like I have more things to say or chat about. I'm undergoing the withdrawal from having things to say. Thought he was Hosoi, right? I thought it was Hosoi. Then maybe detailed. Sai. There's something about a cyborg. Cyborg details. It's not no. Not Suba. No way. There's no way it's Solakai. That sounds so wrong. Okay. No. Son of a. Is it like? What is that? A drunkard? Not an alarm, right? Or is it an alarm? Or a sound?
Muishiki.
Whiskey. Impossible? No idea? Like, whiskey. Like, there's no, or like no wonder, no idea. Nothing idea is like can't be helped or something like that. Yeah. That's no. No idea. No idea. I'm back. Son of a. Increased. Ah. Keep thinking yen, but yen doesn't get me anywhere. Increase something. Oh wait. Ah. heck, man? Like increase? Oh wait, this is monk. It's not increase, it's monk.
Sewing.
Sewing. Like a monastery. What? What? How? What other way can you say, like, maybe to lift up? To lift? Ooh, what? Yo, what in tarnation? How does that work with tater tots? I don't see how this is not. Hmm. How do you, what's another way to mention something? Submit? Or show, or to bring up, what's it? Present. Present. Okay. Show, bring up, mention. Yeah. Rip. What in the actual tarnation? It's descend, right? It's descend. Oh, you're climbing up the building. Oh, it's the winter cow thing. What? Oh, I'm missing a syllable.
めんどくさい。
You said it. That's not it. Hold on. This is like the leader of the mole. That's a something. And I remember. I don't know. Did I type Atsudo or did I type Atsuto? To. Atosuru.
圧倒する
To pressure and knock over. The heck is this piece? Heck! What? Wait. I thought it was. Oh no, wait. Maybe it. Oh no, this is the. This is the cat thing, right? Where you're like knocking over boxes. Or Horeru?
倒れる
Horeru deals. Yeah, knock over, right? To be knocked over. Or to get knocked over. And this is off Taosu. Which I'm not quite sure how Taos. What was my thing with the cat? In Tokyo, there was a cute cat knocking over boxes in Tao in town. Okay. It's rare in right Tokyo to find. It's not true, but probably not. It's reru to find in Tokyo to find cats not to find boxes being knocked over, I guess. Getting knocked over in how, and then we have to bring it back to cats, possibly. Okay. Heck, I've already forgotten the direction of the. Ay, ay, ay. What does that even mean? It says monk.
判断
And that.
在留する
在留する. I'm kind of on fumes right now.
義務
Gimu. Gimu. I want to say it's tashikimeru. No, tashi.
確かめる
Tashikameru. Tashikameru. Okay. Intuition coming through. Something makes me want to type. Walking and loitering. Walking and loitering. Nope. Still lost. Oh man. 果たし
果た
て
して
果たしてこの字がは白の白change. Oh, accomplishment. Or maybe like, dang it. So maybe it's something like come to fruition. I mean, or like taskate. I was thinking maybe it has something to do with harvest or bearing fruit. Nope. I can deal with this. What in the world? Wait. Hold. Oh.
大気
Reiki.
お手洗い
Okay. Oh no, we're back to this again.
達人
Why did it work the first? Oh wait, it did work before. It's just I don't know what the heck they want for this. I keep thinking it's Iron Man. Tatsujin. Like, a- あれはカメラの達人です。What in the world? He the something owner? Master. Expert. Probably expert. Something. Okay. I'm not too comfortable with Tatsu attain. Yeah, it's still attain, but I'm not too comfortable with. Interesting. I lost this too. Hmm. Oh my gosh. It is Raku. Raku. What? Raku? Oh, it's like they have a really like intertwine or something instead of like connect. Yeah. Or is that spelled with an I? Or entangle. Oh, entwine. Entwine. Connect. Tie together. Tied up. Yeah, they have a very specific word. It's fine. What? Oh wait.
経済
Is I? This is economics. Kizai is gonna disappear in another month. I'm gonna have so much problems with Kezai.
ハンコ
前奏
Zenso. Yep. That's not it. Territory.
機械
Hey. Hey. What the flip is that? Machine go? Eh. Oh, Kikai. Opportunity.
Keikensha
Ekensha. Oh, nani? Experience too, like an expert.
Hoang
On heck. Son of a dingery. The dingery is here. I'm getting dinged left and right. Oh, there's so much more. It's fine. Fine. What are you? Are you like how do you Uchu? Uchu. Uchu, right? Outer space? And this mnemonic sucks.
友達
Such a special. I thought it was ume, but it's not, right? Window. I think it's something like nashi. That's definitely nashi. Like, there's no. No, it's something else. I'm screwing up the left side. I'm pretty sure that's nashi though. Tree. A window. And a handgun. No, I'm pretty sure that's ume. But maybe it's If the left side, I'm having two conflicted things. This is probably like pickled something or dried ume. To like dried plums or something. How do I another coon maybe? Eh. Maybe it has to be coon. So what is the middle thing? How do I dry something up? An no anshi? No. There's hoshi? Oh, umehoshi? No. Umehoshi. I actually. Son of a dingus. It doesn't. It didn't sound familiar. Hmm. Yeah, I have no idea where this is coming from. No idea. I'll come back. Assets. Oh, rip.
資格
Shikaku. Unstatus. Shikaku. Shikaku is status, right? Plus funds. What? Shikaku. What else can you do? It's like a rank of something. So like it's a rank of your resources, right? Qualifications or certification. Okay. And son of a dingus. Oh. Shiku. How do they is it celebrate? Okay. I was gonna write wish well, which similar. What in the tarnation? Am I looking at now? We have a table, a drop, and construction. Desk. That's all I got here all day. Was it used anywhere? Was this radical used anywhere? Where is this radical being? A saw? Oh my god. I don't remember when this radical is being used. Oh, that saw. Yeah, you're constructing a table, so you accidentally slice off a bit of your blood. There's a drop of blood while you're doing construction. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Accidentally backed out. I had to go back. Alright. So this is like as expected. I'm pretty sure this is as expected. And it's like sure. Oh. I think I'm having a problem with Isha. Ishi. Right. Like a different, it's definitely a different word. Oh no, wait. Oh, it's probably Sugashi or Suga. Wait. No, I don't think so. As expected, right? I think I'm onto something. I know I'm pretty close, I think. I'm pretty sure I'm there. Heck. Heck. I'm back. I know it's Zai, but xylophone, like cherish. No, xylophone. Oh, riches. Riches. Oh, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel right now.
産業
産業. Japanese's most important something. What is Japanese's most important sangyo? Like industry? Okay. I mean businesses. Yeah, same kind of same deal. Okay, so this is you like ate a lot, right? You ate a lot and you start shaking. Couldn't be just itoeru, is it? I'm like, nah. Oh, it's furueru.
震える
Yeah. When you eat too much, you're full. Furueru. It's Akumeru. Okay. We have task. What does a moo cow do? Oh, it could be like, oh, what is it? It's to serve as. Domeru. It's not? Wait a minute. Oh, maybe it's... Really? Oh, wait.
勤める
I spelled it incorrectly. Stomeru. Stomeru. Not sutomeru. Stomeru. Stomeru. Yeah, to serve as. Then we have saw. I can pass. I just want to check something right now. Kakoke.
過去形
Oh my gosh. Alright, things are coming back to me. Oh no. Or, whoops.
無償
Musho. How the heck do you musho? What is it? Kondo. Kondo. Soto? Soto musho. Or gai musho. What does that even mean? Like. Like. Oh. Or. Musho. Oh no. Save me. Asukate. Wait. Oh. It's like relegating the task to... Oh, ministry. A foreign ministry. Oh, Ministry of Foreign. Outside foreign ministry. Whoops. Mui. Hang on. Muishiki.
無意識
Muishiki. Ay. Oh, wait. No. Oh, wait. Ignorant. No? What? Oh. I was kind of happy with that. Nothing like getting denied. Okay, what about... What is Ishi? What else can you know? Unconscious. Yes, unconsciousness. Or something else. Oh, I misspelled it. Involuntary. This context kind of sucks. Discerning. Oh, it's discerning, not show. I confused discerning. That's where the problem is. I'm trying to remember what this is in Chinese. Some part makes me want to just say sheep, but that's why with the sheep. This one's fine now. Whoops. I think they use surpass. I had this, right? What? No, that's not weight. And what the heck is walk and loiter? What are you doing when you're walking and loitering? I'm close. Today we're not gonna go and try to blitz through the lessons. Ugh. The lessons will be blitzed today. Or I'll push the lessons off to for. I guess we'll do lessons tomorrow, and then we'll just do our Hanzi Hero. I'm not even sure if I can get the Hanzi Hero stuff. Yeah, we'll do lessons tomorrow. It'll be a special occasion. I had a really yeah, do lessons tomorrow. It's like a special time. Today was very monumental step for someone. Indulge quite a lot. How the heck do you loiter and walk at the same time? Papega? Oh no. Is this junior? This is probably junior. What is junior? Oh. Oh no. Hatashite. Hatashite. I don't know. Oh, wait. Wait. Probably as expected too. I swear this is like a shieru or something. Or no, it's like
覚える
oboeru. Yeah, to remember. I'm like, what am I talking about? I know what to remember is oboeru. Okay. We're making progress. Progress. Oh no. Six to go. Oh, Reki. Reki, I don't know what the word they're going for. Like continue? Advance? Continuous? It's not history. Experience? Rekishi. Right, Rekishi. 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 This we need to expand Rekishi. Hmm. Sexy. Something about wrecking. I thought it was something like continue. It's like continuation. Oh, you heckin'. We're just gonna put continue. Continuous. Ongoing. There's no, yeah, like we're fine. It's oh no, it's back to ume. Oh no. No, it's heckin' ume. I thought it's coming like ume, something like umenashi or ganashi or something like ume. Hold up. Heck. Man, just can't find it. Could it be like we got 5 left, right? What else do we have? I still think this is yaku. Or it could be nin. It's definitely yaku. Oh, why? Missiles and fingers. Oh wait. No, it's
投資
oshi. Best. Or investment, sure.
資金
Skiing. Just funds. Pretty sure this is show related. But this is as expected as well. And I think it's very different. I thought it was like something like Skashi or something. Or Susatsu. It's a special read. Pretty sure it's a special read. So what do we have? What is the third one? Oh my goodness. Yeah, these are definitely the 3. Let's write them down. I ain't got any more time for this. So we have thin. Ooh, excuse me. So something with the cyborg, right? So thin plus high. That's definitely something dealing with detailed, right? This is another way to express detailed. Oh, I know what this is. It's off, it's kind of related to... Oh, I really dislike this one. It's komakai.
細かい
And this has something to do with like railroads and stuff getting knocked by a coyote because there's very fine detail. I don't like this one. We gotta we gotta the fine, the fine details were hazy after a cyborg knocked him. Why is coyote? Kai makes you think of coyotes? Not really. I don't know where the Kai comes from about coyotes. Knocked him unconscious. The fine details were hazy after a cyborg knocked him unconscious. Knocked him into a coma. During when he was kayaking. I don't know if that's gonna stick. That was a so coma, we added stuff to that. So that's good. Now now we have ume. It's definitely ume. And we're gonna say it's pickled plums. And I don't know the middle thing. I thought it was na, but it might be something else. What sounds familiar to me is umeboshi.
梅干し
Okay. Pretty sure this is pickled plums. I don't know why it's boshi, but other than it's umeboshi. Oh, from Hosu. Dang it. Hos. Right, Hos. Dang. I took the wrong thing. Hos. Alright, well. You want it to... After hosing down the ume, he hosu the plums it's fine. That's great. I think it's probably not okay. And Let's see. I think it's Shaw. It's Ford. I'm pretty sure it's Ford. Oh no, it's not. It might not be Ford. Trash? River? Tsunami? Well, the right is stone. I might be thinking about this incorrectly. I thought it was like flow or something, as expected. This is definitely oh, this is the one. I think it's this one is the Sasuga. Sasuga as expected. Dude, there's no way. I don't think I'm gonna be okay. Let's see what we can work. So we have Seki, right? Seki and Ishi. And then we have Ryo. Ryu. Yeah, this is for stream. Ryu. What else we have for do? I'm pretty sure do works. So alright, let's write something. Sasuga, yeah. I couldn't remember if it's Sugasa or it's the other way around. And it, okay. So Sasuga. Okay. I'm gonna break them up. So let's see. Do wanted to stream you wanted some stones from the stream to make some Seki saw some stones to make I don't know. As expected, do was able to find saw some stones to brush Suga for some Seki cookies. It's so awful. It's fine. These are exceptions. We'll be okay with exceptions. All right, the moment of truth. Do I skip or I keep going? I think there's no turning back now, right? No turning back. We'll go straight into it. Yeah. How bad could it be, right? All right, let's just roll through and we'll go through the growing pains tomorrow. Something like that. Okay. And then I still have Hanzi Hero. Left arm. Does that make sense? Left arm? Yes. And I'm guessing it's Hidari ude. Okay, that's fine. Rule. Key. Standard. Key. Kisoku. Okay. Rule and standard. Okay, that's fine. Carry? That's a different carry. You can use your fingers at dawn to carry many things. A bear. Oh, that type of bear. Alright, carry many things. And while you're carrying many things and the dawn sun is shining bright, you get a tan. That's pretty good. We're okay. Let's just keep going. Kiritsu. Kiritsu. Okay, that's fine too. To celebrate, that makes sense. But not shoku. That's not shiku. Not shiku. Iwau. Oh my gosh, iwau. All you can say is eek. What? Okay. Oh, I remember seeing Iwa before. Is it for eagle? I think it's for eagle. Iwa. Or like something dealing with eagle. Like form? There's something with Iwa. This isn't the first time, but it's really long ago. To celebrate. So I'm gonna need... So... Your brother was in the spirit of celebrating. I don't like expressions. We got to get rid of expressions. Expressions are terrible because it could be an expression to anything. So I guess we can do was in the spirit of celebrating how cool eagles and walruses how do you say walruses are with oo. Right. Did I fit in? No, I didn't. Shoku was in the spirit of celebrating how cool Tiny Shoku. You were shook by your brother's spirit of celebration. Enthusiastic desire to celebrate. How cool. Okay. All right. Shiku. Okay. Hey, I hope that sticks. Okay.
Hidari ude.
Hidari ude.
規則 規律 祝う
Okay. All right. National holiday? Celebrate day? Yeah. Okay. Jitsu? Shokujitsu. Oh, shokjitsu. Ooh. Maybe shokunichi? Shokka? Shokka?
祝日
Shukka? Shikush. Oh man, that doesn't roll off the tongue.
祝日
So they didn't shorten shikujitsu. Wow, that's actually surprising. It is todoku.
届く
Todoku. Oh, it's okay. It's not todoku. Todoku. Okay, it's fine. Amount. All right. Guess and geoducks. When you're a guest somewhere, it's important to bring geoducks. But more than that, the amount of geoducks you bring is what matters. If you don't have any live geoducks, go ahead and bring any amount of framed pictures of geoducks. Okay. Gaku. Really? Every other guest will gaku. Unfortunately, if you mess up the amount of... I don't know how much I like at this, but... narrow. Semi.
狭い
That's fine. Shoulder is probably still kata.
肩
Kata. Okay, it's not kata, it's kata. Okay. Okay. Geoducks. Okay. Okay.
届く
What?
祝日
Fujitsu. Fujitsu. Okay. National holiday and national day is the same thing. Whoops.
狭い肩
All right. On we go. Examination. Judge inspect. Okay. I mean inspection, investigation, review. Yeah,
審査
they're also shinsa. Makes sense. Arm, ude. Okay. Next one, wristwatch, ude doke.
腕時計
Ude doke. Ude doke. Okay. Waist, koshi.
腰
Okay. It's fine. To touch something. What do we have for to touch? Shoku is not shoku. What the heck is used when someone does the touching, is not used to describe objects touching each other. Okay, that's fair. Note that this can be used with either the particle ni or o, like, okay, to touch a hand. Using ni simply marks the location you touch, while using o means the action of touching a specific object. Yeah, that makes sense.
触る
Sawaru. Really? Sawaru. Wow, that's okay. Sawaru. Alright. Sour? Sawa. Okay. It's shocking how Sawa a lemon can taste. From licking the juices by licking your fingers that touched. No. He was shocked how Sawa the food got. How Sawa the food is touching. Oh no. This is so weird. He touched the lemon to find out how Sawa. He tastes. He the lemon with his finger and was shoku to find out how Sawa is. Sure. Hopefully that sticks. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops.
腕時計
I don't know what I typed the first time. The second time I thought I was missing a syllable. That's... I thought it might be doke, but it's not.
Shinsa.
Insa.
腕
で、
触る。
触る。
腰
腰。Alright, how many do we have? 61! Strap in. Strap in. It's okay. We got this. A touch corner? An antenna? A touch angle? Oh my goodness. The angle of touch is important with an antenna. Think about the antenna. An ant's antenna wiggles around and move in different angles. Okay, sure. Note that this refers to antenna of insects, crustaceans. Oh my gosh. Oh. Alright. If you insist. What is that? Shokukaku or Shokukaku.
触覚。
Shokaku. Okay.
触覚
I was gonna say it a couple of times, but shortening is good. Shokaku. Alright, touch. Oh, feel. Feel plus touch. Okay, that's fine. Sense of touch or touch sense, yeah. Kanshoku. Okay. Manufacture. Ooh, wait. Do I have this? System on top. I feel like I do. You have control over clothes. Own clothes you manufacture. Say, you manufacture these clothes to control your saber. It's hard to manufacture, you have to do a lot of work, but you manage to make your clothes control your saber. Now, what is that? Okay. Maybe you just manufacture clothes using saber. I don't know where the control system is what the system of making clothes involves using sabers. The system of manufacturing clothes requires sabers. Okay, record it. This is not great either. Oh man, these are rough lessons too. Place in what? What is that? Place cross car does this work? Put on, recorded, place put on for recorded, published. When you give information its place, it's put on record. That means it has been recorded or published in permanent. What is a formal term commonly used immediately after the publication to specify? Oh wait, this is no.
書斎
Shosai. No, that's not the one that I was thinking of.
書斎
Shosai. I mean, Shosai is fine. Oh my gosh, the place to record. Okay. This is fine, I guess. To write down, to put on, write down. I think put on is not the greatest here. Oh man.
記載
Hey, Kisai is fine. Reads are not helpful here. Okay. We're gonna brute force. It's gone.
Shokkaku
Shokaku. How did this work?
Kanshoku
Okay.
Kisai
Say. Oh, this is just record, and then
書斎
say. I only got published. Published. Oh, recorded versus record. Oh, okay. All right. That's tomorrow's problem. To be placed on. Okay, I guess that's fine, but I don't have a read on that. And then to be recorded. Okay, that's fine. To be loaded on. Okay. Placed on. So what do we have for
乗る
Nodu? Oh, interesting. Koichi respond, no, Koichi doesn't want everyone to. Okay. The cyborg did not want to be placed. Or how about yeah. Cyborg doesn't want to be placed on record. So, okay, let's just say Koichi said no for being placed on the record for being a cyborg. No, rudely. Okay, all right, it's fine. Nodu, no, that's not the same Nodu. Okay, next one, much more. So one increase or one layer. Oh, yeah, one layer. Much more interesting. All the more. Ever even more. Kind of reminds me of Isha, sort of. What is that then? Iso? Ichiso? Iso.
一層
Iso. Oh, okay. He went up, but
一層
it could go iso versus
一層
iso. 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 Or no. Iso. 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 Right. Let's see. Difference. Come again? It's just like chigai. Yep, it's chigai. And they started with chiga. Chiga. Oh yeah, that's fine. Chiga. Yeah, for chigai, right? I think this is fine. Oh, yeah, to differ. Or different, or a lot of times it's probably wrong. Just wrong. Layer of. Okay. Can you stay the same? Spare me here.
そう
So, okay. So. Model. What do we have for model? Ke? I doubt it's ke.
型
Kata. Kata. Okay. I'm not using catapult though. What model catapult is this? You were looking for a specific model kata. It still can be catapult, but we're using cutter. For the cake. To cut the yeah. Right. It doesn't have to be catapult. I don't like catapult. Get out of here. Be gone. Be gone, catapult.
一層
So. Uh.
乗る 型
Okay.
そう
So. All right. Okay, typical. What do we got for typical? What in the rule? Oh, that's rule. Oh yeah, because music is another rule. Okay. Heck was that for rule? I don't remember. The model rule, the standard, target. Yeah, that's target. I forgot that's target. Techie. Okay. Stereotypical, prototypical, yeah. You learned that techie, yeah. Okay.
典型的
10? Yeah. 10? I don't know how 10 works actually. 10K, yeah, 10K techie. Ay. Is this where like the fins you keep doing the oh no, it's not. There are only 10 that allows to gather. Ooh, I don't know.
典型的
10K techie is weak.
典型的
How often do we use 10? I don't remember. Okay, prototype. Oh my gosh, typical prototype. Original, yeah, original model. So,
原型
10K. Okay, transport. Oh, that guy can do. Shu. Right, Shu. Shu with the Death Star and okay. Give me Shu. You little butthead. Okay, yorts. Yorts is a form of transportation, so right now you and the Death Star are transporting yorts. Okay. Yorts alright. Yorts are tents, but okay. Metropolitan Government Building. That's interesting.
都庁
Tocho. Tocho. Okay, instead of Tocho. Tocho. Metropolitan Police. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Aishicho. No. Really?
警視庁
Oh, Keishicho. Ke, not Kai. Ke. Keishicho. Alright, alright. Sure. Alright. Heck.
原型
Genke.
典型的
Keteki.
都庁
Cho. It's so long. Okay.
警視庁
Keshicho. Oh, just police. Wait. Department? That's fine. But don't that's being pedantic. National Police Agency. Oh, that's interesting. So they just go straight into okay. Keisatsucho.
警察庁
Keisatsucho. Okay, government office makes sense. What do I Kancho. Alright, burn. Yep. What is this? Xiao or no, Rang. Yi, Rang? Yeah, Rang or ignite, no? Which is no, Nen. Oh no. Oh no, Nen. Oh no, Nendroids. Oh no. What in the actual dumpsters? I don't know how I feel about this one. Alright, well, we'll try. Fire in nature will burn down everything in its path. In nature, there are no. What is the worst thing that could burn down in this fire? Your Nendroid collection. Oh, man. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll have to look at it retroactively. So ignore. Yeah, don't see. So what? Mushi?
無視する
Okay, fair enough. Sense of sight? Yeah. Oh, that's not what I think sense of sight would be. Interesting. You look at memorize. Really? Sense of sight. Jue? This is not Jue. Is it? No. Interesting. Sense of sight. Really? Shigaku.
視覚
Okay. Alright. Uh,
警察庁
Okay. Stop being pedantic, please.
館長
資格 無視する
Eh. Nearsightedness. Okay, that's fine. What?
禁止
Inchi. Okay. Farsighted. Enshi.
遠視
Okay. Quantity makes sense. Liang. Liang is quantity. Amount. Oh my gosh, and there's frame as well. Okay. Liang. What could Liang be? Ri. Ryo. Okay. Quantity of rowboats. Today's dawn has brought with it increase in the quantity of rowboats. What? When dawn reaches his village, it increases in quantity. Of what? Rowboats. To shine. Oh, not Hika. Okay. What do we got? How does this contrast? This kanji is distinction, and the verb version here means a million things. Let's just focus on a few common ones. Things with distinction to stick out from the others. They tend to shine, you know, if you imagine... Oh, to be distinct from a million things. Okay. Is distinction. Okay. And if you imagine shining a beam of light on something, that light tends to project or extend outward. It sticks out, shines on something, and makes something the thing more distinct too. That's why you can say hikari ga... That's not gonna be sa, so kake ga a shadow is cast. Okay, basically it usually has to do with causing something to appear either by shining or projecting.
刺す
Oh, it says sasu. I like it now. Discrimination. Oh, distinction separate. Okay.
差別
Sabetsu. Right. Sabetsu makes sense. Okay,
禁止
keep going. We're going.
遠視
刺す
Sasu.
差別
Sabetsu. Yeah, and I usually use this definition, sabetsu, not in the sense of discrimination that the whole like political, I mean, it's to discriminate, to make distinctions between things. Discrimination, right? It's the act of distinguishing things, right? Oftentimes I use discrimination in the sense of when someone's making a comparison and they say A has this and B doesn't, that's a discrimination, not in a comparison. So it's providing contrast. You're discriminating based on contrast, not discriminating based on comparison, in my opinion. But that is often lost now. In English, compare means to both have contrast, the absence and presence of things as well. But oftentimes, in my opinion, when it comes to like statistics and like scientific inquiry, it's far more considered, in my opinion, the comparison of things that are present in varying degrees. So it's varying degrees of both, not the absence or presence of something. Like if something is fast, it has a certain amount of speed, and you compare it to another thing that has a certain amount of speed. So you're comparing two quantities of speed, not discriminating between the absence and presence of speed, which is something that is a great distinction of all things. Intersection. Oh, here's the mix stuff, right? Mix, distinguish, point. Oh, that's neat. That's neat. What is this then? Coal? Kosaten.
交差点
Why does that sound so familiar to something else? Kosaten. Why does Kosaten sound like something else? I swear this is a homophone of some sort. Or a homonym or something.
交差
Kosaten.
点
Maybe not. It's fine. Intersection's good. Time difference. Yeah, it makes sense. This is it also means a distinction in time. Yeah, cha. So jisa?
時差
Jisa. Okay. Time difference. Makes sense. Pipe. No, it's not kan.
管
Kuda. Oh my kuda. That's kuda? Oh my god, you say in response to the okay. It's another expression. I don't like it. We're going away from expressions. Da, using da as an expression could be anything. What else was da? Dad? Your dad used a ku pipe. Your cool dad used to repair pipes. Okay. None of this nonsense. Get out of here. Away with you. Management. What? Yo, what? Pipe and logic? Like a circuit logic. The pipe of reason. Imagine someone holding this pipe. It always leads to the correct... Administration. I think, we'll say, like, the internal plumbing, piping, yeah, right, plumbing of logic is management and administration work, right? The pipes are what keeps the things going. Right?
Handi.
Handi is fine. Yep, blood vessel.
血
It's
管
kan. Okay, kan is good. All right, cool.
時差
Jisa. Okay. Kosaten.
交差点
Oh, I know why this sounds familiar. Kosaten. Tea house or cafe. Cafe, is that not kosaten? Kozaten. It might be zaten. Oh. No. No. Just kidding. Wait. Hold up. I'm losing my mind now. Sorry. Oh no, it is ki. Isaten. It's ki. Okay, it's fine. We're not losing our mind. Kosaten is section. Okay.
管
Kuda.
管理
Andi. Hit
血管
gun. All right, judgment. That's fine. Judgment. Shinpan. Yeah, puns are all around. Shinpan. Okay.
審判
Shinpan. Makes sense. Boundary. What do we have for boundary? It was kyo. It's not kyo.
境
Sakai. Sockeye salmon. Sakai. What was boundary? Kyoto? In Kyoto, there are places. I don't know. I guess places. I guess Sakai is fine. Places to. Along the boundary of Kyoto, there are places to enjoy Sakai. Oh man, Sakai salmon. I don't know how I feel about that. It's so very specific. I don't even think Sakai is gonna come up again. Oh boy. Alright. Oh, maybe it might. No, I don't know if it might. Boundary? It could come up again. Okay. Oops. National border. Okay. Koku. Kokyo.
国境
Kokyo. Okay, Kokyo. Interesting. Kunigasai. Kunigasai. I can see that. You double kun. Tokyo. Alright, next one. Boundary of the world. Boundary, yes. Boundary world. And then we have okay. Se. Right, se. So what are you? I lost you again.
教会
Kyokai. Oh no, that's not se, it's kai. Kyokai. Kyokai I've heard more often than not. Environment, that makes sense. The loop, the surrounding boundary, right? So Huan, right? Huanjing is environment. Kanne. Kan, flip a table. Okay. Send help. Alright.
環境
Kankyo is fine.
環
環境
Okay.
境
Sakai.
審判
Impa. Oops.
国境
Tokyo. How do you write it? National boundary? National boundary is also country boundary. You don't, that's being pedantic. National border. That's being pedantic. Okay.
環境 教会
Okay. Weapon makes sense. Military container, or this is not only container. This is like an apparatus. So what? Bu? Maybe buki?
武器
Buki. Okay. going down. Buki.
Budo.
Budo. Okay. Sounds like grape. Samurai, yeah, military samurai or military soldier, which at one time were samurai. Imagine that ends up being samurai.
武士
Just kidding, Bushi. Bushi is good. Quality. Okay, that checks out. Do we have a kun for quality? Shitsu and shichi? No.
質
Oh, but it keeps it. Shitsu. Shichi. Oh, it's
質
shitsu. Okay.
質
Okay, shitsu. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Shitsumon.
質問
Yeah, shitsumon. Wow, that comes really late.
武器
武道
Udo. I don't remember what we're looking for here. Oh yeah, martial arts. The way of military martial arts. Whoops.
武士
It's kind of funny. Samurai as a definition for bushi. Bushi wa bushi. Samurai wa samurai. Or samurai? Samurai. Samurai? Samurai? I actually don't know what the pitch accent is. That.
質問 質
Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ganbatte. Right. Material quality. Makes sense. Material quality. Or just the quality. Okay, they still accept quality. Okay. In? So,
品
hinshitsu.
質
Hinshitsu going up. Okay, hinshitsu. A good quality. Makes sense. What do they have for kon?
良質
Oh, ryoshitsu. Oh yeah, that's right. Kon is root. Kon is root. Ryoshitsu. Ryoshitsu. How did that work? How did it come up to ryo? A drop of water to a root is good. Oh, and then a good way is to get a lot of water for your root is to buy a rowboat, then just roll out in the middle of the lake and pluck all of the roots. Plop all the. Okay.
良質
Ryoshitsu. Do we have characteristic? Features. Traits, yes. I think features is good for this. Yeah, features. This is a formal refers to special properties, yeah, that a certain item has features. Features or characteristics good. Traits. Toku? Is it toku? So, or no, sen. So sen. Senshitsu. Oh, tokushitsu. Oh my gosh, tokushitsu. It's fine. Tokushitsu works. I actually don't know what the other thing is. Where's the other thing? The vocabulary that means specialty. Oh, well, I guess we'll find out.
特質
Shitsu is fine. Dimension makes sense. It's not a jutsu. So, this is a formal term often used in writing.
述べる
Noberu. I have to mention this thing. No, you quickly respond. I don't think. Oh my gosh, it's no. A response is not great. Listen. No, I don't think there are better things than this jutsu. Technique. Okay, writing down. You okay? It's kind of like related to recording or place down. Kijutsu? Kijutsu?
記述
Kijutsu. Okay, fair enough. Try.
良質
Yoshitsu.
特質
Tokushitsu.
品質
Inshitsu.
記述
Kijutsu.
述べる
Noberu. Above mentioned, aforementioned would be good. The above mentioned, aforementioned, previously mentioned, mentioned above is another one. Is another way to say it. Even mentioned previously. I'm not going to say above mentioned. That's not the way I'm going about that. So note that this is a word commonly used in formal writing. Yes. Aforementioned is still in formal writing as well in English. What do we got here? Jo? Jojutsu. Okay. Fair enough. Offering. Present, offer. Present, offer. Instead of together. Interesting. So they have both the together, accompany, and offer. Okay. And that's present, not present, sorry. Present and offer something. So,
提
teikyo.
供
What is teikyo is a relative formal term that refers to offering and providing something with someone's benefit. Makes sense. It sounds very formal. Teikyo.
提供
Teikyo, okay. To make an offer. Ooh. You are not kyo. Means to offer something usually to a god, Buddha, or someone that has passed away, for example. Oh, okay. An offering.
備える
Sonaeru. Oh man, sauna again? Sonaeru. Okay. What's the best way for your servants to make an offering? When they offer up their sauna, you really value a warm. Okay. That's not gonna. Okay. Sure. We'll just say in Kyoto. You accompany someone to make an offering by offering up their sona. Sona and I don't know, an elephant. Sona is work. Okay. Ko. Kokyo? Shikyo?
子供
Kodomo. Oh, right. That's right. This is just Kodomo.
Kodomo.
I'm like, okay. Yeah, Kodomo makes sense. Do I need something for Kodomo? I don't know. How did they interpret it? A child often has to accompany someone. Oh, yeah, Kodomo. Fair enough. That's
子供
also Kodomo is kind of more politically correct with the kana hanging off there. Is still used in a lot of situations using stiff ones. Usually stiff ones. The second kanji means servant and some people don't like that. So the second version pops up a decent amount, so it's good to be familiar with that as well. Oh. Yeah, that explains why this looks weird. Yeah, Kodomo. I haven't seen it in this way too often.
子供
Kodomo. I actually think it's interesting. I don't remember what Wagotabi did to introduce Kodomo. Anyways. Trade show. Trade show. We have 10 shikai.
展
10
示会
shikai. 10 jikai. Oh. Rendaku. 10 jikai.
展示会
Okay. Oh yeah, these are G and Chi. G and Chi are relevant reads for that, so you would pick G. Yeah. Enjikai. Trade show makes sense. Exhibition. I was gonna say this is exhibition. I actually had stuck on exhibition is one of the things I messed up on yesterday. Oh, they changed it up though. Instead of using lan. Wait, what is lan? That's not lan. This is she. Interesting. Because I messed up on which is similar. It's jang, and then they use she, jang shi kai, jang shi kai. Instead of jiang lang hui, or no, not kai, sorry, jiang shi kai. Interesting. Unless lan, this is supposed to be equivalent to lan in simplified. What was lan? Lan would be yeah, that's lan. So they use shi instead of lan. Unless it's also another word. Who knows? Trade show exhibition is exactly what I was thinking of. 10 jikai sounds like exhibition as opposed to a trade show, but trade show is more or less the same.
提供
提供 ha ha ha.
備える
Okay.
上述
上述
子供 展示会
We're getting there. We're getting there. Develop. To develop. In what way is that saying to develop? We have expand. Okay, that develop. Okay. And then the heck? Departure? Oh, wait. Oh, this kind of reminds me of development. But they didn't use expand. It was something else with departure. I think. Development. Here it is. Kaihatsu. Kaihatsu. Interesting. And now we have to develop. Okay. That is this develop. That type of develop, I'm pretty sure. Let's depart from this playing expanded. To do that, we have to develop it. Yeah. Did we even get? What is this? Haten. Haten
発
suru.
展する
Did we even get haten? I don't even remember getting haten. Why are they saying? Oh no,
発展する
they're just starting with a suru verb first. Interesting. Wait, this yeah right. That's right. Haten suru. All right. Unfolding. Oh, interesting. Now it's the combining of Pen and Kai. Yeah, unfolding, progressing, development, progressing. Or progressing or like progress. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, Tenkai. Oh, confidential. What in the world? Shinten? It's generally written on the front of it almost to indicate that they only intended the recipient should read its contents. Oh, if intimacy expands. Oh, intimacy. Yeah. Things are correct.
進展
Shinten. Okay. Oh, that might be. I might get there. That's fine. Sales, sale, and sale. Sale plus sale. Sales, sailing, marketing. Okay. What is that? Hansen. Hansen.
販売
Hanbai. I didn't forgot the buy. I forgot the buy. Hanbai. Oh no, I don't remember what the buy means. It's just to buy things? Buy? Oh, just buy. Oh, when the samurai sold everything. Alright. I think I'm gonna rewrite that tomorrow, but it's too late today.
販売
Hanbai. We'll be fine. Vending machine. Ah, there it is. Now we can put it all together. Jido hanbaiki. Jido hanbaiki.
自動販売機
Jido hanbaiki. Yes, it goes all the way to the end. Jido hanbaiki. Okay. And then we got like jihanki, right? Jihanki. Anyways, Jido hanbaiki. Alright. Okay. It's gone.
発展する
Then suru. That's gonna suck.
展開
Tenkai.
進展
Inten.
販売
Hanbai.
自動販売機
Jido hanbaiki. Last set. Let's go. What do we got? Suhan. What is this? Not to pass. A sell. Things you sell that pass through the world to get you. Oh, mail order. Oh, that makes sense.
通販
Suhan. Okay. Stock. Kabu.
株
Kabu. Okay, it's going up. Kabu. Okay. And then
株
kabushi.
式
Kabushiki. Oh yeah, that's not shi. Kabushiki. Right. It's sure. In Chinese. Kabushiki. Yeah. I need a little review on ritual. Chic? Okay.
株
Kabushiki.
式
Alright, Kabushiki. Wait. Stock. Kabushiki.
株式
That's kind of a loose. To point at. The discriminating finger. Yes, the distinguishing finger to point at to make it distinct. To point it out. In general, specifically means using index finger and physically pointing at something. Which probably not going to. Interesting. It's a compound. That's an interesting one. It's a okay, so then that means, do I know? Sasu, right? Sasu. So kubi. Yubi sasu.
指さす
Yubi sasu. Okay, that's fine. Essence. Okay, yeah, the essence. The book quality, but book is more like the essence. The main essence. The main quality. The essence. The true nature. There it is. The true nature. Reality and substance. Okay, so what is that? Honshitsu? Honshitsu. Okay. And then we have ryo. Ooh. Is this a hybrid? I mean, ryoude. Ryoude sounds okay. There's like ryoshin and. Oh wait, ryoude. No, shin. Ryo. Yeah, ryo. I think ryoude was a thing, right?
両腕
Yeah, ryoude. Ryoude was also a thing. Both hands. So ryoude. So ryoude would check out. At least that's what I'm using. Let's see. Oh, this is actually hybrid.
株式
Kabushiki. Kabushiki is actually a hybrid. Okay.
通販
Suhan. Right, to pass through mail order, right? Just kabu.
株
Okay.
両腕
Ryoude. They even pause. Ryoude. Honshitsu.
本質
Okay.
指さす
Ubisasu. Alright. We did it! We did it! Alright, but we still got our Hanzo Hero session to go. So. Ain't Norway am I giving up. Which is, I got my second win. When I'm tired, we got our second win, right? Let's see. Radicals. Let's go through our harmonics. Dawn, Korea. Guest. Control. Nature. Accept. And Death Star. Our reads. Oh, we gotta go through the harmonics of our new ones. And how well did I encode this? I broke up the lessons between the reviews, so these are fresh in my head, hopefully. Gawk. Saber. What the Korea? Oh, I didn't look at the thing, but that's fine. I also didn't look at what Chiga is, what they wanted for Chiga. What did they use for Chiga? Oh, Tigger. I should use that. Tigger. Proper nouns are great. Tigger, Death Star and car. Transport. What are you transforming? Yort. Nature burns everything down. Heck. Alright. What is this? Row. And nature and fire. It burns everything down. So I have no idea. Oh, you heckin' Nendroid. Alright. Nendroid. Oh my word. Alright. So let's do our reads. An, gaku, se, chiga, ki, yu, nen, heck, shiku, hodo, sema, ata, ude, koshi, shoku, sai, so, ke, cho, shi, sa, kan, shin, yo, kan, mu, bu, no, bu, mu, yeah, that's fine. Bu and mu. Shitsu, shichi, jutsu, yo, and remember offer, need to remember offer. Okay, and 10, an, shu. Oh no, kabu. Just kidding. Not shu. Kabu. Okay. Well. Very, very long WaniKani session. Had so many different interesting interactions. Man, if I had... It would be tough if there were more than 3 people to talk to. We'll see. Alright. Well, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Like, really, thank you. If you're interested in any of that discussion, I'm not. That'd be pretty impressive. But, yes. As always, feel free to follow along, right? And stay for the digression if you want. You can always try out WaniKani, you know, see for yourself. I would love to hear other people's experiences and share other experiences. Always welcome to share unrelated experiences. I think in some way it's gonna end up being involved in learning skills, right? The process. I'm a broken record, but until these things become more representative and they are balanced with the other stuff, I'll continue to mention them. I'm definitely a person of representing the underrepresented. because it's not about creating an overpowering thing. It's to provide and work on the things that other people don't notice, in my opinion. Like, it's great to continuously live in an echo chamber, right? I think it's very cathartic. I think a lot of times the echo chamber is more like someone who understands the conscious things that they like. But you can be in an echo chamber without actually knowing, in my opinion. Like, I'm in an echo chamber to some extent because there are things that I only want to confirm and see. That's where other people come in, right? Talking to people who are exploring other things gives you a sense of making sure that the things you're looking at and the things you think you're looking at are still the things they are, right? Behaviorally, I tend to focus on things that are underrepresented. It's not that they don't exist in life. It's that they're imbalancingly, in my opinion, they're neglected currently. It's not that they were always neglected or it's like some sort of secret sauce or something. It's seeing the ebbs and flows of speaking about the things that could promote balance back into life. I think oftentimes something disproportionately imbalanced often takes a jackhammer to someone's lifestyle, right? When something is really bad and you don't know how to negotiate it, you take a sledgehammer to it or you take a jackhammer to it, right? And possibly get into this belief that you have no choice, there's no other way, no one cares about you, or no one has a different way, or simply not talking about it and always accepting the fact. I like to think that humans are healthy enough. I would like to believe that the vast majority of people who are healthy enough, that they are comfortable enough with all the things that are going on in their life, that they are able to entertain things that are outside their comfort zone for like a momentary days, you know, like for an hour or two, to remind themselves what it's like to be outside of their comfort zone, because that's where the echo chamber doesn't exist for the person yet. You can literally be in an echo chamber without being in that echo chamber, right? You could enter an echo chamber in full disagreement with everyone. So there's an echo chamber you make for yourself, and then there's an echo chamber that other people provide. And I think oftentimes one can find a lot of solace to hearing that things can be different. Now, that doesn't mean people can guarantee success, but knowing allows one to try. And I understand those people who said don't try, just do kind of situation, but I'm also referring to that. It's the idea of being able to know that you can try something and not being concerned about the maybe potential failures or the failure rate. That's kind of hope, right? Hope is that idea. I'm starting to sound like an episode from Star Trek where like the odds are stacked against you, but there's still hope. Like when all else fails, there's still one thing that makes humans still incredibly human: hope. And negotiating even things that are irrelevant, like loosely less relevant, like less suboptimal, let's just say suboptimal, may provide something else that it was not optimized for. So like, who would have thought that playing video games could compete with, I don't know, drinking? You never know. Not for someone. So today we talked a lot about many heavy topics. I think a younger person is talking about how they perceive conversationalism, right? Their realities that they are associated with. And I was trying to offer a different perspective, because what I hear are contrasting and conflicting things. They desire to seek something. However, around their peers, they project or see that the peers are not of their same, like, I would say, lifestyle time period. Like I felt that way too. When I was a teenager, I was more concerned about my budget and how to make rent and stuff. And naturally, I got along with people who I thought were more appropriate. So I got along with adult people, like people in their 20s and 30s, talking about housing and finances. And I studied stuff like that. And that is understanding that the things I desire are also characteristic of the reality of the nature. My friends are not interested in how to budget, do bills, fill out taxes when they were younger, because you understand that the situation. So this is kind of like the other situation where kids these days hope that there's an extroverted person to happenstancely open arms welcome them, so that they don't have to ever initiate, because they consider themselves introverted, and then they're surrounded by introverted people. That is observed, but what they desire to happen doesn't occur in that environment, or not very likely to occur in that environment. I take face fact when someone says everyone seems like they're introverted. It's like, okay, well, if that is the assumption that you're making, then why are you desiring to be extroverted, to connect with people who you have defined as introverted? I don't question someone's faculties, but their actions must, in my opinion, be expressed in a way that it's coherent to me. If you think everyone's introverted, then being an introvert makes it a point of sympathy and compassion. You can relate if everyone is an introvert and you yourself are claimed to be an introvert. If you are having problems and you're trying to talk about extroverted things or act extroverted, and you're positive people are introverted, that creates a conflict of interest. You either start to work on things you're difficult, difficult, you work really hard on it, but you're also in an environment in which most of those people are not receptive to you. So that's kind of like the thing that we talked about earlier. And then we talked about substance abuse, right? Or maybe more like coping. Well, lots of the difference between coping and self-improvement. And talking to people and having, someone reliable or available is absolutely a game changer. It's not a life hack, in my opinion, because it doesn't happen instantly. It doesn't just magically happen. Just like what Mika is looking for is related to what Protocol might be experiencing. It's great to have people around. They're worth the investment. But the thing is, you have a lot of L's depending on your approach. And we compared two different approaches. The approach where you shotgun and then you make quick decisions, or you painstakingly use a small sample size and try to make it work. Over time, in my opinion, that's how it goes. There's a focus on quality because your experiences allow you to make more things work. And that's where it comes to Xing Xing, who showed up. With variety comes, there's some catharsis with it. Like, you become more comfortable when you have more experiences or varied experiences under your belt, because then it feels like surprise me situation. And then when you say like, oh, I need to cope with this, which way am I going to cope with this? And then once I'm done coping with this, what are the many ways that I can bring myself above the coping level? I think humans thrive really well. I think here's my last hot take for this. It has become very obvious that the age is getting younger and younger when experimentation, exploration, and intellectual curiosity is kept to a minimum. That's not that this might stay the same, because algorithms are changing. Like, algorithms are becoming more dynamic. There are more recommendations or contrasting views. There's an emphasis on gathering converging data, having multiple perspectives, however laborious it is at first, because when you're told a right answer, and then you realize to get the right answer, you need to synthesize 4 or 5 different perspectives to get a more accurate answer, that's laborious. It's easier to get everything from one source, one reliable source, and keep iterating on that same reliable source. Well, that means that that source is only as strong as the original source of the evidence. So if that source is unreliable, everything else is irrelevant for its validity. So that sounds very laborious unless it's practiced. And in my opinion, the internet has gone through a phase which encapsulates a large proportion of the generation that grows up online on confirmation bias, as opposed to like critical thinking and problem solving skills. So if someone tells you this is the best thing, you wonder how many people, like the immediate jerk reflexes, is this too good to be true? Let's go find more opinions, right? And opinions require that you be able to see them or search for them or be able to identify them. But in this case, rarely do I have a conversation with someone when they're really tough, like they're a negative state of mind and stuff, to be able to do that, because the internet hyper focuses. It creates an echo chamber of whatever you're interested in. So if you think you have cancer, you search for cancer and the echo chamber is created. So then you can convince yourself in any way possible that you'll have cancer, as opposed to like getting a second opinion from a doctor and then going to a separate doctor and getting a second opinion or a third opinion, right? Those sources are independently unrelated to each other, right? The sources of their knowledge might have some convergence, but generally speaking, it's different than Googling something and then you're looking at the top 4 hits. Those are convergent. They're going to be convergent. It's not mixed. Like there's not gonna say, like, if you type in, I don't know, Japanese is the coolest language, it's gonna be like your whole page is gonna be a page of convergent data or convergent post. It's not divergent. It's not spurious in any way. So over time, in my opinion, when you spend most of your life seeing that, it's hard for me to ignore the idea that when I talk to someone, almost all of their talks is in the indicative form, and they are expressed with precise exactness and categorization. That's a great telltale sign that there's no secondhand thoughts, no convergence, no counter arguments, no reservations in understanding that it can be easily counter argued. Like, for example, no one ever does this. Everyone always does this. We always do this. They always do that. This is always true. This is the case. That is not the case. True and false, right? That doesn't come with exploration or intellectual curiosity. It comes with being prescribed exactly what you need in an echo chamber. An echo chamber reverberates polarity. It creates yes and no's, exactly trues and falses. It doesn't create noise. Echo chambers don't have noise, right? You have to introduce the noise or welcome the noise into your echo chamber. Then that'd be really interesting. But anyways, that's just my thought. Feel free. I would love to hear a differing opinion, right? Even myself, I would welcome someone who's saying, no, you're incorrect. In fact, there is no echo chamber on the internet. I would love to hear an alternative, cogent way of integrating an argument that there aren't echo chambers on the internet. Or something like that. Maybe something entertaining, right? Feel free. I'm always here. Again, I would sideline even my whatever I'm doing now for the sake of discussion, because that is the whole point. At least that's the major point of my intent. So until then, right, for all the people who maybe are gonna see this timer on this video, it's like, how did you spend 11.5 hours doing WaniKani? We didn't. There were other points, you know. What you don't see is what you probably won't know until actually you see it. And I think the most important thing was highlighted today, which is why learn another language? The stuff we talk about. If you don't see that connection, that's perfectly fine because it's really far reaching. When you learn a language, you learn to solve problems. You learn many ways to get around how to become proficient. You learn that a lot of people have different opinions about how to learn a language or how a language is expressed. You cross multicultural things. You make distinctions and comparisons at the same time. All of these things are involved in problem solving. That can be tied to anything. That's humans. Humans have problems, and they even make problems when there aren't problems. So having the ability and capacity to tackle hard skill building, or skill building that is required learning, as in you have to discover things out of curiosity, especially when you're learning on your own, that's voluntary, right? Voluntary curiosity is transformative, in my opinion, not just for children, but for adults or even younger adults that might feel like maybe they don't have the creative spark or the motivation. I disagree. Whoever you are who's saying, well, I'm not creative enough to think outside of a box to save my life or something, I disagree. I think you may not have the environment, perhaps, that you were like, maybe just so happens you are very unlucky to be around in an environment that can trigger your potential. I think most people have the potential to do so. I mean, however long it takes me to rant and go on and have someone, if they start believing that they can do that, I think it is fantastic. I think being in your 20s and you're already solidified and pretty sure everything you're going to do for the rest of your life, I tend to worry. I don't want to be a doomsayer, but in this case, I'm apprehensive because young people are the future. They are the people who are going to innovate, change dramatically within the next 10 to 15 years. Like your mind, your abilities and stuff, they're going to change so rapidly. I understand that lots of people highlight kids, right? Kids, and I already talked about this. It's shifted. I think nowadays kids who stay at home, who's on the internet, are less likely to be intellectually curious. They are far more intellectually solidified by early on. So the first thing they fall in love with, they get iterated on the internet immediately, and that's the thing they love. That's the thing they depend on, right? It could be Fortnite, Roblox. So in my opinion, it's the onerous and even potential negligence is on the business models and the companies, in my opinion, a bit. And I think there's some consideration for that because kids no longer explore. They find something they really love and it works so well, to the credit of the business and the companies. They made it so excellent that you can have a child as young as four determining exactly what they're going to do for the rest of their lives. Because it's the first thing they love, they're hooked on it, that's it. That's what they're going to do for the rest of their lives. 20 years later, I still hear someone who was 13, they played their first game, the game that they're now still currently playing when they're in their 20s, and they want to be professional in it. They haven't considered any other possibilities or skill development of any other sort except a dedication to this. That's very admirable. Like, it's incredible when it works out. When it doesn't, you have a whole competition of people. Like, nowadays you would say, well, if that kid is so focused on that, they would be the best, right? But now we multiply that kid by every other kid who's competing with that same attention-grabbing option. And then you have to think about they have no critical thinking or problem-solving ability to diversify from that skill. So like when someone says, oh, they're really good at Fortnite, and then you tell them like, hey, well, If Fortnite closes down, what will you do? It's like, go play the next game. It's like, no, it'll be different. This is the only thing I can do. It's the only thing that'll make me happy. So it's become so concise that not even tangentially related things are very satisfying because there's no experience for that anymore. Like, if you like burgers, the answer is they like the burger, not multiple burgers. They like the burger. They like the brand. They like the best of something. It doesn't have to literally be the best or the reality. It's the thing they fall in love with first. And I start to worry. And that's what I was talking about the whole day. Like, you, in a really dark way, it could be the same. It's the same for cigarettes. Like, if it's the thing to do, then it's the thing to do, right? It despite any realities, it doesn't have to be. By coincidence, the thing you might fall in love with is very healthy. That's great. But what happens when it stops putting out? Like, even healthy things can be taken to a great extreme in which they no longer supply you with advantages or options, right? You can fall out of love with the thing you only love. And in my opinion, by the time you get to your 20s, things hit the fan. There's a lot of times things hit the fan. And then the idea is you can't start over, or it's too late. And I totally disagree with that. Like, if you're in your 20s now and you're saying like, oh yeah, you dedicated all your first like 14 years of your life to becoming a pro, I don't know, the first thing you loved, like the pro Minecraft content creator or something. And then that didn't work out. That's like you fell out of love with it because you grind too hard, etc. And then you suddenly say like, well, my life is pretty much over now because there's nothing else I can develop. There's nothing that compares to that beautiful experience with Minecraft. If there's an adult around in your life, I hope their first inclination is like, oh, you know what? Let's pull up the YouTube web page. Let's look at what else you can be excited about that is different. It's not going to be the same. That's the whole point. It's not going to be the same. You are taking your experience that you have and you're going to make it even better. You're not here to reproduce the old experience. You're not finding a Minecraft replacement. You're finding something better than Minecraft. It's your next thing. You go explore. And an adult, in my opinion, someone who doesn't have limited experience, would be there to encourage the person, right? You're not looking to replace the thing you loved with all your heart and you fell out of love with it. You're looking for something even better than it because you have the rest of your life to do so. And you're not too young to do it at any age. But usually we're talking about younger kids, because older adults, what they do is they would move on. They would say like, well, you know, that was good. I bet the next thing is even better, right? There are some adults who cope with nostalgia a lot of times, so they try to hang on to the past and keep tugging to the past. That's usually another whole thing about regrets. Like, people saying that they don't have regret, but they keep talking about the past as though they're missing it. That's regretful, in my opinion. So that's a whole different other story. That's like an older adult lacking closure, like building closure near the end. But kids nowadays, it's kind of like a early midlife crisis. Like, midlife crisis happens in the 40s, in my opinion. Before, like, I could have a midlife crisis in the next 3 years, perhaps. But nowadays, kids' midlife crisis happen in like their 20s, because that's when they experience their first, oh no, like, I'm not sure if this is going to work out. But to me, I hope every one of those people have someone that's like, breathe. You have a beautiful brain, a beautiful mind, and you'll make something of all those things. It will work out, right? Sure, you didn't become the thing you thought you would be, the 1 in a million odds to do so. But there's also many, many other things. That's it. That's it. Like, I will leave it on that note. It's a very important topic. Like, it's the most important topic for me. I like genuinely desire that when you meet a younger person, like someone like 18 to 25 years old, that they don't sound like a 40 or 50-year-old that's already stuck in their ways, believing that they can only do one thing in their life. You can most definitely do way more than that. And you can even surprise all the people who are older than you now. Like, when I grow old, I do want to see and continue to want to see that young people redefine and continue to innovate and change the way life is for, you know, human beings and stuff. Because once people get older, then it's okay. I think they live a long life. It's okay to be stuck in your ways because you've done it. You've already done all the stuff, right? Or you've done enough. Oof. Knowing that I could tell that there are some people that I know, literally some people that I know, that they will only eat 3 food items for the rest of their lives is crazy. And they still kept up with it. I mean, you could even say it's kind of a symptom of autism, right? Or ADHD. That is characteristic of that, where there's a hyper focus on creating center core. So we'll touch upon that topic maybe in the future. Anyways, there you have it. Always welcome. Until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani and maybe some of these digressions, minasan mata ne, right? See you guys next time. Mite kurete arigato, right? Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up and take my long overdue stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for my Hanzi Hero session. We're gonna try to squeeze in the Hanzi Hero session, no doubt. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Thank you.